Welcome to our comprehensive Autodesk Revit full course designed for ambitious architects ready to undertake a hospital project. So imagine this, you're standing in front of a black canvas, but instead of having your paint and a paintbrush, you have all the powerful tools of Autodesk Revit. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to turn your ideas into reality using Autodesk Revit. So why Autodesk Revit? Autodesk Revit is not just a designing tool, it's a building information modeling software. With this, you can integrate every aspect of your design project, including the conceptual stage, the design stage, the modeling stage, and the construction stage. So with this tool, you can ensure accuracy and detailedness in every stage of the project. So throughout this course, I'll be taking you through the inception, the conceptual stage, the design and the modeling and presentation of a district hospital design. So are you ready to elevate your designing and modeling skills? Join us as we embark on this taxing yet very good journey for you to master Autodesk Revit. So we are going to be turning your impactful dreams into reality using Autodesk Revit. As usual, I'll be leaving the template file. The template file will be for free. You can get it. The link will be in the description below. I'm also going to be leaving the project file so you can support the channel via that. So it's going to contain the complete or the end result of this tutorial project. So with that out of the way, we are going to jump right into the main stuff. But before we do that, don't forget to do the needful by hitting the like button, sharing this video with your friends, and subscribing to the channel for more content like this. All right, so we are going to start off as usual with opening a new Revit file. So if you have installed Revit on your system, you are going to see something like this. If you haven't opened project before, you're not going to see all these tabs here. Most times, once you open Revit newly and you have not opened any project before, it's kind of going to be a bit blank. So, but for me, I've worked with a lot of projects previously, so it's going to show the top 10 most recent projects you worked on. So that is what these tabs basically mean. So these are families, not much to mind about it for now. So now we're now going to create a new file. So to create a new file, we are going to click on new here. So under this new icon, you are going to see this thing will pop up. So this thing now contains this template file option. So you are now going to click on this drop down icon. So you are now going to choose between these two templates, or you can browse your own default template. But for now, you're just going to select metric multidiscipline. So why I'm selecting metric multidiscipline is because I work in a part of the world where they use the metric system. But if you work in a part of the world where they use the imperial system, you just select imperial multidiscipline. So it doesn't mean much. It's just one is using imperial measurements and one is using metric measurement. So I'm going to select metric measurement. So this is our template. Okay. So now I'm now going to click, make sure this is checked in project, and I'm going to click OK. So while our new file is opening, let me just brief on what templates are. So templates are like a base for working. Okay. So if you open Microsoft Word, for instance, now you're going to see the blank letter. You're going to see this type of letter, application letter. So all those things are templates. So in Revit, you have all those templates. So templates are like presets to make life easier for you while working in Revit. So now we open this with Revit default template, which of course is not going to have anything much. It's just going to have some Revit stuff, and we're going to need to get a template. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open a template file, and I'm also going to leave the link to access this template file. Is going to be in the description below. So once you want to start this tutorial, you are going to also open the template file, and we're now going to transfer the template like I'm going to show you now. So I'm just going to go to this file location. I'm just going to go to click on open. Then it's going to open my file explorer. Then I'm going to go under YouTube. I'm just going to go to my file explorer and basically find where I kept the template file. So once I click on it, I'm going to click on open and open the template file. So once you have downloaded the template file, you're just going to open it the same way wherever you kept it. So you're going to see something like this. So this is what I have in the template file, and I think it has the template needed to do a Revit project, a complete Revit project. So I'm going to go back to this L1. So you can see once I opened these two files in the same Revit project, you're going to see this one is the one file open. It's going to be like a tab, like in your browser now you have tabs. So this tab is to access a part. So if I open another view of this file, it's going to come out in another tab. It doesn't mean the 3D view I opened from the template project is going to close. It just means this is how I'm going to access these respective views of the respective project. So I'm going to close this here. So it doesn't mean I've closed it, because unless I close all the tabs, that is when I'm going to close the project. But once a single tab is remaining, I've not closed the project. So two projects are open simultaneously. So I'm just clicking on these two tabs to switch in between them. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this one we want to transfer the templates to. Then I'm going to go under this manage tab here, and I'm now going to click on transfer project standard. Then if you have opened multiple projects, if you click on this drop down, you're going to see the multiple projects. So Revit gives you option to select from these multiple projects, but we only have this Revit mini, which is the template file, and I'm just going to click OK to transfer the template. Then I'm just going to click override to override as I'm transferring this template. All right, so now we have done this. We're now ready to start working. So now I'm going to use this opportunity now to just brief you through our Revit interface. Okay, so in this Revit interface, we have three major parts. We have this top part, we have this part on the left, and we have this part on the right. Okay, so this part on the left now is called the properties panel. What this properties panel does is that it tells you the properties of whatever you are working with in Revit. For instance, if I click on this section line, it has changed to section and it's telling me the properties of this section. So that is what the properties does. So I'm just going to brief you on this so you just have a vague idea. So this is now the project browser. The project browser's duty is to take you through the parts of the project, the views, the elevations, the sections. You can see all of them here. So if I double click on this plus icon and click on it, it's going to switch to that view. If I click on elevation, it's going to switch to the elevation view. Okay, I'm still going to take time and explain why it's looking like this, but just have this in mind that this is to navigate the views of the project. If I even want to go to 3D view, I can go to this 3D under coordination and 3D view. That is what this project browser is about. So we now have the top panel, which contains the main tools. So in this top panel, you have the file, which is to create a new file, to open another file, to save, to export in different formats, to print if you want, to close this file if you want. We have the architecture tab, which contains majorly architecture components. You can create architecture components here, you can edit it. We have the structural components, structure which contains structural components. Even though this is Revit architecture, it still has structural aspects of it, so it still has all those tools. You have steel, the same thing, steel components, manipulate steel components. Precast, manipulate and create precast components. Systems, this you can create piping systems, you can create dock systems and manipulate it. This insert is mainly for importing files to Revit from mainly other modeling software, not rendering software, so modeling software. So you can also you can import link Revit, you can import AutoCAD, you can manage links here, you can link topography. So this is the annotate tab. So it's basically to annotate and give information on things. For example, you can use dimensions here. Here you can get annotation text. Here you can get image text. So now we are going to go to the analyze tab, which is some advanced stuff. We are going to go to this massing tab. The massing tab includes how to use your topo solids to create unique topographies. It also includes site components and site features like parking and trees. You can also now use the massing interface. Massing interface is where you want to model unconventional shapes and unconventional parametric models in Revit. So you have all the tools here. In the collaborate tab is Revit gives you an option to actually work for multiple people to work on one project simultaneously. So this is where this collaboration interface comes in. Once you're connected via unwired or wired network, you can collaborate with different people on a single project. So this is the view tab. So this view tab basically contains view parameters, how to save templates and create view templates. It contains some views, the 3D views, the plans, how to hide plan views, and so it also contains this user interface. In this user interface, you now have where this properties tab here to be showing. You want this project browser to be showing. So that is what views can do. This manage tab is basically like an utility tab. You can create new template related stuff, like you can create new lines. You can also do a lot of stuff, materials and stuff. So these add-ons, you can convert to RFA format. you have this D5 render tab. Normally, if you have Revit, it's not going to come with the D5 render tab. As you know, or maybe you don't know, D5 render is a real-time rendering software. So if you download the D5 render to Revit plugin, once you install it, it's going to appear as a tab in your Revit interface. The same thing with Lumion. And finally, this modify tab is basically to modify anything you're working on. For example, if I click on this in this modify tab, I can use it to copy, I can use it to move, I can use it to align, offset, and all those stuff. So this is just the basic interface of Revit. So now with the understanding of this basic interface, we are going to go back to this L1 plan now. And we're going to click on save project. So Revit asks us to save after some time. So we're just going to save this in where we want to save it exactly. So I'm just going to be naming this project Hospital Tutorials. So after giving it the name, we're just going to click on save to save the project, and it's going to save. Alright, so before we start any sketching or conceptualization, we're going to set up this view. Alright, so let's start. So firstly, we're going to delete some things we don't need. Firstly, we're going to start from this section. I'm just going to left click and click on this section and delete it. We don't need it. These two reference planes, we are going to delete both of them because we can create any one we'll need anytime we want. This scope box here, we're going to click on this scope box. We don't need it, but we don't need to delete it per se. So I'm just going to right click, go over to this icon here and click on, just hover around this hide in view icon, then click on this by element. Okay, so now we are going to talk about this elevation point. So this elevation point determine how your elevation will be. So for instance, if I model a building that is bigger than that encompasses this elevation point, these elevation points are going to appear as a section. So they are like planes that determine, if you click on it, you're going to see a plane. So they are like planes that determine how you view your elevation. So what we are going to do is we are going to adjust them first before we hide all of them in this view. So I'm going to click on this scope box first, then I'm going to go over to this view overall icon here under this properties panel, and once I click on this view overall, I'm going to change it to none. Then I'm going to go over to this clipping here and I'm going to change it to clipping with outline. Okay, so after I've done this, I'm now going to click on this and extend this a bit. Since this is a big project, I want this to be bigger. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select this north direction. I can delete this, I don't need this. Then I'm going to click on this and this scope boxes again. I'm going to hide in view by category. So after doing this, now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to hover, left click and hover around this elevation point. Then I'm going to go over to this top icon here where we have all these tools here, modify tools. Then I'm just going to click on move. Then once I click on this move, I'm just going to click a point, preferably at the center of the stuff I'm picking. Then I'm just going to move it by, let's say, 40 meters. I'm going to do the same here, left click and highlight, click on move, click this point here, extend it here. The same thing, click this point here, extend it here, left click, click on move, click this point here, extend it. Note that everything we're doing is in this L1. Okay, we're still going to touch on the levels, but for now let's work with this. Then after doing all this, we can click on this, right click, hide in view by category, okay, by element, or you can hit Ctrl Z. There is a shortcut for this. Just go over to this icon here, this bottom icon here, and click on this hide crop region, so it's not going to show. Then we can go to annotate, click on this detail line, click on this box icon here. So we are going to use the rectangle tool to create a small rectangle around the center of this. So we are just going to use our visual prowess to just hover around the center, then draw a box here. So we'll know this is like the center point of the project. Then we can now left click and highlight this elevation point. Now right click, hide in view by category. So now we are going to click on save after we have made this progress. So now we are now going to start outlining our brief. So in this our brief, what do we want to design? We want to design a district hospital. So we are going to go to annotate now. We are going to click on this normal text, okay? Then we are just going to go over to this properties panel. We are going to click on edit type. Then we are going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to name this brief text major. Then I'm just going to click OK. So I'm going to change this text font to Bebas Newer. Okay, I just need to type Bebas. Then if you have installed Bebas Newer, you can download the TRT file from online and you'll just be able to install it. Then I'm going to change this text size to 6. Then I'm just going to click OK. So now I'm just going to, now I've done this, you're going to see this, my mouse icon will now turn to a letter. So this just means that it's now left for me to place this letter any place, or place the word I want to place any place I want. Then I'm just going to click on anywhere. So I'm just going to call this project title. I'm going to hold shift and just look for colon. Then I'm going to call this district hospital. So just the way in your Microsoft Word, you can click on enter to enter to the next line. We're just going to click on enter. So project scale is the next thing we're going to be talking about. So let's say we are going to be designing a 100-bed district hospital. 100 beds district hospital. Okay, 100 beds. Project site. For this project, I'll just say we can start with our site size. We can be using a, let's use 100 meter by 150 meter for site size. So I'll just say 100 meter by 150 meters. This site may increase or dependent, but let's just start with this for now. So now we're now going to start outlining the departments we are going to be providing for in this hospital. So I'm now going to start from indoor facilities. Call this as a title, indoor facilities. Okay, so I'm now going to start outlining the major departments I want to create. So I'm just going to click on this now. I'm going to click on copy, this copy icon here, this one that is like 3 bubbles. Then I'm just going to click on this point. You are going to see a dimension will appear highlighted in blue, and I'm just going to copy it down here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this text we have copied, and I'm going to click on edit type in this properties panel. Then I'm going to go to duplicate, and I'm just going to change this name from brief text major to brief text minor, so it will be looking organized. Then after changing the name, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to now simply change the text size from 6 to 4. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So it's going to become smaller. So I'm just going to adjust the position of this to around here. So for the indoor facilities, I'm now going to start. So as usual, we're going to start from a reception. So for people coming into the hospital, they will know where, they will get information on where they are supposed to go. Then after a reception, we are going to create a space for the accounts office. Account office. Okay, then we're now going to create a waiting area. Even though waiting areas will be all over the hospital, but just a major waiting area. Then we're now going to create the OPD, which stands for outpatients, out-patients department. So outpatient department are basically for people that came to see the doctor for consultancy and maybe will get consultation, then go and get their medicines. So speaking of medicines, we are going to create a dispensary where they are going to give medicines. Okay, so after dispensary, we can now go to diagnosis. So diagnoses are usually divided into 2 major parts, like generally, except in a specialist case where they have male specialized, but they usually have the radiography, and I think is it radiology or radiography. I don't really know the specific terms. I just know it's where the x-rays and all those stuff are done, and the lab. So I'm just going to call this diagnostic lab and diagnostic radiology. Okay, so after this now, we're now going to go to now the emergency space. Emergency emergency unit. So this department usually have a lot of spaces, even a surgical theater accompanied with it. Although we are not going to just start listing all the spaces, we are going to get into that while we are designing. So we're now going to go into the next space, surgical theaters. In this aspect, we are going to give the number. Let's say we want to get 4 surgical theaters. Then we are now going to create, let's say, specialist units. Maybe ophthalmology for eye specialist units. Then we can also create, I think specialists can include okay, let's just create pediatric units. Then another aspect we are going to be providing for is the services, which includes, let's even name the services waste management. So this is just going to give us it's going to make sure that we give priority to how we are going to manage the different types of waste in the hospital. Then after waste management, laundry, kitchen, storage. Then after these surgical theaters, we're also going to create a space just close to it. We're going to call this space sterilization room. Then after the storage, we're now going to go over to the wards. We're now going to be creating male wards. We're now going to create another space called the call room. I think the space is usually close to the wards. Call room. Female wards too. Okay, so I think for now we have outlined a lot of these spaces we are going to be creating. So we are now also going to name the amount of floors we'll be creating. So what I'm thinking is that I pretty much think that 3 floors will be enough for this hospital. So we're just going to give it the name of 3 floors. Okay, so now this is done. Now we have outlined what you are looking for. At least we have our aim here. You have all these departments you want to be creating in this hospital design. So if there are more departments you feel I should have imputed in this design, you can leave it in the comments below. So we are all going to learn from it. But for now, I think this is enough for us to move forward with. So now, as we said earlier, the site is 100 meter by 150 meter. So if you go to annotate now, and you go to detail line, if you have transferred the template from the template file, if you click on this drop down, you are supposed to see this site line. So now we're not going to click on this, and we're just going to look at this site line now. So this site line is a line I created in the template file, so it pretty much fits the appearance of these lines meant for site boundary lines. So we're not going to be using it to draw this our site we stipulated. So I'm going to click on one point here, and I'm going to be drawing this up to 150 meters, since this is the longer side, 150,000 millimeters. Okay, so I'm now going to, you can see that it's even going beyond the scope box. So I'm just going to go over to this icon here. This is reveal hidden element. So all those elements we hid, if you click on it, it's going to be visible. So you can see this now. I'm now going to click on this line and drag it. So I'm going to try and centralize it somewhere here. Then I'm going to go over here and turn this off. So now I'm going to go to detail line again. I'm going to pick this point here up to 100 meters. Then I'm going to go to this point and just the Revit to help us snap it automatically. So we have a very big site. I was even thinking it was a bit small, but till we start designing, we are not going to know exactly how it is. Then I'm just going to select this text here and drag them outside this site to just somewhere here. Okay, so now we have our site here. We can now delete these 4 lines here because we know that we are going to be working with this site. So in a hospital design, there are 2 major things to consider when you start designing. you have to consider the entrance, the major public entrance, and the emergency entrance. Sometimes some hospitals can share these two entrances based on, especially when there are a limitation in terms of access to the hospital, which we are going to give ourselves the limitations of this hospital is going to only have one access road. So you are going to design the hospital in a way that cars coming in for emergency are not going to be interrupted by traffic of the public entrance. So we are going to keep that in mind while designing. So we are first going to stipulate our road to our access road. So I'm going to go to detail line. Instead of this sight line, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be selecting these 10 lines. Then I'm just going to draw a line from this point up to, let's use 6 meters. Then I'm just going to extend it to, let's say, I don't know, let me just extend it to this point here, 50 meters or 50 something. Then I'm going to drag it down to, you can see we are going outside the scope box. So what you can do is just to click on this do not crop view. So it's not going to crop view. We're going to see everything till infinite. So I'm just going to draw this and make it the standard 8 meter road. Then I'm just going to drag it here and drag it here. Okay, so I can now delete this. So if I even want to add more things, I can even make it a 4-lane road. So I can just select this, left click and select these whole 4 lines. Then I'm just going to click on copy, click on this point. This is 8 meters. So 8 plus 3 meters is 11 meters. So I'm just going to place it at this 11 meters now, as you can see highlighted now. Then just click. So we have 4-lane road. So now we are not going to start looking for where we'll fit. So let's just assume this simple rectangle is a hospital here, because this is where planning already starts from this initial stage. We can now make this emergency come if we are deciding that the emergency unit will be somewhere here, and maybe the main entrance will now be centralized at here. We are going to make this access in a way that maybe if you make a single access, cars can come in here at the same time, still go their different ways. But just because of perfection, and not really perfection, just because of consideration, I'm going to try and separate these two entrances. So one will be for the emergency and one will be for the public. So we are not going to create the emergency access here, and we're going to create the public access. Although I feel it's not the best cost effective wise, but I think we're going to use one single access. So we're going to put the main hospital, or let's just use 2. So now we are going to go over to this center point and we're going to draw a line here. Then we're going to go over to this point. We're going to draw a line 3 meters off the fence. Then we're going to draw another line coming out here. So what we can do, we can now delete this our imaginary boxes here. We're still going to get back to them. So we're going to go to modify. We're now going to click on offset. So I'm now going to offset, since I'm going to make the major entrance to have 4 lanes. So I'm just going to offset 1.5 first. So it's going to form like a green center band from this entrance. Then I'm now going to click on another offset and offset 8 meters or 6 meters. So this will now serve as a 4-lane road or a 2-lane road. Okay. Then I'm now going to go over here. I can even offset it by 2 meters to make sure it's 8 meters. Let me hit Ctrl Z, escape. Click on escape, Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 8 meters. So if we have something like this, I'm not going to click on offset again and I'm going to offset 8 meters from here. So we have an idea that this will be the central access and this is now going to be where the hospital will be. But space wise, I'm just thinking of placing. But on the flip side, in order to get efficient spaces, what we can do is to push this access. So instead of having one central access, then we'll now start trying to share parking between these two sides. We can do and go to annotate. Go to detail line. Okay, sorry, not field region. Go to detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here up to 6 meters. Then once I just left click and highlight all these lines here, I'm going to click on move and I'm just going to move this to this point here. So we're now going to have not only the the emergency access. We are going to have the main access here, but we are still going to, via design, separate these two pathways, so emergency traffic is not going to affect the major pedestrian, the major public traffic. So we are still going to at the same time achieve efficient parking spaces for the hospital congregation or the hospital population. Okay, so now we are now going to start giving our offset for our buildings. So I'm just going to go to detail line. I'm going to go to this pick line tool. Then once I click on pick line tool, I'm going to make sure the line I selected is 10 lines. Then I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to start picking. If I can't pick, I'm going to click on this rectangular line and I'm going to draw it from this point here. This normal line tool, draw it from this point here and draw another one from this point and draw another one up to this point. So after drawing these 4 lines, I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters. From each of them. So I'm going to be creating like a 3 meter band of green area. I'm going to make sure I uncheck this copy from the offset. Then I'm just going to click on it. Okay, let me click on cancel. I'm going to check this copy back. I'm going to click offset, offset it, offset, offset. So now I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to delete all these thin lines at the boundaries. Click on it and delete all of them. So we now know this is the area we're working with. So I'm now going to click on modify and I'm just going to trim this here, and trim this here. So I'm going to go to annotate. Now I'm going to go to detail line. I'm now going to also click on offset again. So now I'm going to be offsetting another 3 meter here from this side. So this is now going to be the maximum extension of the building itself. Okay, so what we're now going to do now is we're now going to go to annotate. So we are now going to start going into the massing of this hospital. So there are many ways to mass. A hospital is a building with a lot of complex functions. Not really complex per se, but a lot of functions at the same time in one single building. So the shape of the building is very integral in how the hospital will work. If you just give it a regular rectangle, let's say I draw a line from here to here, click on this trim and lock it up. You are going to see that ventilation might be difficult, especially the diverse departments we are going to be having in this hospital. So I thought of an idea. So instead of making this a kind of single box, we're now going to create some intrusions. So these intrusions are going to be boxes like this. So I'm also going to do the same for here. And another thing from something like this here. So what this does now is that I'm kind of creating the central main walkway here. At the same time, I'm leaving provisions for courtyard here and here. So if this site is not enough for us, we can still extend it because this is not a real life video, it's a tutorial video. So we have the we have the possibility to add extra distance to our site, but we are just going to be working with this and see if we can work with this for now. So by doing this now, these places are going to be courtyard and each of these branches here are now going to be the department. So this is still a rough idea, but I can just trim it and develop it further by considering distance now. So I can delete this here. Delete all these extra lines at these edges here. Then I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here, split here, split here as well, split here too. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on trim and I'm just going to trim here, trim here as well, and trim here. Then I'm going to trim here, trim here, trim here, and trim here. So normally in order to get proper ventilation, I'll be intending to use a single banked system. So what a single banked system basically means is that if I go to detail line again, there's going to be a corridor and they are now going to be the spaces. So once this corridor is here and the spaces are here, let me just give you a simple illustration. So once the corridor and the spaces are here, you can easily cross ventilate each of these spaces, and each of these spaces can now serve comprehensively for a department. So you can have a corridor here. You can now have the spaces in which they are going to be working. So the corridor will be major and big. So let's continue working. So I'm just going to drag this and I'm going to drag this to this point here. So there's going to be enough, because I said that the emergency will come from here. So there's going to be enough turning space for the emergency department. Okay, so we're just going to drag this here. We're going to drag this to this point. Then we're going to click on offset uncheck this copy, offset this 3 meter here. So this is going to be 9 meter of this. So now we have enough width, but the problem is now getting the length, which we might still do by increasing the size of this site. Okay, so but let's just try first before we give up. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on one of these lines. We are going to drag this dimension here. So we are going to determine which dimension is enough for the departments and their spaces. Okay, so we are just going to go to detail line again. So we are going to draw a line from here, and I'm going to be drawing this line up to 5 meter 450. So this 450, by this 5 meter 450 I'm drawing here. Okay, let me do it again. 5,450. Okay, by this 5,450 I'm drawing here, I'm also including the thickness of the walls. So let's say if I draw this line here, this is going to be the major spaces here. Let me just give an illustration. Then this is now going to be a major corridor where all the movement is now going to be. So I think for this major space, I think a distance of 5 meter is enough. So I think 5 meter is a good width of the space. Then I'm now going to make this 3 meter 225. So you can see that I'm including the size of the walls. Okay, so now I have enough space for the carriage of movement of both stretchers and people, at the same time enough space for the main department itself. So now we have this here. We can now delete all of this here. So remember, this is just kind of theoretical. So now I'm also going to make the distance, the courtyard distance, to be, let's say, 9 meters. Okay, so once this is 9 meter, now we are now going to have like enough courtyard so air can pass through the building very well. So we are just going to drag this line and make sure it aligns with this. So now this is like this. I think this is looking good. So now we can now delete the rest from here up to this point here. You can delete this as well. You can even delete this too. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to select this here. We're going to click on, okay, sorry, we're going to select this 4 here. We're just going to click on left click and hold. Let me do it again. We're going to left click, select all of this. Then we're just going to click on copy, this normal copy here. We're going to pick this point here and paste it here and paste this here. Okay, so now we now have 3 branches, 3 layers of branches, which I think is wonderful. So we can have spaces here with corridors at the same time. So now I'm just going to delete this line here. Then I'm going to go to modify, and I'm going to now click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here and trim this to this point. So now we are going to need some distance in the back of the hospital because we are going to need enough space for services. So I'm just going to select this hospital, this building itself, or this footprint of the intended building, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move it by, let me use 8 meters, or let me just use 5 plus 3 minus, okay, let me just use 7 meters. So there's going to be a 10 meter motorable, so everything services can happen at the back. So apparently this our building is getting too tight, so we're now going to increase this size from 100 meter to 125 meter. So I'm just going to left click, hold, and select all these lines here. Then I'm just going to click on move and move it by 25 meters. So it's going to be 125 meter by 100 meter, I think. So if I go over to this place, I can now change this site's requirement to 125. So in real life, they might give you a constrained site, a smaller site, even smaller than this one, but you have to manage it. But since this is a Revit tutorial video, I'm free to manipulate whatever I want to manipulate. Okay, so back to the main stuff. We're going to go to annotate now, and we're going to go to detail line, and we're going to start planning our movement now. So now there's going to be a green area here up to this point. So what this green area is going to do is that this green area is going to serve as a buffer, separating this emergency entrance from the traffic of this main entrance. So in this main entrance, this is going to be like the drop off. Okay, so in this drop off, this is where vehicles will come, drop off someone here. The emergency will be, I think the emergency unit will be somewhere here. So normal vehicles can come and drop normal people that want to come to the hospital, then pass through here. Then the whole parking space will now be here. So from here up to this point. So what we can now do is we can click on this detail line and we can draw a line from 9 meters from here. Let me hit Ctrl Z. Let me make it 10 meters. Then I'm now going to draw the line up to this point and draw this line up to this point here. Then this is now going to be our parking space. So this is our major access. Maybe we can have a roundabout somewhere here. Let me click on this circle icon here. So once this blue dotted line highlights and join with this one, I can now create, let's say, a small roundabout here. Let me make it 3 meters. So we have where vehicles can come here and then park. Then they will now drop off and park whatever they want to park here. So now we have the rough idea of this. Some outdoor facilities in a hospital can now be a facility for and a kind of, I've forgotten what they call it. Is it an incineration? But let me just check it up a bit. All right, so we can call the space autoclave or waste disposal. So let me just designate a 6 meter by. Okay, I think it should be a bit far off from the side. So what I can do is to just adjust this a bit here. Then I'm just going to click on this detail line and I'm going to draw it from 6 meters from here up to 15 meters at this point. Okay, so this is going to be the autoclave where there will be waste disposal. So I can just drag this back for now. I think this is 3 meters away from this space here, this service space. So I'm just going to see how we're going to manage around this, but I don't want this to be close to where people are using spaces. So we'll still sort that. All right, so now we have outlined what we want to do. We have a vague idea of how our building is going to function. We have the emergency access, the public access here, the parking here, and the departments of the building here. We know that the emergency department is going to be somewhere here. So we're now going to go into the next aspect of this tutorial, which are levels now. So levels are vertical elements that represent vertical parts of a building. They sometimes represent the floor levels in a building. They can even represent the lintel levels. Okay. So we are going to be creating those levels for this building. Like I said earlier, we want to create 3 floors for this hospital. So that is ground floor, first floor, and second floor. I think it should be able to accommodate all the functions in this hospital. Okay. So now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go over to an elevation view for this level. So we can click on any of these elevations under the project browser. Let's click on this east elevation. So from this east elevation, we have an issue now. So you can see that we are not seeing anything. Even if you go to north, we are not seeing anything. Go to south, we are not seeing it. Go to west. And you know the reason why that is? Well, we'll need to go back to this L1 architecture. So we are going to go over here and we're going to turn on this reveal hidden element. So this is the reason why we're not seeing this thing, because of this scope boxes. So we're just going to extend this scope box and make sure it encompasses this elevation point here. So I'm going to do the same here, the same here, the same here. Click on this one, do the same. The same here, the same here, and the same here. So once we have done this, we are going to click on this close reveal hidden element. Then we're going to go back to these elevations. Then we're going to see the levels. You can see them here. So now we can click on these scope boxes, right click. We can hide in view by category. We don't need to see them. Okay, you see why I didn't delete them? I just hid them. So I'm just going to click on this section, level 2, L2, and I'm going to delete it. It's going to show that once I click to delete level, it's going to show it's going to delete all the corresponding views that come with that level. For instance, this level is L2. So because this level exists, Revit, it automatically has a ceiling plan, it has a floor plan, it has view floor plan L2. So we're just going to click on it to delete. Then we're going to go to this L1 and we're going to change this to just double click. Once you go to a level, whether you want to change the value or you want to change the name of the level, you can highlight. Any of them can be selected. So let's change the name. So we're going to change this to 01 NGL. So there's a problem I usually have with this first level that comes with Revit, is that once you change the name of the level, it's not going to change with the corresponding plan view. So we're just going to manually do that. Or maybe I don't know how to set it to do automatically yet. So we're just going to manually do it as 01 NGL. So after we have given this level a name, we're now going to go to architecture to create new levels. Then we're just going to click on level here. So once we want to create level, you are going to see this blue temporal dimension is going to highlight. So it's going to help us as a guide to know how our level is going to be. So we are first going to create the DPC, which is the foundation level, like the casted slab, that where the casted oversight concrete is going to be. So typically, since this is a hospital, I'm just going to make it 600 millimeter. Okay, so another thing I forgot to do, I'm going to click escape. If I click on architecture and I click on levels, the first thing I'm supposed to do is to click on this level from no head to this 8 millimeter head. Okay, so once I click on it and once I highlight the DPC, which I want it to be at 600, that is the oversight concrete, I'm just going to click on one point here. Then I'm just going to left click again and it's going to place here. Then once this is going to give it, you can see that it's 600 above this 0, which is 600 above this natural ground level. So I'm just going to double click on this name and I'm going to change it to 02 DPC. So if you are curious and once I click on enter, it's going to give you a notification saying, would you like to rename corresponding views? So this is the thing I was saying that changing that first level didn't have. So I'm going to click on yes. So you are going to see all the corresponding views, like in this ceiling plan is going to rename as DPC. Okay, so that is good stuff. So now if these two levels are kind of clashing, you can see that it's kind of looking congested. You can click on this zigzag icon here to just displace this level. It doesn't mean this level height have changed. It's just a way of graphically representing it better. Okay, so now we have created this DPC. We're now going to create first floor. So while creating first floor, we are going to consider another design factor, which is our headroom height. So in a hospital headroom, you need the headroom to be quite high, like high enough, because you have things like high level windows. You're also going to have things like single AC units, because AC units are going to run, and if they run the AC vents from the soffit of the slab, you are going to see it's going to take away some distance from the headroom. So you need to consider that while doing so. So let's say we are going to give it 3.9 meters. So it's going to be high enough. So while also giving it 3.9 meter, in Revit, if you create floors, the floor offsets downward from the level. So you also need to add the thickness of the floor to the height you want the headroom to be. So it's not going to cause misplanning. Okay, so we are going to add 3.9 meter plus 150 millimeter. That is 3,900 plus 150. That is 4,050 millimeters. So we can impute it. Once we impute it, it's going to automatically enter, and we're going to click enter. So we're just going to drag it, then just left click again and place this here. So now we're now going to call this 04 first floor. Okay, you might be asking, and it's going to ask me, do you want to correspond view? I'm going to click yes. So you might be asking why I named this 02 and I now, instead of naming this 03, I named this 04. That is because I want to create an intermediate level between this first and DPC, but I'm not going to create it now. I'm going to create it after I finish creating the main floor height. Okay, so you can see that this nomenclature, the advantage of using this numbering nomenclature is that once I name it 01, 02, it's going to just go in that order. So we have the natural ground level, the DPC, the first floor, like that. That is how it works, and I think it's better that way. So instead of stressing ourselves and clicking one point and dragging it, we can simply click on this, since we have already stipulated the height for it. Then click on copy. Then we're just going to click on this point here as a reference point, then copy it, drag it up here. Once we click on it, we're just going to move our mouse to this second reference point, then click again, then it's going to copy. Then we're going to do it again. Sorry about that. Then click again, then the third level is now going to copy. So this is 04 first floor. So this is now going to be 06 second floor. Okay, so now this is 06 second floor. This is now going to be 08 ceiling level. Okay, so now we are going to click on this ceiling level and we are going to reduce this back to 3.9. Why am I doing this? Because we don't have any slab on this ceiling level. This is just the ceiling level, so we are not placing any slab. So that whole consideration of adding the depth thickness of slab, it doesn't apply here. So I'm going to change it back, the distance from it back to 3,900. Okay, so now we have created this level. We're now going to create the roof level and the parapet level, because of course we are doing contemporary design. So I'm just going to click on this level. The roof level should be, I think, 600 millimeter above the ceiling level. So I'm just going to place it. I'm going to call this 09 roof level. Yes. I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to click on copy. So I'm going to click on this point. So this time I'm just going to copy it by a distance of 1.8 and I'm going to call this 10, that is 10 parapet level. So after giving it this name, well, we're now going to be creating the second set of levels I told you I'll create, which is the lintel levels. Okay. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to left click. I'm going to now click on control and hold the control. I'm going to click on this second level here. That is this first floor. Click on this one now, this third one here. So I'm now going to click on copy and I'm just going to pick this point. So I'm going to copy 3 of them at the same time. Then I'm going to move it up to 2.4 meter. Then I'm going to left click here. So once I do this now, this is now going to create, I've already copied 3 levels now. So what I just need to do is now to rename them, because this is now going to be the lintel level. So I'm going to double click and I'm just going to call this 03. Since this is 2, this is supposed to be 3 before 4. So I'm going to call this 03 lintel 1. I'm going to double click on this one, name this 4. This is first floor is 4, then this is 6, so this is going to be 5. 05 lintel 2, since it's the second lintel level. Then I'm going to go to this one. Since this is 6, this is 8, this should be 7. 07 lintel 3. Okay, so now we have done this. Now we're now going to click on Ctrl S and we're going to save this project. So now you can see, if you go back to this project browser, now you're going to see it's only 4 of these floor plans that are showing. How we are going to solve this and make sure all these levels are showing is to click on this view icon. Then we're going to click on plan views, click on floor plans. Then once we select one of this level, we're going to hold Control or hold Shift, then click on this last one here. So all of them will select. Then we're just going to click OK. So all of them will now be visible. So we have all our levels set, which is very wonderful. Then I'm just going to go to NGL and we're going to start working from here. So now we have done this and we have basically outlined our concept of what we want to do. We're now going to start naming some of these zones first. So I'm just going to click on this text here. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to copy one here. Copy another one here, copy another one here, copy another one here, copy one here, copy one maybe here, copy one here, copy one here. So now we are going to start designating these spaces. So what we are first going to do is this, we are going to be calling this the reception, and we're just going to be calling this central space the reception. Okay, so after this reception, we are now going to call this administration. Okay, then we're going to go over here and what can this space be? We can call this the outpatient. Outpatient. Department. So if this is the outpatient, or we can even call this the administration, because I think outpatient should be closer. We can call this diagnostics. So it's going to include both the 2 diagnostic facilities, maybe the lab and the whole x-ray side. So we are going to find a way to separate them. Okay, so we are just going to drag this administrative here and drag this outpatient. So outpatient, because I think outpatients will have a more direct connection between the diagnostics. Then after this, we are now going to call this. So this is going to serve a very important role. This is now going to be the ramp. So, you know, when designing a public building, especially a hospital that people with sickness and all will come, you have to create a way where they can easily transport people in stretchers without the need of elevators. Because personally, I come from a third world country, so there's not always light to power those elevators. So it's very paramount that you create a ramp in a hospital so they can transport people that are not able, people in stretchers for whatever they want. Then with this ramp here, we'll now go over to this point here and we're now going to call this the emergency unit. Okay, so we have the emergency unit here. Then what are we going to create again? We are going to create the services here. So another thing to put in mind, we can still create variation in the design depending on how we mass it back. Let's say we can move a part forward. let's say we click on split now and split here. We can always, just to make the design more interesting, we can just separate this line from here, or rather let's just leave it so it's going to be aligned. So now we have this. Now we can see we are also going to still know that we will need, for this kind of long project, we'll need to create expansion joints. So what are expansion joints? Expansion joints are construction components or components in buildings that usually give provision for expansions and contractions due to heat gain or heat loss. So for instance, you know that these materials they use to construct houses, they actually deform under heat. Like concrete, heat has effect on concrete and heat has effect on metals. So what happens is that when there is increase in temperature, that the object can expand. So we are going to, expansion joints basically creates provisions for this expansion. So it's basically like a double wall with a gap in between the structural elements, so it can accommodate for those expansions and contractions. So we are going to see how I'm going to make provisions for this practically, but for now I'm just going to click on annotate, and I'm just going to draw a line here, just indicating where the expansion joint will be, and I think one can be here. So this line are just random lines. They are just going to indicate that I'll need to create an expansion joint here. So now we have where our major unit will be. We can also go back and look at these facilities we named out to provide for, and see whether we are lacking anything. So I think basically for the ground floor, all these spaces I've created is good enough for the ground floor. So these other spaces like surgical theaters will be on the subsequent floor and what. Okay, but for now we're now going to create this space. So like I told you, I'm going to be using a very simplified design. Okay, so another thing we have not yet done is that we have not yet designated where it's going to be for our vertical transport. So for this work, what I want to do is that I want to create two sets of staircases. Okay, so I'm just going to create one staircase here and another one here. Then probably, so these two staircases can now serve as a staircase serving this region here, another staircase here, major staircase with an elevator. Okay, so I could have created 4, but I feel 4 will be too much, so I just created it in this way, so there can be movements throughout the building. So now we have designated these two spaces for the staircase. On the flip side, I don't think we're going to need a staircase here, because we also need emergency staircase for this project. So firstly, we're going to create emergency staircase that is going to service all these wings. So it's not just going to service only this department, it's going to service all the subsequent departments that is going to be on this wing on the upper floors. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do some smart planning. By smart planning, we're going to find a way to put in the fewest emergency staircase required to service all these wings, because we have a lot of wings. We basically have 6 wings. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to annotate, we're going to go to detail line. So we're just going to click on this rectangular tool in detail line, and we're going to be using it to designate where our emergency will be. So I'm going to draw a box here, meaning an emergency staircase will be somewhere here. I'm also going to do the same thing for this point here. I'm going to go over here. So instead of doing the same thing on these other 3 wings, why I did this like this on this wing is that I placed this emergency staircase here is because I can't put an emergency staircase between this ramp and this wing here to service these two, because in essence this is a ramp, so it's not like there's a corridor here. So the only thing I can do is just to put it at the edge of these wings. So but unlike this side now, what we can do for this region of the building is that instead of putting the emergency at the wings, so if we put it at the wing, it's going to constitute for 3 emergency staircase. I think it's better we put it at this cut here. So it's going to be like an open staircase, but it's just going to service these 2 wings, so there can be a corridor linking the 3 together, so it can easily serve as an emergency while the main staircase is here. So now we have outlined this, at least we have a rough idea of where our emergency staircase is going to be. We are going to start the main drafting, which we are going to start from walls. So to use walls in Revit is pretty straightforward. You click on this architecture tab, then you click on walls. So if you have already transferred the template from the template file, if you click on this drop down, you are going to see some walls I've created in the template. That is 150 walls, 225 walls. So you can start by selecting these 225 walls. Then we can just still edit the property properties. So we can click on edit. If you want to duplicate the wall to create a new type of wall, you click on duplicate, but I don't think we need to do it here. That's why templates make things faster. We are going to click on edit. We are going to just check this. This is 225, that is 9 inches, which is fine. We are going to click on this. This is the material white wall paint, which I think is okay. Then I'm going to click apply and okay. So now we are going to go back to this properties panel. So in this properties panel, you have the opportunity to set the base constraint of your wall as well as the top constraint of your wall. So currently by default, you are going to see the top constraint is set at unconnected. So what we are going to do is to click on this unconnected, then set it to the next floor, which is the first floor. Okay. So now we have set this. Now we are now going to start drafting the main skeletal work of our spaces. So we are going to start from this wall here. So instead of in where drawing walls in Revit, you can click on this location line, which is wall center line. So as you can see, while this is wall center line, if I click on any reference plane or any reference line, the wall is going, I'm going to draw the wall from the center of the wall, as you can see I'm doing here. But if I click on escape and I click on this and change it to finish face exterior, if I click on this point, you're going to see I'm going to be drawing it from the exterior, which I think is better to use. So we are going to stay within the constraint of this wall. So I'm going to draw a wall to this point here. Draw a wall here. Then I'm also going to click on this. I think, okay, click on this here. So instead of doing this, I can change this to from finish face exterior to finish face interior. Click on this, then draw this wall to this point here and join it here. So what we now have is, if we go to this annotate now, just to confirm things, and we click on this align is for dimensions. So we're just going to click on this, make sure this is set at wall faces. Then we're just going to click on this face here, click on this face. Then it's going to give us that 5 meter we planned. So now we are now going to start creating for our lobbies now. So what we are going to be doing now is we are going to go to architecture. We are going to click on wall. So these walls in these lobbies is not going to go up to the first floor like the walls we previously drew. It's going to go to the DPC. So we're just going to go to this properties panel. We're going to click on this and change it to DPC. Or rather, before we do so, we are going to start putting some things in mind. So in the case of this corridor, we are going to span this corridor, and because we are going many floors, I think it's best that we place columns in these corridors, or the walls holding the beams that is going to be in these corridors. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to click on these walls now, and we're still going to set it back to, okay, before we click on the walls, let's now do some annotation work. So we're going to click on annotate, go to detail line. So what we're going to do is we're going to start placing some columns at repeated intervals. So I'm just going to draw a line here up to 225 and click enter. Then I'm going to click on this point and draw another line up to 600 millimeter. Then set it. So at this 600 millimeter, I'm going to be copying these 3 lines at intervals of 6 meter. So I'm just going to click on this, select this and select this. Once I've selected these 3, I'm going to go over to this icon here, click on copy. Then I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to be copying it by 600. You know, this one, the distance is 600. So if I want to copy it at intervals, I'm just going to copy it at 6,600. So I'm going to constitute that one we place. So this is 6,600. So I can click on escape. Now this one is already set, and the distance, I've copied it at 6 meter distance from this point to this point. I can click on copy. Instead of selecting this point, I'm just going to select this point, click on it, then place it here. Then make sure this multiple is checked on. Once this multiple is checked on, we can copy multiple copies. Continue just clicking the same reference point, and it will duplicate very well. So for this particular one, since it's already close to the edge, we can just select 3 of them, and we can click on move, and we can move this here. So now we have done this. This is nice. We are going to go to architecture again. We are going to click on walls. So this time we are going to be setting these walls up to, we may even set it up to the roof level, or up to the, okay, let me just set it up to the roof level, since these columns are going to run from ground up. So we're just going to go over here, click on this and draw a single wall here. Then we're going to click escape. Then once we have done this, we can click on this wall, select it, click on copy. Then we're going to copy this here, copy this here, copy this here, copy this here, copy here, copy here, and copy here. So this is like our columns outline. So now we have modeled this small thing. We can always go and check our 3Ds to see how it's looking. And to do that, we are just going to go over to this icon called default 3D here. You can see this house icon here. We are just going to double click on it. We'll left click and double click, left double click, whatever. Then we can now go over. You can see this 3D gizmo here. What you can do, you can see as I'm hovering around it, each face is highlighting. So once I left click and hold, I can now just scroll my keyboard, my mouse, and I can rotate it. I can zoom in, zoom out, click, left click and hold, zoom in again. Click on the scroll button on my keyboard to move it, whether I want to move it horizontally, vertically or horizontally. So I'm just holding the scroll key on my keyboard to do that. So by combining all of this will now give me control to be moving. So you can see those walls we ran from ground, those column walls at intervals that we ran from ground. You can see how it's looking now. So we're just going to go back to this natural ground level and we're going to continue drafting. So now we're going to go to wall again. Okay, so this time we're just going to set this top constraint to DPC. Then we're just going to go to this top offset and put just 25 millimeters. So we're just going to be drawing this wall here to close in these gaps from here to here. Click escape, continue drawing. Okay, so after doing this now, we can now, because I'm planning on putting screen walls here, so we're just going to leave here empty for now. So what we're going to be doing is, since this is going to contain a ramp, it means this place is going to be enclosed. Okay, so the only thing we can have here is maybe windows or openings, but that one we can create it manually. But for this ramp space, we are going to just draw a wall from natural ground level to roof level to enclose it completely. So I'm just going to click on this top constraint and I'm going to change it to roof level. Then I'm just going to click on this wall point here. Remember, I set it as finished face interior. So I'm going to be making sure it's within this distance we set. So now, after doing this, what we can now do is now to go to annotate. Can click on align and we can check this distance, which I think is 8.225 millimeter. So 8.25 meter, which is very wonderful. So now we have done this, we're now going to do something similar to this administration. So for this administration, I'm going to want the lobby or the corridor of the administration to face, instead of it facing outward, I want it to face inward. So what I can do to achieve this is very simple. I can hover around one of these walls here. Since I drew 4 walls forming a box, once I hover around one and click on tab, hover around it, click on tab, and I click left click to select it. I can do the same here, but the only thing now is I'll need to first select everything here and delete all the lines. I'm just going to left click, hold, select everything here, because sometimes these lines can serve as obstruction. Hold Control again, left click and highlight it, go to filter. Make sure I uncheck these walls here. Then I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm just going to click delete to delete all the lines. So after doing this, I'm going to repeat what I tried doing earlier. I'm going to hover around one of these walls. I'm going to click on tab. I'm just going to select it. Then I'm just going to hold Control and select all the walls here. After selecting all the walls, I'm now going to go hover around this icon here. This is called mirror draw axis. So what mirror basically does is that even from the video here, you select what you want to select, you now mirror it by drawing an axis, then it's going to flip it to the other wing. So for instance, now we have selected this part. Now we can just click on this mirror here. We can hover around the center point of this. Since the distance between here and the distance between here are equal, if I mirror this thing from the center of this point, it's going to lap exactly with this one. So I can just go over here, click on mirror, and mirror this now. So by mirroring it, you're now going to see that everything that was on this side will appear here. Remember, another thing to note is if you are mirroring, let me click on modify again. If you are mirroring, for it to actually copy, let me just select something. If you click on this line and you click on mirror, you will make sure you check this copy tool if you want the thing to duplicate a mirror, because if you don't select it, it will just carry this thing, displace it, carry it and flip to this side without copying it. So it's good to keep that in mind. So now we are going to click on escape now. So we are going to start planning this department one after the other. So we are going to start from one side, then we are going to go to the other side. So of course, we know that this is going to be a reception. And I told you earlier that we are going to have a screen wall here. Okay, so what we are now going to do is, let's just start by drawing the walls for the reception. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. So once I click on these walls now, I'm going to make sure it's set to roof level. I'm going to remove this top offset. I don't need it for these particular walls. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here. Then I'm going to click escape. Remember, I said I want screen walls to be here. So I'm just going to click on this wall. Since this is the wall here, I'm going to make sure it aligns with this particular wall. So all of them is going to be. And remember that I said I'm going to add something called an expansion joint here. So I'm going to show you how exactly it's done. So I'm just going to click on this drop down, select this wall, change this from finish fence to wall center line. Then I'm just going to select the center of this wall here, continue it and join it here. So now I'm going to click on this one. I'm going to drag it and join it to this point. So what I can do is to just click on this wall here. Then I can click on copy here. I can copy this from here up to this point here. Okay, so now this is done. We have where our ramp will be. We have where the screen walls will be. Okay, so now let's start planning this administration. So unlike this emergency, for this administration, we can delete this line here. We can delete this line here because this line was just to give an idea of what the emergency will be. Then we can click on this wall and drag it up to lock here up. Okay, so I don't feel for now, I don't feel there should be a what is called again, an access out of here. I think there's going to be a ramp access to this space here because this is an emergency. There's also going to even be a drop off here where the emergency trucks, the emergency vehicle can come and drop off emergency patient. So let's just start from this administration. So administration department will basically contain where the residing officers of this facility are going to be. It's also going to include places like a conference room, a meeting room, a record. So let's just start from the record, since the record is going to be in proximity to the reception. So of course, you know, we have the reception here. So with the reception here, the receptionist will most likely be at this side and the waiting area will be at this other side here, since the administration is here. Then we can just click on this wall. Instead of drawing new walls, we can simply click on copy. Then once we click on copy, we can select this edge of this wall and copy it by, let's say, any distance we want. So it doesn't mean that that is the distance we're going to settle for. So we're just going to click on it and we're going to set the distance we want to put it at. So this records room, I'm just going to be putting it at 4.2. So if I click on this end-to-end, the end-to-end dimension is 4.2 meters. So after doing this now, we can click on this now. We can continue copying it. You can click on this and copy this. If you copy this to about 6 meters, let's just break it down like that. Click on this. Okay, make sure this is 6 meters. Or what we can simply do is to create all the spaces in modulus of 6 meters. So I'm going to put 6 meters in between this wall. Or I can drag this here. What I can now do is to try and do something interesting. So you know, one important aspect of this kind of building is structural stability. So what I can do is I'm going to click it, go to annotate, go to detail line. So I'm going to try and get the center point of this wall here. So the column or the structural elements from this wall is going to match that of the walls here. So I'm just going to make sure it's like that. Draw a wall here, a line here. Then I'm going to click on these two walls. Then I'm going to go over to this location line, click on this and change it to wall center line. Then once I've changed it to wall center line, I'm just going to click on the walls and drag it to centralize with this line. I'm also going to do the same for this. So after doing this now, I can just click on this wall here. I can click on copy. Then I'm just going to click on this point here and copy it to this next column, to this next column here, to this next column, to this next column. So this, even though this structural consideration is important, it doesn't mean it's going to constrain us. But for spaces like this that we don't really have too much need to make peculiar sizes of spaces, I think we should just follow it.
So I'm just going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to copy it one extra. I'm going to copy it somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to go over to this distance between this face and this face, and I'm going to change it to 2.5 meter, because this is where the emergency staircase is going to be. So after doing this now, I think for this space now, so I think this can serve as a record. So this can now also serve as, let's say, presiding officers. Although I'll be honest, this is a lot of space. So let's say we can, so we are going to have the director's office somewhere here. So this director's office is going to constitute both the secretary and the director. So we also have the assistant director, the director, assistant director. So for the case of this director's office, what we can do now is now to click on this wall and delete it. So by deleting this wall, we have all this whole space to the director's office. So we can click on this wall here, copy it to around this point. So after doing this now, we already have an idea of what these spaces will be. So now we can now have the record here, and we can have maybe let's just create a normal 2 regular offices here, then an open office here where it's going to be the records and accounts. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this wall, we're going to click on copy, and we're just going to copy this wall int by, let's say, 1.1. Then we're going to click on this wall and drag it to this point here. Click on this wall and drag this to this point here. Click on this wall, drag this to this point here. Okay, then we're going to click on modify. We're going to click on split, and we're going to split here and drag this. Okay, so now is something similar that we're going to be having on this wing, even though for this wing we are going to take our time to design some outpatient department. So we're going to be designing everything that is going to be needed for this outpatient. Okay, so what we're now going to do now is we're now going to go over to the DPC. All right, so on the flip side, what I was just thinking, instead of creating the secretary's office for these two, let's say the director and the assistant director, I'm just going to drag this wall back here. So I'm just going to select these walls here and change it back to, go back to this location line, click on it and change it back to wall center line. Then I'm going to drag this and join this here. Then I can now delete this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make the secretary, then the office, the secretary, then the office. Then this is going to be more like maybe an open office or another official office. Okay, so now this is done here. What I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select this wall, then okay, I don't need to select this wall, so I'm just going to select this wall, click on mirror, select this point here and mirror it to this side. So you remember I said I'm going to work on each of this wing, then I'm going to go to another wing, then I'm not going to be taking it one part after the other, just like that. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to open a file where I'm going to copy some components like office chair and office table. So I'm going to click on file, and I'm now going to be opening this high-rise full course I did before. I'm sure you might have seen the video, or maybe you have not seen the video, but it's a tutorial video where I did the whole process of designing and modeling a high-rise building. So I'm just going to copy some office components from it. So I'm just going to go to the DPC. Then from the DPC, I'm just going to select, okay, I think this is the DPC. Or is this, oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is the DPC. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to select this chair here. I'm going to select this table here. I'm going to click. I'm also going to go over to this toilet or WC. I'm going to copy this disabled toilets component set. I'm going to copy this. I'm also going to copy this and this wall too, and also copy this wall, because some of these plumbing fixtures, if you copy it without copying the host element, it might not copy. So I'm just going to go over to this tab here. You are going to see this copy to clipboard. Then I'm just going to select it and copy it to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to the DPC of this our hospital, and I'm going to hit Ctrl V to paste it. It's going to say duplicate types. It's fine. I'm going to click on OK. I'm just going to paste this somewhere here. So now I've pasted this somewhere here. I'm also going to delete everything here. So me deleting everything doesn't mean that the stuff is gone. I'm still successful in what I wanted to do, because what I wanted to do was bring it into the inventory of this file. So once I've copied it from another file to this file, if you go to architecture, if you go to component, if you click on this drop down, you're going to see if I type WC, you are going to see the disabled toilet I copied and the normal WC here. So you understand. So I'm also going to go back to this DPC and I'm going to be copying some doors. So I'm just going to select this wall here, because I told you copying things like doors that are fixed to a host element, you need to copy the host element along with it. I'm going to hold Control, copy this wall too. I'm also going to look for where I have a double swing door. I'm going to hold Control, copy this double swing door here. And I'm also going to go here and copy this curtain wall. So I'm also going to copy this curtain wall embedded door. I'm also going to hold Control, copy this curtain wall with the curtain wall embedded door. So I think that is good. So I'm just going to go to copy to clipboard. I'm now going to go back to DPC now, and I'm going to hit Control V. Okay, so now I've done this, I can now select this, delete this, select this, delete this. So now we have the doors, we have the stuff we need. So I'm just going to click on door. Under this door, I'm going to click on this drop down. So you're going to see the doors I copied. You're going to see this D2 and this D7. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this D7. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and name it D1. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to name this I'm going to edit the size of this door. Currently, the width of this door is 1050. So I'm going to change this duplicated one to 900. So it will be in the normal door. So I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to place this door somewhere here, because I want the receptionist table cubicle to be around this point here. Okay, so after placing this door here, we are going to go to architecture again. We are going to click on door again. So this time we're going to be placing this double swing door. So this D3 now, I'm going to click on it. I'm still going to click on edit type, and I'm going to duplicate it because I think the width of this door is a bit too much. Okay, the width is okay, 1.5. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to place this double swing door here. So this is going to be the doors to the records and accounts. So for this now, there's also going to be a door here. Okay, so let me think of this thing first. So I need a conference room, and this conference room has to be close to the director's office, directly accessible from the director's office, as well as okay, so how I'm going to do this now? Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to put another office here. Let's say this is going to be an open office. Then for this, we're now going to make this the assistant director's office somewhere here. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on escape. I'm going to click on walls. So I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to 150 walls. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be drafting out some conveniences for this major office. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure that this top constraint is set at first floor. So I'm just going to draw a wall here. I'm also going to draw another wall here, forming conveniences. I'm going to go over here too and draw a wall here. Okay, so now these three conveniences are here. I'm just going to draw another wall. So instead of doing all this thing again, I can delete these two here. So once I get one right, I'm just going to duplicate it. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to edit the width of this toilet to be 1.5 meters. Then I'm going to click on this and change the depth of this toilet to the depth of this duct to be 600 millimeters or 450. I don't think 600 is needed. Then I'm going to click on this and make this 2.1. Okay, so now we have a very spacious convenience for these main officials. So I'm just going to select this convenience here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy from this point, paste it here, and I'm going to paste this here too. So now I've done this now, I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on doors. I'm going to click on this drop down and select this D2. So this D2 is usually, if I click on edit type, you're going to see the sizes. The width is 750 millimeter. Look at it, width 750. So it's basically for convenience doors. So I'm going to click OK. So the fact that we are considering disabled, we are making disabled consideration, is always appropriate to put a disabled door. A door that is big enough to accommodate a disabled person in this convenience, even though they are the convenience of the officials in the hospital. So I'm just going to click on this D7. This is a 1.05 meter door. So I'm just going to click. Okay, so after I've placed this now, I'm now going to go to component. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to search WC. Then I'm going to be placing this disabled toilet arrangement. So I'm just going to place this here. Then I can click on this and I can click on move. Then I can just adjust it here. So now this is done. What I can do now is to click on this. I can go click on edit family to edit some parameters. Then I can just click on this reference level. Then so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this plumbing fixture line, and I'm going to see whether if I delete it is going to cause much issue. Okay, so I can delete this one on top, then load into project, loading, make sure I check this hospital tutorials that I'm working on, then click OK. I'm going to click no. I'm not going to click override version with existing parameters. So now you can see that the convenience is setting in well. Okay, so there's no more line here that is going to be causing some visual issues. So we're going to select this convenience, select this door, and we're just going to click on copy. We're going to uncheck this constraint, copy from this point, pick this same point here, uncheck this constraint again, and paste it here. Okay, so what we can do now is also for this records room, we can also give them a convenience. So we can select these two, we can click on copy and click on copy like this and paste this here. So for each of these major offices, there is one convenience for them. Although that I'm still thinking of the possibility, instead of just putting conveniences for each of these subsidiary officers, what I can do now is to put, okay, another thing I forgot to do is that this convenience might be a bit different from this one, because this is where the administrator's office will be. So the administrator cannot be coming from his office to his secretary's office to use his toilet. So I'm going to click on this, going to click on mirror, uncheck copy, then I'm going to select the center of this point, click on it and draw a line mirroring it to this side. So I'm also going to do the same for this. Click on mirror, uncheck copy, select this center point, mirror it to this side. So the stuff is going to be accessed from this side. So what I'm now going to do is, instead of having a convenience for each of these regular officers, I can delete this convenience here, delete this convenience. Then what I can do, out of this space here beside this emergency staircase, I can click on this, click on copy and copy this wall here to create provisions for another convenience here. Let me just copy 3 meter. So I'm now going to click on split, this split icon here. I'm going to split this element. Then I'm going to click on this trim and extend, trim here, trim this here. So after doing this now, I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls now. Then I'm just going to click on the make sure, okay, our parameter is set DPC to first floor. Then I'm going to draw a small wall here to form a trap lobby. Then I'm going to draw a wall here. Then I'm going to now draw another wall here in between. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this wall. This is currently 1312, so I'm going to make this 15. I'm going to click on this too and make this 15 as well. Let me delete this. I'm going to click on this, make this 15. So this is already chopping into our is already taking into our space for our conference room, but I think this should accommodate a conference room. This is 7 meters by 5, which I think is fine. So I'm going to click on this. This kind of public convenience, they don't need to have too much depth, so I can put 1650. Then I can click on this. I can even go over here and flush this wall to here. Click on this one and change it back to 2254. So what we now have is enough space for the where people can wash their hands and stuff. So now I'm just going to click on doors. Under these doors, I'm going to be using this same D7. That is for disabled consideration. So I'm going to place it here. I'm also going to go over here too. I'm going to click on this wall. Instead of 1650, I'm going to make it 1.8 meter. Then I'm going to go to architecture door, and I'm going to put this door here. Go over here too. Or is it really necessary to have disabled toilet in all of these spaces? I don't think it's necessary. So I'm going to click on this and make this 1.2. I'm only going to put disabled toilet in where patients are. I'm going to make sure all the patient toilets are disabled toilets. So I'm just going to put this, not really disabled toilet that provides for the disabled. So I'm going to put this normal D2. That is the normal size for toilet doors. Then I'm going to place this here. I'm also going to place this here as the female convenience for the staff. I'm going to place another door here. So I'm just going to go to component. I'm going to go to WC, search WC. Then I'm going to be placing this white WC here, placing this one here. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to search for sinks. Then I'm going to be placing this normal sink head here. I'm going to be placing 2. Then I'm going to select both of them, click on mirror, select the center of this one and mirror it. Okay, I'm going to click on mirror again. Make sure I check this copy, then mirror it to this side. So another thing, if you notice, the hinges on this toilet, they are not showing graphically well, and we are not seeing the hinges of this door. What is causing it is simply this detailed level. So we're going to click on it and change it from coarse to fine detailed level. Then you're going to see everything very well. Okay, so we have the offices. So let's just create access for these offices. So for this residing officers, I think, okay, I'm not going to start placing single door. So I'm just going to click on door. I'm going to change this to normal door D1. That is 900mm door. I'm going to place it somewhere here. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click on this and change this to D3. Since this is the admin officer, place this big double swing door here, then put a regular door to his office directly. Then I'm going to go over, click on close. I'm going to go over and change this to D3 again. Then I'm going to go and place a door here for this conference room. Okay, so we have all these spaces here. So what we are now going to do is we are now going to start furnishing the offices. So firstly, we are going to start from records. So I'm going to go to components. I'm going to look for a table. I'm going to search table. Okay, let me search desk. So I think it comes in as desk. So once I see desk, I'm going to be using this student desk. I'm going to click on it, edit, and I'm just going to duplicate it and call it main desk, 00 main desk. Then I'm just going to, let me click space between this 0. Then I'm just going to go over here and edit the depth to 600mm. The height is okay. The leg height is okay. The width 1.5 meter. Then I'm going to click. So now this desk is sizable. I'm just going to go over here, click on space. So I'm now going to be arranging these offices. So I'm going to place a desk here. I'm also going to place another desk here. Okay, so once I click on this, I can now select this and move this to this point here. Okay, I think this is okay. Then I'm just going to click on copy this desk here. Then I'm going to copy it to like 2.4 now, or 2.3. Then copy the desk here again. So now I've done this, I can do something similar here. Click on this, copy this here, copy this here. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. Click on this, click on copy it to 1.5 meter. 1.5 meter. So I'm just going to click on components again. I'm now going to look for chair, CHAR. Then I'm going to be putting this office chair here, 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 and here. So we have nice office chairs. So what we can now do now is we're just going to do something similar and copy this, because this is an open office. So I'm just going to click on this, copy this set of chairs here. Then I'm just going to select these chairs. I'm going to click on copy it to this space. Then I'm going to click on this rotate, click on this point here, then rotate it by 90, impute 90 degrees. So it's going to rotate by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to adjust it to somewhere here. Then I can even select this too. I can click on copy this to around here. Then I'm just going to click on rotate, and I'm going to click one point and rotate it by 180 degrees. Then move it, drag it, and move it somewhere here. So I'm just trying to maximize the space in this office. Then I can select this 4, click on it, and move it to around here. Okay, so we have 2 open office, one mainly for records and accounts. Then we're just going to be copying for this single office. So for this single office, we're going to be giving them a more executive chair. So I'm just going to select, I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this set first and centralize it somewhere here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit type and click on duplicate. Then I'm going to name this 00 executive desk. Then I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to increase the width of the decks to 1.8 meter. And click OK. So we have a bigger deck here. So also in this office space for these big officials, we're also going to put a waiting area, a sofa. So I'm just going to be opening our template file this time around. I'm going to go to File. I'm going to open our template file. So I'm going to be seeing whether I can copy some TVs and some furnitures, basically. So now we're in our template file. I'm going to go to this ground floor presentation. I'm just going to select this table. I'm going to select this here. And I'm going to select this chair. I'm going to select this TV console, select this as well. I'm also going to select this wall here and select this sliding door too, just in case. I'm going to select the shower because I know I'm going to need it later. I'm still going to open another project and look for a shower tray. Then I think for now I can select these these Lugar couches. I can select this kitchen cabinet, select this kitchen sink and this kitchen gas cooker for the kitchen fixtures. So I'm just basically copying things ahead of time. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to the DPC. You see how I just switched to tabs on this Revit interface. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl V and click OK. Then I'm just going to paste this here. So after pasting this here, as usual, I'm going to left click, select everything and delete. Then I'm just going to go to components. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to look for rug. Then I'm going to click on this rug and I'm going to place a rug here. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down. I'm going to look for chair. I'm going to look for this Viper armchair and I'm going to be just hovering around the corner, the edge of this rug, clicking on space. So it's going to rotate it till I get a diagonal placement. So I'm just going to place this here. Or instead, okay, I think this is good. Let me hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to place it instead. I'm going to place it facing the door. Somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to copy this coffee table and I'm going to place this coffee table here. Then I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to select this. I don't need to select this entertainment console. So I'm just going to search for this plasma TV I copied as well. So I'm going to place this plasma screen somewhere around here. Then I can click on this chair here. I can click on mirror. Make sure this copy is turned on and mirror it to this wing. Then I can just shift it to this edge. Click on mirror again, select the center here and draw the line down here. So I'll mirror it. So this is an executive office. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and just click on copy, and I'm going to be copying this to this executive officers, to the bosses, to the director's office. Then let me just centralize it. Then I can select this here. I can place this somewhere here. Then instead of using this single armchair, I can delete this. I can go to component, click on this drop down, and I can select, let's search LU. So I'm just going to put these Lugar chairs and I'm going to click on space and place one here. Then I'm just going to drag this to this point here. I'm going to go to components again, click on escape. I'm going to go to components and I'm going to be placing this entertainment center here. Okay, you can imagine how comfortable this office will be. Then what I can now do is I can now go to select this here as well. Then I can click on copy and just copy this set of chair here as the secretary's office. Then in this secretary's office, I'm now going to put a chair for waiting. So I can push this door here. Okay, the door can still remain. I can push this door here. After pushing the door here, I can now go to components. I can now place some chairs here. Click on this, change it to these 3 Lugar chairs and place this here. So we have enough chair for waiting. I can even place another one here. And I can click on this component again. I can search for a shelf. Okay, I don't have a shelf here. So now I'm still going to copy a shelf. So now we have placed the furnitures of these spaces. We are going to go to the internet and we are going to download some kind of furniture. So we are going to be needing a conference table, which is very important because we need a conference for this. We're also going to download components like hospital beds and other hospital components. So we are going to be going to Beam Object. So this is a website and I highly recommend it for downloading Revit components. Alright, so now we're going to go to Beam Object to download some components. So we're going to be downloading a hospital bed and we're also going to be downloading a conference table. So we're just going to open our browser. You can use Edge, you can use any browser you want. I'm just going to type on my search key Beam Object. Then I'm going to click enter. Then I'm just going to go to this website called Beam Objects and I'm going to click on it. Then the website is going to open. So you will need to sign up for Beam Objects. Use your email and sign up. So after doing all the verification, you can now search for any model you want. So I'm just going to type conference. Then I'm going to click enter. So once I see conference table, I can see some options already. I'm just going to get this one. This one is looking nice. I'm going to click on download. I'm going to deselect all. Then I'm just going to look for the Revit family. So I'm just going to select this Revit and I'm going to click download selection. Then it's going to download. So now this is downloaded. We are now going to also search for hospital bed. Then I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to look for a hospital bed. I'll probably like the one that comes with a cubicle and shade, but since if I don't see that one, I can just start with this regular hospital bed. So I'm just going to click on download and I'm just going to download this Revit file. So now these two Revit files have been downloaded. I'm just going to click on this folder icon here to open the folder where I downloaded them. Then after doing this, I'm just going to open the Revit file. Then I'm going to go open the file explorer. Then I'm going to select both of them and just drag them into this project. So now this is done. I'm going to click on components. I'm now going to see this table here. Okay, this is not looking like what we downloaded. I don't think I was looking for a conference table. So I'm going to go back to the browser and I'm going to go back to Beam Object and I'm going to just go back here. So I'm going to be looking for another conference room table and seeing whether I'll go to the page 2 and see whether I'll see a very nice one. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to click and download this modern conference. Then we're going to deselect all, then select only the Revit family, then download selection, and it's going to download. So once the thing is downloaded, we're just going to drag it into our Revit project. Alright, so I'm just going to, now it's downloaded, I'm going to click on this show folder. I'm going to minimize this browser. Then I'm just going to drag in this conference table here and see how it comes out. So this one is looking angular, so apparently I'll have to go and download another one that is not angular. So I'm just going to click on this one here. Since this one I downloaded came with, okay, I'm just going to select this table. Then I'm going to uncheck all this Revit catalog and make sure it's only the Revit file I download. Then after downloading this, I'm just going to click on it and drag it from the folder and open it. So I'm just going to drag it into Revit here. So once I drag this here, I'm just going to arrange it. Then I'm just going to manually click on these chairs here and just copy it. Click on copy and copy this here. Then what I can do now is to select this. I can just click on array here. Then click on this and put it at the interval of 700 and put it to 5. Okay. Then I'm just going to select 4 of this. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this here. So we have a conference room here. So we have all these spaces here. So now we are going to be naming these spaces. So normally to name in Revit, you are going to use what they call the room tag. So if you want to annotate, normally you can click on annotate, click on text. Then you can just click on edit type and select the smaller text and just write conference room. But this is not the best. Okay, so you can always do more than this. So this thing, what this does is just an annotation. So the best way to annotate spaces in Revit is using room tags. And to do that, we are going to go to architecture. we are going to click on rooms. Then once you click on rooms, the same way you set your wall parameter from the base constraint to the top constraint, you're also going to set this room tax from the normal level to the upper limit. So we're going to click on this upper limit and set it to the next level, which is first floor. Then we're going to change this limit offset to 0. So after we have done this, we're going to click on this drop down and make sure we select room tag with area. Okay, so now I've changed this to room tag with area. I'm just going to click on it again, and then I'm just going to place it here. So before we continue placing this thing, we're going to edit this room tag because it's looking bogus and it's just out of place now. So we're going to click on this. We're going to click on edit family. Then what we're going to do, we're going to go under this view here. Under this view, we're going to go to this visibility graphics. We're going to click on this annotation categories, and we're going to click show annotation categories and click OK. Then after showing all these annotation categories, I'm just going to click on hover around this box here, click on tab, select it, left click and select it, then delete it. Then I'm going to click on this text, delete this, click on this volume, delete this, then drag this area here and drag this room name back here. So now this room name, I'm going to click on edit type. I'm just going to click on duplicate. I'm going to go with whatever name it gives me, it doesn't matter, click OK. Then I'm just going to change the parameters of this name. I'm going to change this background from transparent to opaque. I'm going to change the text font to Bebas Neue. I'm going to change the text size to 2. Then I'm just going to click OK. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this label tag. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to change the font to Bebas Neue as well. I'm going to change the text size to 1.4. Then I'm going to change the text color to red. Click on this. Let me do it again. Click on this black here. Click on this red. Click OK. Click on apply and click OK. So after doing this, I'm also going to click on this, click on edit type, change this from transparent to opaque. Then I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to click on load into project, and it's going to ask, do you want to save changes to room this? I'm going to say no. Then I'm just going to make sure I select this override existing version and its parameters and values. Then we're going to have a beautiful room tag. So you can see how it's placed very well over this room space. It's also showing the area. So if you want to rename this thing and give it the name we want, we're just going to hover around where the room name is, this default room name, double click, and we're just going to change it to conference room. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm just going to continue doing it again. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to rooms. Once I go to rooms, I'm going to make sure this selected room tag with area. Then I'm going to make sure the constraints are set from DPC to first floor. I'm going to place one here. I'm going to place another one here. Place 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 one here, place one here, and place one here. Then I'm just going to manually name all these spaces. This is the emergency stairway. After the emergency stairway, we are now going to have the male convenience. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl A to select all this text. I'm going to now hit Ctrl C. Then once I've copied it, I'm going to double click on this one, hit Ctrl V. Then I'm just going to add FE to form female convenience. Okay, then I'm just going to go to this next space. I'm going to call this director's office. Okay, so I'm just going to, this my keyboard is having issues. So let me just correct it. Then I'm just going to click on it. Okay, so I'm going to continue naming this. I'm going to name this, go to this space. I'm going to call this WC. Then I'm going to go to this space here. I'm going to call this secretary's office. Then I'm going to go to this space, WC again. Then I'm going to call this assistant director. Okay, then I'm going to call this open office. Then I'm going to call this records and accounts. Okay, so now we have basically designed the administration. We're now going to go into the OPD, that is the outpatient department. So we're going to go back to this NGO. So what we're going to do is we're somewhat going to mirror some of these things to this side. So we're just going to go over here. We're going to select left click, hold, and select all these columns here. Even though it's not exactly like that on this other wing, but let's just select it first. After selecting all of this, we're going to click on mirror. Then we're going to hover around the center line of this wall here and mirror it to this side. So after we have done this now, we can now click on these lines here, delete this one and this line, delete this here, delete this as well. Then we're going to click on this column here. We're going to, or this wall here, we're going to click on copy, and we're going to click on this point here, copy it to this point, copy it to this point, and see whether it reaches the end. So if it does, we're going to click on this, we're going to click on move, and we're just going to move this here. So I'm going to click on this dwarf wall here in between these column walls, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this to this point here and copy this to this point. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to extend this here. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we're going to do something similar to what we did here, but here is the outpatient department. So what we'll be basically providing for is we are going to provide a nurses station here. We're also going to provide a waiting area. So the waiting area will the nurses is where people will wait. Then while they are waiting, the nurses station will now be in between them, between the consultant office. Then there will now also be another department that will now be the dispensary. So once they finish committing the doctors, they can go to the dispensary and collect medications. All right, so what we're now going to do is we're just going to select these two walls only. Then we're also going to click on it and we're just going to mirror it to this other side. So after mirroring this now, another thing that we said is very important, we are going to click on this wall. We're also going to click on this wall. We're going to click on this wall as well. Click on this wall. Then we're going to click on copy. Then we're going to copy it inside here by 250. So we're going to create the expansion joint. Then after doing this, we're just going to extend this here. We're going to click on this, extend this here, click on this wall here, extend this here, click on this wall here, extend this here, click on this wall as well, extend this here. So we have our expansion joint here. Okay, so now after doing this, we're just going to delete like this door here. We don't need the door to be here. So we're going to select this wall here, select this second wall, or rather hold control, select these two walls, hold control, left click and hold control to select both of them. Then we're just going to click on mirror and we're just going to select the center point here and draw and mirror this to this side. So now we have this, we are just going to save this project. So we're going to start designing the OPD, which is the outpatient department. So remember, in this center point, we are going to need a reception here, and this reception will have its own cubicle here. We're also going to need a general waiting area for the general public. So we're going to click on these doors here. We're going to be deleting them. So after doing this now, we're going to click on this wall, extend this here. So we're now going to go back to DPC again. So we're going to be drafting some things. So we're just going to go to components. We're going to go to components, click on this drop down on components, then click on this model in place. Then we're just going to select casework. So I'm going to be introducing you and click OK. I'm going to be introducing you into the model in place interface. So model in place is basically tools to model things that are not really generic like that in the construction industry. For example, you have the wall tools, roof tools, you have the slab tools. So model in place is like when you don't want to use those tools, or you feel you can use this model in place tools to model a more complex model without the use of the generic tools Revit offers you. So it basically has 5 tools, and it has the void form of all the 5 tools. So it has extrusion, blend, revolve, sweep, and sweat blend. So let's start with extrusion, and we're just going to click extrude. So extrusion basically means to draw a shape and extrude it. So you will see parameters like the start start point and the end point. Then we're going to determine the end point by making it 900 millimeters. So it's going to be from 0 to 900. So automatically, if you're on DPC, the extrusion automatically starts from the DPC floor. So you can see set work plane, set a work plane, then you can see the level DPC. Then we're just going to change this material. You know that we copied kitchen cabinet from the template project. So we're just going to search for cabinet. Okay, so after searching for cabinet, I'm just going to select this kitchen cabinet, click OK. So this is not a kitchen cabinet, but this is just a material I used. So I'm just going to extend this reception cubicle to 3.3 meter up to this point. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter. Okay, I'm going to change this value to 600 millimeter. Click OK, Ctrl Z, click on offset here, offset this line. Then I'm just going to join it up here. So after joining this up, I'm just going to click on this trim tool, and I'm going to trim this here and trim this here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So now I'm just going to click on finish model. Then what I can do now is to click on this wall here, click on split these two walls here, click on this one and drag it to this point. Make sure I flush it with this point, then extend this to around here, 3.7. Then I can click on this door here, click on move this door from this point here to around here. So it's just going to match very well. So after doing this, now we can go to architecture, we can go to components, then we can click on this drop down, and we can select we can search for chairs. Then okay, let me just click on backspace chair. Then I'm just going to select this office chair, click on space to rotate it, place one, place another one with our visual progress, and place the third one. So there are 3 people sitting. So after this, now we will need to copy some waiting chairs. So these waiting chairs, I think I've used them before in my high-rise project. So I'm just going to click on file, and I'm going to open the high-rise project. Okay, so I'm just going to click on it and open it. Okay, so now we have opened the file. Let's go back to DPC, and I think they should be here. Okay, so if I don't see those components here, what I can do is to open one of my previously opened projects. I think this is a Senate building I did for a school project. So I'm going to open it and copy some components from there. Okay, so after doing this, now the project is open. I'm just going to select this chair here. After selecting the chair, I'm just going to check if there's any other component I'll need to select and copy from here. But so far, I don't think there's any. So after I just select it, I can even select this office chair too, and select this component here. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to DPC of this hospital project. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl V to paste it here. So once I paste it, it's going to appear somewhere around here. So now this is done. I'm just going to go back to 3D view, and I'm going to see where this chair placed. So apparently the chair placed here. So what I can now do is to click on this and just, okay, I don't need to delete it. So I'm going to go back to this DPC now. Then I'm going to go click on this review hidden elements. So I'm still wondering why it's not visible on the floor plan. So I'm going to go back to 3D. I'm going to click on this row chair, and I'm going to delete it for now. I'm going to go back to this NGL here, click on this chair and delete it. Okay, I mistakenly opened it. So let me click on load into project and load into the project. So now I can delete this now. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on components. Since I've already copied it, it's already in the inventory of this system. So I'm just going to type on row chairs, ROW. So I'm going to click on it. I'm going to go back to DPC. Click on components, then click on place on work plane, then it's going to be placed on the floor plan. So I'm just going to place one here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to be copying it by 1.1 meter. So after we have gotten enough waiting chairs for the general, we're now going to go back to this NGO, and this time we're going to select this wall here, this wall back in this here, and we're going to click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror this wall to this other side. Okay, so now we have done this. Let's just click on this wall now and extend it to this endpoint. We can also click on this wall and extend it to this endpoint. So it's always good in planning that you always start from the simple and go complex as you progress. So we're going to click on wall again. This time we're going to set the wall from NGL to first floor. We're going to click on this wall and change it to 225 wall. Then we're going to draw a wall randomly from here. Pick it. We use the wall center line, which is okay. So what you can now do now is to click on escape, click on AL on our keyboard, which is the shortcut for align. Select this line here and select this wall here and click escape, so it's going to align. So we are going to start dividing this wall spaces. So the first thing I need in an outpatient is I'll now need a waiting in this outpatient department. So this waiting is actually separate from this general waiting. So it's like where people will come in, they are going to wait. There will be a nurses station here. Then there will now be the cubicles for the medical doctors that are going to have their own offices here. So what I need to do is to go to DPC now. So in this DPC, I'm going to be doing, so I need to delete some of this stuff that I copied. So I'm just going to select many of them. I think I copied them from the other project. Rotate this up here. Select this, delete. Select this tree, delete. Select this, delete, and this as well. Okay. So now I've deleted all of this now. I'm going to now go back to this DPC and continue what I wanted to do. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. So this cubicle wall, I want to make it smaller than 150. So I want to make it as small as 75. But before I do that, I'll need to create conveniences for these medical doctors for each of the consultant's office. So I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to change it to 150 millimeter. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here. Or what I can do now is to just select 1, 2, 3, these 3 walls here, and maybe 4 here. Then it's going to help and serve as a guide while placing this. So I'm just going to click on it and mirror it from this point here to this other wing. Okay, so now we have done this. We're now going to click on this and we're going to just use this as a reference here. Select both of these walls, push this toilet here. Then we're going to control the size of this toilet. We can select this wall here. We can also click on mirror, pick this center point and mirror it to this side. Then we can just click on this wall here, drag it here, drag this here as well. Then I can click on AL on my keyboard to align. Select this toilet at this other wing here, the soffit of it. I selected the soffit of it. Then also select the soffit of this one. So after doing this now, you're going to see is pretty much what you have here is similar to what you have on this side, which is fine. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to select these 3 walls here. Then we're just going to click on, okay, before we do that, let's click on this wall and make sure this dimension is okay. I'm going to make it 1.2 or 1.1 since it's a doctor's convenience. So it doesn't need to be big like that. So I'm going to also select, or let me just make it 1.2 standard. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select all of this here. Select these walls here. Then I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to select and mirror this here. Then I can click and drag this wall down to this point. So what I can now do now is to select this here, select this here. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm now going to copy this to this point here. Copy this to this point here. Copy this to this point here. So I think this may be enough for the consultant office I'm looking to get. So we have one here, and okay, this might be a bit too jam-packed, but let's just see. Drag this here. On join elements, just drag it to join first and drag it to join. So currently we are planning on working with this space here. So what I was just thinking now is before we need all this space, we need a waiting area somewhere here. So I can select about 3 of these row chairs, hold Control, select it, click on mirror and just mirror it from maybe around here inside this space. So what you can now do is to click on this row sitting, click on edit type, duplicate it, click on OK, click on OK, then edit the family of this one we duplicated. So after duplicating it, you can maybe delete 2 chairs from the row. Then click on load into project, click on OK, click on no, override graphics in view, and okay, I can hit Ctrl Z. It actually deleted both of them. So what I can now do again, let me go again, click on this one, click on edit family, click on file, click on save as, click on save as another family. Then maybe we'll name this one CC, just a random name. After naming it CC, we're just going to select these two, delete it, click on load into project, click on OK, click on no, then override graphics. So now we have loaded in a new row here. We are just going to place this here. Then we can click on this, click on this, click on this, and delete. Then we're going to move this one to somewhere here. We're now going to click on it and rotate it by 180 degrees. Then we're going to click on this and just drag it somewhere here. So I'm going to click on this chair, click on copy, copy this by 1.1 meter, another 1.1 meter. So I think we have 3 rows of waiting chairs. So now instead of using this for a convenience, it can also serve for a convenience, but this convenience is now going to be for the nurses station. So we are going to need a nurses station here, and this nurses station are the people that are going to answer and attend to these waiting people in the waiting area before they come and meet the doctor. So I'm going to click on this toilet wall here and delete this in particular. So after deleting this now, I can now go click on this cubicle here. Okay, I made a big mistake. If I go to DPC, I'm going to see that many of these things I copied are not on DPC level. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on edit work plane. Click on this edit work plane. Change this from NGL to DPC. Click OK. These two, okay, this is in DPC. So I'm going to click on this casework. I'm going to click on this normal copy tool. So I'm going to copy this out to somewhere here. Then after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit type, click on this, edit extrusion. I'm going to delete this whole profile. Then I'm going to draw a new profile for this nurses station. So I'm going to draw it from here up to 2.4 to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on offset 600, 600. Then I'm just going to draw a line and join it here. Then I'm going to click on this and trim this. Then I can just push this out to create an opening point here, or even push it out more to 1 meter. Then I'm just going to click finish. So we have our nurses station here. So now we're now going to start creating the corridors and the spaces we need. So instead of putting 2 WCs here, I think we're only going to need 1, because this consultancy room will have to make it in such a way that the doctor has enough space for examination and his own office consulting space. So we are going to just delete one of these toilets here, delete another one. So what we can now do now is to maybe we have 1, 2, 3. So we can make this 5. So I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to align, and I'm going to just check the distance between this and this. So this is 5 meter. 5 meter is pretty big for a consultant's office. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this first. Then I'm going to select this here, and I'm going to reduce it to 3.6. Click on this, change it back to 1.2. So we will be able to get more spaces. So I'm going to select these walls here. I'm going to click on this normal copy tool. Click on this point. Click on this point here. Click on this point. So you have 1, 2, 3. Click on this to get 4. And click on this to get 5. So after getting this, we can click on this wall here. Instead of using this 150 wall, I can change this one to this 2254. Then we can draw it and join it to this point. So what we can now do now is, for this, we are going to create an opening on this wall here. So we are going to create a small corridor from this corridor here. So we're just going to click on modify. We're going to click on split element. Then we're going to split this here. We're going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line. We're going to draw a line to this point. We're going to click on this wall, draw it here. Then I'm going to click on detail line, draw a line here to 3.3, draw it here. Click on this and drag this here. So after doing this, now we have an opening here, or we can even click on this line here and extend this to, let's say, 3 meter. Then we can click on this wall and drag it to this point. So after this, now we can click on this line, delete this. Then we can go over here. We can go to modify. We can click on split element. We can split this point. Click on escape, drag this, click on this, drag this to this point, click on this, drag this out here. So we can go to annotate, click on align, then click on these two sides to see the dimension here. Then we can even increase this, click on this and increase this to 3 meters, so it will be very broad. Okay, sorry, not 300, 3000. We can click on this line and delete it. So we can also go to annotate here, click on this, then click on this and make this 3000. Or if you want to make it fancier, we can put a sliding door, but I think it's better it should be open. So I can click on this and drag this back to this point here. Click on annotate, detail line, draw a line here to create a reference. Then click on this and drag this here. So I can now click on this delete. Okay, sorry. Delete. So what we can now do now is we are going to indicate that this space here is going to be an arc. So we are going to have a mini lobby here with this nurses station. Then okay, for this we can even close this door up here. So it's going to be from here. People with the entry point will be from here. So everybody entering will be guarded by the nurses station. Then we're maybe going to put a normal double swing door here that is openable. So what you can do here is to select this wall, drag this here, drag this here, drag this here, drag this here, and drag this here. So we have our small consultant offices. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on door. I'm going to change this door to D7, which is the biggest door here. Okay, this is actually very big. So I'm just going to place this here. Okay, how am I going to arrange this now? So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to extend this wall from 2.1 to, I'm going to extend it to 2.4. That is 2.4 from here to here. Click on enter. So by extending this like that, I think it's more balanced here. So I'll have more space in this convenience for the office space. So I can go to annotate, click on align, select this wall, This is 3 meters. I think this is fine. So I can click on escape, click on this cubicle, click on it, edit type, click on it, click edit extrusion, drag this to this point, click on this second part and make this, so this is 600. Okay, so after this is done, I can click on escape and I can click on finish. So now I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on door. I'm going to be selecting this normal D1. Then I'm just going to place a door here. So, okay, I think yes, a door should be here. Okay, I'm going to click on place and I'm going to place a door here. Then after I place this door here, I'm going to go to doors again. I'm going to click on this and change this to D2 and place another door here. Click on space, place another door here. Then after doing this now, I can click on this, place another door here as well. Then I'm just going to go to component. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to type in BED, that is bed. So I'm going to put one hospital bed here and place this here. So after placing this, this is like an examination bed. So I'm just going to, from this office, click on this table here. Click on this, then click on copy and copy this from here to this point. So this is going to be the consultant's table. I'm going to select this and click on move and just move it to somewhere here. So after doing this now, we're now going to go over here and we're going to click on this. We're going to adjust this chair closer here. We're going to click on this chair here, click on mirror, click on this point here and mirror it to this point. So it's going to have another seat here. Okay, so honestly, this space is quite tight. So what I can just do now is I'm just going to select. Okay, I think it might actually work. Okay, let's see. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to move this a bit by 150. Then I'm going to click on this door here and I'm just going to adjust it by 450 millimeter. I'll make this 600 from here. Okay, then I'm going to click on component. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be looking for the regular WC. Then I'm going to click on it and I'm going to put it here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to look for sink. After looking for sink, I'm going to click on this regular sink as well. Let me click on it. Then I'm just going to place this somewhere here. So this is the full consultant office. Then I'm going to select this, select all these components here, select this door, select this curving here, select this door too. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to make sure I uncheck this constraint. Click on this and copy this to this point here. Uncheck this constraint again, copy this here. Uncheck this constraint, copy this here. Uncheck this constraint and copy this here. Okay, so we have our consultant offices here. We have our nurses station here. So now we have created this outpatient department, at least part of it. We're now going to go to door here, and we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to be selecting this sliding door, and we're going to be okay, not the sliding door. We're going to select this normal detail double swing door, and we're going to place this here. Okay, so this is like an outlet. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this wall a screen wall. So I'm still going to get to that screen wall part, but a screen wall is basically a wall where you can have a wall that is perforated kind of, so air can flow through it very well. So it's a way of still ensuring that this place is properly ventilated while still segmenting this minor corridor from this major corridor. So I'm not going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to click on this thin line drop down icon and change this from thin line to overhead line. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this point, draw a line here. Click on this point, draw another line here to indicate an overhead. So now we have something. So we're going to start using the room tags again to name these rooms here. So if I click on architecture and I click on room now, and I'm trying to name this room, you are seeing there is an issue. It's not actually creating any room. It's just showing not enclosed. If you zoom in, not enclosed. So the reason why is that room tags work in a way, they work with walls. So your walls used to define spaces. So but unfortunately there are some spaces. For example, if I click on it again and I go inside this this consultant office that is covered with 4 walls, you are going to see it's going to create a room that is 11 meters square. So you see the difference. This one is not enclosed. So how are we going to enclose this? We are going to use the room separator lines. So we're going to go to escape. We're going to go to where the architecture again, where we clicked on this room tag itself. I'm going to click on room separator. So this room separator are basically lines. You're going to draw these lines, and these lines are going to segment these spaces. So we're going to draw a line from here, click on this point too, and draw a line up to this point. Then we're also going to draw another line from here, and another line from here, segmenting this other corridor from this one. So you are going to see the magic now. If I click on rooms now, you are going to see it's going to be able to create this room. So we can even still segment it more. We can go to architecture, room separator, and segment this from here. So this is the waiting area, this is the corridor, this is now the nurses station. So now the good thing about this is that I usually don't like working with these room separator lines visible. So I used to always click on it, right click, hide in view by category. But it doesn't mean I can't create them if I hide in view by category. For instance, I can still click on room separator line. If I click on this point and click on this point, I'm not going to see anything, and Revit is going to tell me. But the fact that I didn't see anything didn't mean it didn't create. Like what I did was I hid it in view by category. Let me do Ctrl Z again and show you how I did it, just to be sure. So I can just click on this, right click, hide in view by category, and it's going to hide all of them in this view. So what I can now do is I can go to architecture, I can go to room separator, I can draw a room separator from this point to this point. Even though it didn't show, it still means it created. If you click on this reveal hidden element icon, you are going to see it here. So we can even still draw another one here, and you are going to see if I uncheck click on this click on it to hide the element again. I'm just going to click on room, and you can see how it's segmented, and place this here. Make sure the parameters are set to DPC to first floor. Place this here, place this here, place this two. Okay, So now you can now see how this is looking. So if I click on escape now, what I'm going to say, I can double click and name this corridor. Then I can go over here and call this waiting area. Then I can go to this and call this nurse station. Then I can go here, WC. Here as well, I can even double click, then hold Ctrl C to copy this. Once I've selected these two text, Ctrl C, then double click here, Ctrl V. Not to stress myself, double click, Ctrl V. Double click, okay, I mistakenly double click the door, so I'm going to click on load into project, okay, click on no. Then I'm just going to double click here too, Ctrl V. Double click here, Ctrl V. Double click here, Ctrl V. So now we have named this. We're now going to call this Consultant Office 1. Consultant Office -1. So I didn't spell the office well, so I'll just click and spell it well. So I can hit Ctrl A on my keyboard to select this text, Ctrl C to copy it. Then so it will make things faster. So I can double click on this one, Ctrl V, go to the last testing and change the value from Consultant Office 1 to Consultant Office 2. You can see. Do the same thing for this. Consultant, go to the last one. Consultant Office 3. Double click on this, Ctrl V, zoom out, Consultant Office 4. Go to this, Ctrl V, zoom out, Consultant Office 5. Okay, so we have this here. We're now going to just copy this this plumbing fixtures here. Hold Ctrl, select both of them, click on copy, click on this point, and click on this point now. So I'm going to click on escape. So now you can see we have created this consultant office. So now we're now going to create the dispensary. So dispensary is basically where people, after meeting the consultant, they will still go out to get their medications. Okay, so the dispensary basically has of course, in this corridor, people can wait in the corridor. It can have a waiting area. We can create a proper waiting area instead of people waiting in the corridor. Then we can create the main dispensary. Then we're also going to now create the dispensary store. So in this dispensary store, we'll have an access to a dispensary bay where vehicles dropping the medications can come and just drop the medications for the dispensary. So we can click on this one and we can now click on copy, and we can copy it by, let's say, 4.6. So what we are going to do now is we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on this here. We're going to click on split this here. Then we're just going to click on this trim icon here, trim this to this point, trim this to this point. All right, so just like the consultancy region, we're just also going to copy some waiting chairs for this dispensary. So we're just going to click on this, just 2 rows, and we're going to click on this and copy this from here up to this point here. So after doing this now, what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this. We're going to give this a definite dimension of 4.5 meters. Then this dispensary is basically contained. We're going to click on this wall again. We're going to click on copy, and we're just going to copy this from here to this point. So what we're now going to do now is we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on view first, and we're going to create a section cutting through this wall. So I'm just going to click on this section line. Then I'm just going to left click here and left click here to create it. Then I'm just going to double click on one of the heads. So after I double click on it, you can see this wall here is actually from DPC to lintel. So I can click on it and change it to DPC to first floor. Then after doing so, I'm now going to go over to this icon and click on edit profile. So now I'm going to create an opening on this wall. So I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to offset from the base 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to draw another line to this top here, to this, join this here, click on this, join this here. So I'm going to click on this and offset 300 millimeter from this side. Uncheck this copy, offset this here, offset this. Then I'm just going to trim this here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm going to go back to this DPC. I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on components. I'm going to go to model in place. So I'm going to click on casework, click enter, click OK. Then I'm just going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click set, pick work plane. Then I'm going to click on tab till I select the top of this opening we created. Click on it. Then I'm going to click on this box tool here. You can see the box tool. Click on this point. Click on this point. Then I'm going to click escape. Click on this and change this depth to 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to change this to 50 millimeter instead of 900. Then click on finish. So it's going to form something like this. Then I'm going to click finish. So what I can now do now is I'm just going to select this chair here. Click on copy this chair to this side here. After I do so, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on rotate. Click on one point, rotate it by 180 degrees. Drag it around here. Then I'm just going to click on this copy tool here. Copy this by 1.4. Copy this by 1.4. So after doing this now, I'm just going to place a door here. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to door. I'm going to click on this and okay, I can put this double swing door here. And I can also put another double swing door here. So now this is going to be the dispensary unit and this is now going to be the dispensary store. So what I can now do now is I can go over here. I can drag this and make this an opening so the ramp can lead to this point. Then I'm just going to go and put a door here. Click on this and put another door here to this door. Or let me hit Ctrl Z and just put the door somewhere around here. So you can now see that we have a dispensary store and a dispensary here with waiting area for this dispensary. So the next unit we are going to be working on is we are going to be working on the lab. I think if you go back to NGL, I think here is diagnostics. So in this diagnosis is going to contain the lab. Originally, I was thinking of putting the radiography, like the x-ray department or the radiography department somewhere here, but I now thought again, I think it will be better if it's located in the emergency unit. So because emergency deals with a lot of x-ray scans and diagnostics based on scanning for damaged or traumatic experiences. So I'm now thinking of reconsidering putting radiography department around here, then putting mainly the laboratories around here. So it's going to just be pretty straightforward like that. So another thing I've just been thinking about is where I'm going to face this lobby in. So I think it's best if, okay, I know what to do. I think it's better if I put the spaces here and the lobby is going to face this wing, this upper back region of the building, which is fine. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click on this wall here. Click on this wall here, hold Control, click on it, hold Control, select everything here. Then after doing this now, I'm just going to click on copy, click on this, copy this from here and paste this here. Alright, so now we are going to start designing the laboratories. So we are going to go back to, okay, before we go back to DPC, we are going to copy some stuff. So due to the fact that we have already arranged a nice waiting area here, so instead of designing a new waiting area, we can just copy this waiting area to this diagnostic side. So we're just going to left click and we're going to hold this and select all these spaces here, even these walls here. Okay, do we need to select the walls? Yes, I think, okay, we don't need to select the wall. So I'm just going to hold Control, select all of this to this point, hold Control, select this here. Then I'm just going to click on copy, this normal copy, click on this point here exactly. Then go over to this lab section and just click on this point here. So we're going to have it here. So what we're going to do now is we're still going to select these two walls here. We're going to click on copy here. We're going to click on this and copy this to this point as well. So it's just going to form something similar. So now we are going to go back to this DPC here where we'll be arranging these spaces properly. So we know that we have a waiting area here for the laboratory. We have a nurses station here. So we are also now going to draw walls for this particular laboratories. So I'm just going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on copy. So it's going to be on the same grid line. Select this point and copy this to this point over here. Then I can click on this door and delete this. So I can just drag this up here. Since this nurses station have a WC, I'm also going to repeat the same thing. let me just select these 3 here. Okay, I can just delete this first. Then I'm just going to select 1, 2, 3, 4. Select these components that are with it. Click on copy. Click on this point here. Then copy it to this point. So now what I've done now is I've pretty much copied a lot from this side, but so I'm still going to be working on a lot of this. So I'm going to delete all these doors here. After deleting all these doors, I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on this wall here. Click on this drop down under this properties panel and change it to 2254. Then I'm just going to drag this up. So once I click on this dimension here have changed because I increased it to 225, so it chopped into the space. So I'm just going to select this temporal dimension, sorry, and I'm going to impute 1.2 meter. Then I'm going to click on this wall and drag this back in. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this wall here and drag this to this point. So this is going to be like the main space. So now I'm also going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on copy, click on this point here and copy this wall all the way to this point here. So it's going to also form some comprehensive box. So I'm just going to select this and drag this here. So now what I'm going to be doing now is I'm just going to select this wall here. Hold control, select this one, hold control. Okay, just select this main 225 wall, separating, demarcating this WC from this consultant office. Hold control, select this, hold control, select this, hold control, select this, and hold control. So you are going to see pretty much what I want to do. So what I want to do is I want to just create and make sure that most of the walls in this project are aligning. So if I create grid lines here, you are going to see how the structure is going to align very well. So I'm just basically maintaining consistency. So I'm going to click on this copy tool, click on this edge plane here, then copy this here. Then I can select this, I can delete this door here, delete this door, delete this door, delete this door, delete this door. Then I can drag up some of these walls here. So now usually the labs are big and they require a lot of space to function. So I'm going to click on this wall here, delete this, click on the, okay. Yeah, click on this wall to delete this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on copy here and I'm going to be copying this at this interval of 10 meters. So this is just going to be comprehensive labs. So I'm just going to go over and go to door. So under this door, so here we can have different labs for different kind of tests. So I'm just going to place a door here. Then I'm going to click on this door. I'm going to click on copy. Click on this edge here. Copy this here. Copy this here as well. Copy this here as well. And copy this here as well. Okay, so now I think we already have a good footprint for the laboratories. So I'm just going to go and click on this reveal hidden element. Then I'm going to be using some room separator lines. So we already have some here. So I'm just going to click on this and extend this here. Click on this, extend this here as well. Click on this and delete this. So after doing this now, we have this. I can now go to architecture again. I can click on room separator and just still draw another room separator line somewhere here. I think here is fine. Click on this wall, extend this to this point. So now this is done. I'm just going to click on this close reveal hidden element. So we have the diagnostics or the laboratories here. So I'm just going to go to room and I'm going to be placing room. Remember, I'm going to set the parameters from DPC to first floor. I'm going to change this limit offset to 0. Then I'm just going to place some rooms here. Place one here, place one here, place one here, and place one here. I'm still even going to, okay, I can't place for this yet. I'm going to click on escape, click on this reveal hidden element, click on room separator, and I'm going to draw a room separator line here. So I'm just going to turn off this room separator and I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm just going to click on room. Click this here, click this here, and click this. So on the flip side, I was just thinking of this a bit, but we have a lot of spaces for this lab, which I think is rather too much. So I think instead of doing only laboratories here. I'm still thinking of putting in some other scanning like CT scan and other type of scan. So instead of making all these 5 spaces, big spaces, laboratories, I'm going to also copy another waiting area and copy this WC and this nurses station to somewhere here. So this will be maybe for CT scans and MRIs. Then the whole X-ray part will now be on this other side, since this is mainly so the diagnosis is kind of divided into 2. So one can now serve mainly, I don't know if this will work, but I think it might work. If the diagnosis can be on this side serving the emergency well, is going to serve this emergency properly, but the whole CT scan that I don't think may require urgent, will be used too much in the emergency ward, can be on this other side. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this, select this component here, select this here, and select this WC as well. Then what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click on copy here, click on this point here and paste this here. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to I'm going to try and see whether I can align this wall to a point here. So I can, let's see. So what I can do is, instead of doing this, I can just drag this wall to align with this wall here, then delete this WC here. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on move and I'm just going to adjust it by 1.2. I'm going to move it back by 300. Then I'm going to delete one row of chairs, delete this door here, click on modify, click on space, split this here, click on this, trim this here, click on delete elements, click on this too, trim this here. So I'm just going to drag this door to somewhere here. Then I can divide these spaces into, let me use 3 more. I'm just going to align this wall with this wall here. Then I can still click on copy and just copy another space, create another space in between. So let's say one space can serve for the offices, one space can serve for the processing room and the image control room, and then this can now serve as the personnel office and the storage. So I think this might work. So I'm going to click on this and make sure this room here is 6 meters, not 600, 6,000. Then I'm just going to delete it. I just figured out that putting only a laboratory in this whole wing is going to be a lot of waste of space. So what I can now do is to click on this reveal hidden element. Then I'm just going to go to architecture and I'm going to click on room separator and click on this point here to separate this room here. Click on this too as well to separate this space. Then I'm just going to click on this point here. Okay, so now this is the nurses station. I'm thinking of, instead of putting this door here, I can now click on this and I think it's fine to be in this room. So this will now be the imaging room or the CT scan room. Then this will now be the image processing. Then this will now be the offices of personnel involved. So I'm just going to click on this close reveal hidden elements. I'm going to click on this door here to copy this, click and copy this door to this point and this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to rooms and I'm just going to place another room here. So you can see this hospital is just part by part. We are working on it, so we are going to reduce the mistakes we are going to make as much as possible. Okay, so we're just going to go to rooms again, and I think we have placed a room here. So I'm just going to click on tag room and I'm going to be tagging all these rooms we have not tagged. I'm going to tag this and I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on rooms. Then I'm going to place another room here. I'm going to place another room here. So now I'm going to be renaming this room. So I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to call this nurses station. I'm going to make sure my caps lock is on, or I'll just call this personnel station. Since it's not necessarily nurses that will be here, then this will now be waiting. Okay, so now I'm now going to call this imaging room. or CT scan. Or let me call this examination room, CT scan, examination room. Okay, so this CT scan examination room, I'm kind of feeling is too much. So I'm just going to push this here. I'm going to drag this wall here. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this because I think the standard requirement is about 16 meters square or so. So I'm going to copy this to this point here, or I can just click on this wall here. I can click on copy, then I can just select this point here and just copy it up to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this wall. Since we edited it before in this other wing, I'm just going to click on reset. Then I'm just going to move this room tag to this. Then I can just click on this and copy this to this next space. Then I can just go and click on room again and tag this room here. So I can now call this MRI examination room. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go to this one and we're just going to call this image processing zone. I misspelled it. Then I'm just going to call this personnel office. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm just going to move this, and I'm going to move this door to this edge here. So what I'm now going to do is, since a lot of this, okay, so this space I can now call this lab 1. Or instead of calling this lab 1 and lab 2, I can just push this door here and I can make this a big laboratory. So I can divide this lab into 3 labs. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to drag this lab to maybe this wall here. I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to be using this wall as reference. Click on this and copy this to this wall here. Then copy this to this wall here. Okay, so this is a lot. Or instead of doing this, I'm just going to delete this and just divide this into 2 major labs. Then I'm going to click on this and click on this room here and move it to this lab here. Then I'm just going to click on this and drag this tag here. I'm going to go and click on this on check leader. Click on this. Let me just show you what I did again. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z now. So what I did was basically some movement. Let me just hit Ctrl Z totally. So I think it's better we stick with just 2 labs. So I'm just going to call this lab 1. And I'm going to call this second one. So I can click on this lab and try and adjust it to this point, which I think, and I'm just going to call this lab 2. Okay. So we have this lab 1 and lab 2. We have down this image processing room for this MRI scan and CT scan. So in these labs, we are going to create like a worktop. So this worktop is basically with an island, is basically where they are going to be doing all the whole lab stuff. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy. Click on this now, edit type, edit in place. Click on this, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to delete this. So now I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to draw a line here up to, let's say, 3.6. Go to this side, draw another one up to 3.6 as well. So this will be the working space in the labs where they will have their whole culture tray and stuff. Then I'm just going to select this and click an offset of 600 millimeters. So I'm going to be offsetting this from here, Then I'm just going to close this. So I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this together here. Then I'm also going to be providing a convenience for this lab. Then after providing a convenience, I'm also going to now provide a storage for the lab. So I'm just going to click on this first, and I'm just going to drag it back a bit, drag this back a bit. Then I'm going to click on finish. Click on finish. So after this, I'm just going to select this wall here, select this one here, select this one. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to select this point here and copy this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this wall here, delete all these doors that came with it. Click on this, drag this here, click on this, drag this here as well. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this wall and extend this to this point. Click on this and drag this here. Click on delete rooms for now. Then I can click, okay, let me click Ctrl Z now. So what I can now do is to click on this room here, because of all these wall movements I did, I actually moved this room space into this small one. So I can just click on this and move it here. Then click on this and drag this back here. Then go over here and click on this, uncheck this leader. So I'm going to click on this and drag this down. Click on unjoin elements, then join it back here. So I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on this properties panel, drop down, and I'm going to change it to 2254. Then I'm going to make sure I go back here and impute the distance of 1.2 meter. So after doing this now, we have the lab 1, we have this lab 2, we have a convenience here. We can even still double this convenience, although I don't think it's necessary, but let me just leave it as 1. Then I'm also going to look, I'm just going to look from this point here and look for a wall here that I can use as a reference wall. So I'm going to use it to create another space. So I'll click on this wall, click on copy, click on this and copy this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this and drag this here. Okay, so I'm having a little challenge because I need office spaces for this laboratory. So we have the lab 1 and we have this lab 2. So I can just click on this and move this to this point here. Then after doing this, I'm now going to click on this, click on architecture, click on door. Then I'm just going to place this normal double swing D1 here. Then I'm also going to put another one here. So I'm going to move this door and centralize it somewhat here. So this might be problematic. So I'm just going to click on this delete, click on this door here, click on this copy, click on this point and copy it to this one. So whatever storage, they will just bring out whatever they want to bring from this storage, bring it to this lab if they want, and do the same for this lab and pass it to this lab, vice versa. So now I'm just going to click on this casework here. I'm going to click on edit type, click on this, then edit extrusion. So I'm going to continue creating another worktop for this second lab here. Then I'm just going to click on offset, click on this offset 600. Then I'm just going to draw a line and join this here. Then I'm just going to trim this here and click on finish. So after doing this now, what we can now do now is I'm just going to click on finish. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try and see how much space I can buy from here. So I'm going to try and reduce this waiting area here. So I'm going to see if I can still create a storage at the same time, create office or personnel office for these laboratories, which I think is very important. But before I do that, I'm just going to click on these two components here. Click on this door, click on copy, this normal copy tool. Uncheck this constraint, click on this point and just copy this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this sync, click on mirror, uncheck this copy, click on this point and mirror it to this wing. Then do the same for this door, click on mirror, mirror it to this wing here. Then just move this door to somewhere here and drag this. So this is like a small convenience in the laboratory. So now we are going to try and create a small office for this lab scientist or the lab scientist. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this and move this. So aside from this, for the we will need to create a general convenience for the patient. So this general convenience is very important. I'm thinking of creating it somewhere here, maybe just a bulge out here on these spaces. So people can just come and use the convenience without much issue, instead of looking for conveniences around. So I think that's what we're going to do. At least for this side, we're going to just create a small convenience here, maybe 4 convenience for the public here, and maybe as well as this side too. All right, so I'm going to be making some adjustments on this previous department, because one important thing I forgot is I didn't create a public convenience. So what I can simply do is just to delete 2 rows of these chairs, then click on this one and move this a bit. Let's move it by, let's say 450. So after we have moved it by 450, I'm just going to click on this walls here. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to click on this point and copy this here. So after copying this here, I can click on this, delete this, click on this wall, then drag this wall from here and drag it to this point. Click on delete instance. So we have one convenience here. I can click on this sync and delete this for now. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on escape, select these 2 here, and I'm just going to click on mirror. Then I'm going to click on this mirror tool, click on this point and draw another line. Then I'm going to drag this line to this point now. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to reduce this distance to 1.5 meter. Okay, then, or let me reduce this to, let me use 1.65. That is 1650. So I'm going to click on this wall here, and I'm just going to click on copy. Then I'm going to be copying this by 1.5. Then I'm just going to click on this and Ctrl Z, click on this wall and drag it to this point here. Then I can go over to this location line and change it to call center line. Then I'm just going to also click on this wall and drag this here. So after doing this, we're just going to go and place doors here. So I'm going to click on this door, and I'm going to be placing this normal D1. Or I'm just going to be placing this D2 here. Or instead of doing this, I'm going to make this big enough. I'm going to make this as wide as 1.5 meters. I'm also going to click on this and move this again. Click on this and make this 1.5 meter. So this is going to be like a standard convenience for the disabled. So I'm just also going to click on this, and I'm just going to move this nurses station by 300 millimeter. So after this, I'm just going to click on this and flush it against this wall. Then I'm also going to click on copy some of these chairs, click on it, rotate it by 90 degrees and place it across these corridors. So now I'm just going to move it to the edge of this wall here. So after moving this, I can now click on copy. Then I can just select the middle of this wall here and use it as a reference point and just copy these benches there. So this can serve as a kind of pseudo waiting area for this outpatient department. So after this is done now, I'm just going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this wall here and drag this wall and just make sure it's set very well. Then I'm going to click on this toilet and delete this. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to components, and I'm going to search for disabled. So let me just type DIS. So I'm just going to put this disabled toilet arrangement, and I'm going to be placing it here. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this to this point here. So I'm just going to hit doors here. Then I'm going to be placing this D7. Those are these disabled door. I'm going to place one here, and I'm going to place another one here. So I'm just going to click on this, then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy from this point and paste this here. So after I've done designing this toilet, I can now click on this waiting area, click on tab to select this room because this room is placed here. Then I'm just going to highlight over it. Once this 4-way icon is showing to move, I'm just going to move it here. So now this is done now. I'm going to click on tab again and see whether the room is still there. I'm going to click on tab, select this room tag here and drag it to this main space and turn off this leaderboard icon here. So we have our toilet properly designed here. So we can click on this nurses station and click delete these chairs here. So what we're now going to do, we're just going to hold control, select this tray, go to filter After going to filter, we are going to uncheck these rooms and uncheck this room tags. Click OK. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this from here and paste this here. So now we have a convenience. So what I can now do now is, instead of leaving this like this, I can now extend this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So remember that our room separator, we have room separator lines running here. So I'm just going to go here, click on this reveal hidden elements. Then I'm just going to click on tab to select this room separator, drag it here, click on tab, select this one, drag it here, and turn off these hide elements. Then we can now drag this overhead lines here to indicate that there is a beam over this. So we can do the same here and drag this to here to just lock up with this point here. You can also click on this wall here. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z, click on this wall, Ctrl Z again, I made a mistake, cancel. Then I'm just going to click on this wall. I'm going to change this finish line location to wall center line. Then I'm going to drag it to this point. Okay, so now we have done this. I think we have made some progress. So now what we are going to do, we are going to go back to these slabs and we're going to furnish something. So we're going to be adding some office chairs here and there for these slabs. We're also going to copy some of these benches here and just put them along this corridor. So I can just click on this and click on copy. Then just select this line of this wall as a reference. Then you are going to see we're just going to drag it and copy it to this point here. Okay, so now we can now delete some of this bench. We don't need a lot of them here, since this is just the laboratories. We can also click on this and just copy it again. Click on copy, then copy from this point and paste this bench here. So we have waiting chairs along the hospital. So aside from this, now we are now going to place some office spaces in these labs. Okay, so in this lab here we have, okay, you remember I said I wanted to create a secluded space for an office space. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to adjust this waiting area here, then delete this chair. So what I can now do, I can now find the closest grid to this point, or I can just simply click on this and let me just click on this wall and see how it extends. Okay, this might actually work, but I'm still skeptical. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go, I'm going to create a storage, but this storage is going to be in, I'm going to do something a bit tricky now. So I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to drag it up to this toilet wall here. I'm using this as reference. Then after doing this now, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change it to this normal 150mm wall. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls again. I'm going to click on this, select this 150 wall, make sure the top constraint is set at first floor, then draw another wall here. So what is now going to happen is that we are going to reduce the storage, the range of this slab to this point. So this is now going to be the personnel office and this is now going to be the storage of the lab. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to send this distance to be 2.4 meters. So it can be enough to house 2 shelves. Okay, then I'm just going to click on this and click on edit type, click on this, edit extrusion. Then I'm just going to click on trim. I'm going to trim these 2 lines here and delete this and click finish. So now I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to doors now. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to put a door, normal D1 door here. Let me just place this one here. Then I'm just going to place this around here. Click space to change the swing of the door. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go over here and I'm going to copy some of these office chairs and I'm just going to click on copy and I'm just going to copy this here and copy these 2 to somewhere here. So after copying these 2 to somewhere here, you know we can still ventilate these 2 spaces because we can ventilate it from here and ventilate it from this side as well. We are now going to also go because we need some office tables in the lab. So I'm just going to select some of this and just click. Okay, I'm just going to hold Control, select these 2 and I'm going to click on copy this to this point here. Then select these 2 as well, click on copy this from this point here and paste it to this point here. So we have 3 chairs. We're also going to click on components. We are going to be looking for some stools. I think I should have some stools. If you don't see any stool, we can open our template file again. So I'm just going to look for the template file and open it. Then I'm going to load in some stools here. So I'm going to put working stools for where the lab scientists can work. So I'm just going to go to the floor plan, the ground floor plan. I don't think I have any stool in this work. So I'm just going to click on file, and I'm going to see if I can open another file where I think I might have what I'm looking for. So I'm just going to open these are previous tutorials. Let me see if I can open it. Sorry, I opened the wrong thing. Okay, so now I've seen the file. I'm just going to open it, and I'm going to see if I can copy some stools from it. Okay, so let me just go back to the DPC. I'm going to go over to this bar. I can see some stools here. Click on it, click copy to clipboard. Then after I've copied it, I'm going to go back to this. Okay, let me go. I'm going to click on file. Then I'm going to go back to this hospital tutorials files. I'm going to click on close. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl V to paste this tool I've brought in. So after placing this tool, I can click on this. I can now click on rotate. Rotate this by 90 degrees. Then just place, let's say, we place about 5 stools here. Copy it at intervals of 1.2 meter. Okay, so we can just select about 3. Click on copy, then copy it from here to this point here, so they can serve for this space. So we basically have our laboratory set very well. So we have the CT room, we have the MRI examination room here, we have the personnel office. So I'm also going to copy some office components to this personnel office. Then we're finally going to move to the emergency and X-ray. So I can set this here, hold Control, select all of them, move this here, then click on mirror it, make sure copy is checked on, click on any point here, mirror it to this side, then drag this to this point. So now we have these spaces, at least the rough spaces here. We can now go over to this architecture, we can go to rooms, and we can place another room here. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. You know why? I didn't set the parameter of the room. So I'm going to set the upper limit to first floor. I'm going to change this limit offset to 0. Then I'm going to place a room here. Place another room here. Place another room here. So I'm going to double click, and I'm going to name this storage. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to name this personnel office. Then I'm just going to name this hallway or corridor. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to start designing the emergency ward. So an emergency ward basically comes with some important spaces. Firstly, the triage. So the triage is basically once the emergency comes in, they will need to sort out the issue or just basically know what they want to do. So a triage is basically like the reception of an emergency. So we're just going to draft out a space here first. So we're going to try and align that same space with a wall on this side. So I think I can delete this here. I can click on this wall here, copy and click on copy from this point here and paste this wall here. So this whole space is going to form our triage, and we're also going to bring out the space we want the ramp to go, because you know this is an emergency. So let's just use annotate now. We're going to now draft out the drop off first. So we're going to draft out a drop off up to 5 meters. I think 5 meters is fine up to this point. Then after drafting it out, we're going to click on offset. We're going to be offsetting 225 millimeter from here. Then we're just going to trim it. So after doing this now, we're going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line. We're going to change this from overhead to thin line. Then we're just going to draw a line here, and we're going to just basically estimate how long our ramp will be. So the DPC of this hospital is 600 millimeters. So 600 millimeters is like 0.6 meter. So standard height to length ratio is 1 for a ramp is 1 meter high is to 12 meter long. So this distance is currently 7 meters. So I think this 7 meter can suffice for 600 millimeter. So I'm just going to indicate these lines indicating that this is a ramp. So I've not yet created a ramp. I'm just giving an idea of how, basically having an idea of how the ramp will be. I'm also going to do something similar to this point. So I'm just going to just basically select all of this here, click on mirror, go over to this wall here at this center point, mirror it to this side. Then I'm just basically going to click on move, select this end corner here and move it to this place. So by doing this now, it means the door to this storage cannot be here again. Since this is a ramp, the door access the storage will be somewhere here. Okay, let me just do it somewhere here to be functional. Put this distance to be 100 millimeter. So once the medicine bay, like the medicine van comes in, then I'm dropping a stock of medicine, they'll come in through here and they'll just put it in the storage. So let me just name this dispensary store. Okay, so after this is done now, I've made good progress. So we're going to go back to this our triad space. So in this our triad space, I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on door. So we're going to be needing the hospital double swing. Well, I say a door that can swing on both sides. So if they rush someone, they can easily push someone through this. So there will now be a triage to so the person will just come into the triad. So what we are going to do is we are going to try and connect to internet. Then we are going to try and download a door that can swing to both sides. Okay, so we are going to try and go to Beam Objects. So I'm just going to open my browser and I'm going to search on Beam Objects again. So you can see the website. I'm just going to click on it and see if I can open it. Okay, so now Beam Objects is open. We're just going to search for double action door. Double action door. So I'm going to click on enter and we're going to see what they have. Okay, so I think this one can serve, this double leaf swing steel acoustic door. I can just click on download. I'm going to deselect door and I'm going to make sure I only select the Revit file, that is RVT. Okay, so since I can't see RVT, I'm just going to click on Revit file and I'm going to uncheck this AutoCAD and let me just download one of them. Let me just download this RFA file and I'm just going to click on download. Then we are going to wait for it to download. Okay, also while this one is downloading, I'm also going to look for privacy curtain. Privacy curtain. So this is like the curtain that is to separate hospital beds. So I'm going to need them while creating the emergency ward. So let me try this one, patient privacy system, and search for it. Okay, so instead of searching for this, I just searched for privacy curtain. So I think privacy curtain is the better keyword. So we're going to see what options they have for. Okay, so we're just going to click on this one here, this Drive Medical 3-panel privacy curtain, and we're just going to try and download it. Okay, so apparently this one doesn't have a Revit file, so I'm going to click off and I'm going to search again. Apparently my internet is very slow, so I'm just going to be a bit patient. Alright, so I'm just going to try and see if I can download this one here. Let me just see whether it has Revit files in it. Alright, so I think we have a Revit file here. I think we even have two. So I'm just going to deselect all. Then I'm just going to select one of this Revit file. I think I'm going to try and select the latest Revit file, which is this Revit 216. And I'm just going to click on download selection. So it's going to start downloading. So we're going to just wait. Once the two downloads are ready, we're now going to load it into the project. Alright, so now the components are downloaded. We're just going to click on this open and open it in the folder. Then we're just going to drag it into the project. Firstly, we're going to drag the door. Okay, so it's going to upgrade it from the Revit model in which it was downloaded. So you can see how Beam Object is useful. You can always check for it for your Revit components if you are looking for any. So it's asking us to save, just perfect timing, funny enough. Okay, so this is the double swing door. Let's place it. So this is not quite giving me what I'm looking for. Normally I was expecting a door, so I'm just going to click on it and see whether we can actually tweak the angle in which it is opening at. So this is not what I'm looking for, so I'm just going to delete this door. So I'm going to go back to beam object here. Let me just click on this and close this. Then I'm going to go back to beam object and I'm going to search again, double action door. Let me just type hospital door and see whether I'm going to see what I'm looking for. Alright, so I wasn't able to see the exact door I'm looking for, so I'm just going to compromise for now. So I'm just going to be going to architecture, clicking on doors, then I'm just going to be placing this normal hospital door. So I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to rename this as D8. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to try and edit the dimensions. I think I'm just going to click OK first. Then I'm just going to place this here first. So now I'm going to click on this. If I can't edit the dimension of this door, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to click on door again and select another type of double swing that I brought into Revit. So I'm going to be trying this one here. I'm just going to click on edit type and I'm going to call this duplicate and I'm going to call this D9. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to edit the size of this. So I'm going to say free passage height. I'm going to make it 2.4 and I'm going to make this width 1.5 meter. Then, or rather, since this is a major door, I'm going to make it 1.8 and I'm going to click OK. Okay, I don't like this door as well. So I think I'll just have to go with this one here. I think this one might just work. Or rather, let me just go with that one I used initially. The one I called D8. So I think we are going to settle for this. So I'm just going to be looking for some parameters. So propose width. Okay, this width, I'm going to change this width to 1.8. Then this height 2.4. Then I'm going to click apply and click OK. Then I'm just going to place this door here. So this is where they're coming from, the emergency unit. So I'm also going to now be creating a well furnished triage here. So in this triage is now where we are going to have so we're just going to see how it's going to work. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. So I'm just going to start drafting some walls here. So the first thing I need is I'm going to need a convenience for the people working in the triage as well as some storage. So this storage is basically where they are now going to be getting the tools from. So I'm just going to have a cold storage and a wet storage. So I'm going to actually divide this into 3 spaces here. So I'm going to click on copy here. Okay, this normal copy tool, and I'm going to copy this here. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this, then drag this temporal dimension to this point. I'll make this 1.2 meter. Okay, then I'm going to click on this. This is 1.8, so I'm going to make this 1.750. Then I'm just going to click on door and I'm going to be clicking on this normal D1 door and I'm going to be placing one here. I'm going to click on space, not alt. Click on space, place a door here, place another door here. So after placing these 2 doors, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to edit this depth here. I'm going to change this depth to 2.4 meter. Then I'm just going to click on this wall, click on copy this wall here, then delete these 2 doors here. Then I'm going to click on this wall and drag it up to this point. Then I'm going to make sure this space here is 450. So there will be a duct here. So now I'm just going to design the normal convenience setting. Click on door, change this to D2, place a small door here. Then I'm going to move this door to somewhere here. Then I'm just going to change this and space it to this point here. Okay, so that is what we're going to do here. Then I'm just going to go to component and I'm going to be placing some WC first. And I'm going to click on this and I'm going to also place sink. and place this sink here. So now what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to hold Control, select these 3 spaces here, this door and this wall here, and just move this by, let's say, 450. Okay, so now I'm now going to create the triangle. So I'm just going to click on one of these cubicle here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this from here, and I'm going to copy this to this point. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit type, click on this and edit extrusion. Then I'm just going to delete the profile first. Then I'm just going to draw a cubicle profile from this point up to 2.1 and up to 2. Okay, not 2.1 here, up to 2.4. Then I'm going to stop this around here. Then I'm going to be clicking on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter from this side and this side. So this is now going to be the triangle. Then I'm just going to click on this and close this loop here, and I'm going to click on finish. So the triage is basically like the reception for the emergency. So this will be the triage, this will be the convenience for the triage, and this will be the cold and wet storage. So this storage is basically for people working in this emergency to be collecting stores from. So we're going to start placing hospital the triage bed. So this triage is basically where they are going to be sorting out patients. So we are just going to put like about 2 beds here. Then we're going to put a convenience in between. Then we're now going to put the emergency ward. So we're just going to go to architecture. So we're going to go to components. We're now going to click on this bed here. We're going to click on space. We're going to place this bed here, and we're going to place another bed here. So the first thing we can do in placing beds in hospital is always good to use distances. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm just going to draw a line first. So for each bed space, I'm going to be giving this a size. So we're going to be giving this size a width of 2.5 meters. So there will be allowance around the bed, and we're going to be putting a length of 2.4 meters. So I think this is standard size. Then I can just click on these 2 lines, click on copy, and just copy it and see how many beds we can get. So I think we can get 3 beds. So I'm going to go to components again. I'm just going to click on space, and I'm going to place 1 bed here. So apparently these beds are quite big. Let me just click on it. I don't know if it's the same type of bed, but I'm just going to click on components. I'm now going to click on this drop down, and I'm just going to search for beds. Let me know whether it's the only hospital bed. So I think it's the only one. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to extend this to 2.7 meters. Okay, so I'm just going to drag this to this center point here. Then, or instead of using this bed, I'm going to try and look for another hospital bed. So I'm just going to search hospital bed. So let me try and download this hospital bed that comes with curtains, and I'm just going to download one of this Revit file, and I'm just going to click on download selection. So now I'm just going to click on folder to open where the folder is. Okay, I don't think it downloaded with it, so I'm just going to try and download another one and download both of them. Alright, so we're just going to go to this file explorer, and we're just going to be dragging in this screen. And once we drag it in, we're just going to go to components, and we're going to place it. So I'm just going to be placing it along this wall here. So after I place this here, I'm just going to drag it and just click on copy, and just copy it to somewhere here. Okay, then I can even adjust both of this and put it to this. So now I'm just going to select this and hold Control, select this. I'm also going to adjust this here a bit. Then I can just go here and put a table beside this just to set it up well. Okay, don't mind this table I'm using. It might be a different kind of table. It's just to furnish this completely. So I'm going to hold Control, select this tray, hold Control, select this screens and this bed, click on copy. Click on this point, copy this here, copy this here. Then after doing this, I can now delete these lines because I don't need these lines in between again. Then I can select this last one here and I can click on move and I can just move it to this point here. Okay, so we have three beds in this triage. So we're now going to now create another word here and we're going to call this the emergency word. So in between this word and this triage, we're now going to create the convenient spaces. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this wall. We're going to click on copy. We're just going to copy this wall to somewhere here. Then we can just go to dimensions, click on annotate. Maybe we can even create copy, click on this wall again, copy another one in between them. So we have three walls here. Then I'm just going to go to align. I'm just going to dimension this here and dimension this here. So after dimensioning these two, I can click on this wall in the middle, change it from this 225 wall to this 150 wall. So once I do that, I can now go to architecture, click on wall again, then just make sure our parameters is set right, base offset DPC, top constraint, first floor. Then I'm going to draw a wall to this point here. So I can now drag this wall, then click on this wall and extend it here. So I can click on this now and change this width to 1.5 meter. Click on this to change this width to 1.5 meter. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to try and create a trap lobby for this emergency. So I'm just going to make sure the width here is 1.8 meter. So a stretcher can be used at this point. Then I can click on this. This is 3.05 meter. I can click on this and copy this to about 1.2 meter or so. I think 1.2 should be okay. So this is 1.7. Then I can go here, click on door and place this D7 door here. Place this here, as well as click space and place this here. Then I'm just going to move this here, click on move, place this door to this point here, click on this, move this door to this point. So after doing this now, I can click on these two doors here, click on copy, copy from this wall center line, and make sure I uncheck this constraint. So once I've clicked on this point, I'll just copy it to this point. Then I'm just going to go over to this place, copy this, click on this disabled toilet setup, click on copy it from here, make sure I uncheck this constraint and copy it to this point here. Okay, since it's not placing outside host, I'm just going to go to components. I'm going to click on search. I'm going to type DIS, that is short form for disabled. Then I'm just going to bring this disabled WC arrangement and place this here. Then I can click on this here. Since it's placed at this point, I can just move this door here and flip this door towards this side. I can click on TL to turn on this thin line so I'll be accurate. Click on this and click on move and move this here. Then I'm going to do the same here. Click on this, click on move this here. The same thing for this, click on this, move this here. Or I can still maintain this here, then click on this, click on copy this to this point here. So we have two convenience, a male and a female convenience for this word. So we can even click on this and drag this word here, so it will be used by the both words. Then I can click on this word here. I can just click on this point here, or what I can do is just to look for another wall on this place here and see if I can just copy it to form maybe another small word. So let me just copy this word first, click on copy, still copy it on the same vertical line, copy it from this point and paste it here. So I think this is good, and I think this works as our emergency. Then I can just select all of this. I can click on copy, click on this point, copy this here. So I think we still have a space for one more bed. So what we can do is just this last bed, we can highlight everything here. We can just adjust this by, let's say, 225. This one might be a bit tight, but it's just to get another space for one more bed. So we can select this, click on copy from here to this point and paste here. So this is still a bit tight, but let me just see how we can manage it, and just click on this bed here, click on this and just move it a bit. Okay, so we have the space for, I think, 4 or 7 beds in this emergency ward. So in this emergency ward, you are also going to need a place where the doctor is going to be. So to even make things quicker, what I can do now is to just highlight everything here, including this room here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to click on this and mirror it to this point. So we have a WC here and we have an office. So what I want this office to serve as is I want a doctor's office to be here. But my only issue here is that I wish I could be able to create an emergency theater here. Yeah, we're going to delete this WC. Instead, we're going to design an emergency surgical theater. So I've deleted all this, and I'm also going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this from this point here up to this point here. Okay, so now we have copied this. Now we're now going to design a small emergency, or rather, this is even going to be a standard emergency theater for this. So in an emergency theater, we need 4 key parts. We need a scrub, we need a preparation room for the patient, we need the main emergency theater itself, and we need a sluice. A sluice is where they basically manage surgical waste. So I'm going to go to walls first, and I'm just going to be using this 150 walls. So here I'm just going to create a kind of mini lobby here. Then I'm going to draw a wall here. Then I'm going to draw another wall here. So here now, I'm just going to drag this wall back to this point here. And I'm going to try and make sure this wall is, I'm going to try and drag this wall to this point here and make sure it aligns with this. Then I can click on this wall here and make sure this wall here is 1.8 meters. Then click on this and make sure this is up to 1.5 meters. So this is an emergency theater. Okay, I can even make this 1.8 meter as well. Okay, so what we're now going to click on this one, we're going to delete this. Then we're also going to click on this wall, and we're just going to click on copy, and we're going to copy a wall here, 1.8. Then we're going to click on this wall and change it to 150 millimeter wall. Make sure this is, let's use 1.5 here. Then I'm going to go to wall again, and I'm going to draft another 150 millimeter wall from this center point here. Then I'm just going to drag this here. Okay, so now we are going to start placing doors in these spaces. Firstly, I'm going to click on door. I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be placing this D8 door, 1.8 meter here. So I can even click on this and make this 2.1. Then I'm just going to click on this door here and place it here. Then I'm going to go over here too and place the door. I originally intended for this to be a double action door, meaning the door can swing on these two sides. So I'm just going to place this here. Then for the scrub, I'm going to click on normal door, and I'm going to be putting a normal D1 door. So I'm just going to place this door here. Okay, for this prep room, I can click on this door here. I can click on edit type, duplicate, and call this D9. Then I'm just going to reduce this width to 1.5. I think 1.5 should be able to accommodate most size of people. So I'm just going to make this door 1.5. Click on apply. Click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this and change it back to this D9. Then I'm going to click on this, click on move, and just move it to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this wall. I can make this wall back to 1.8 meters. So now I've done this, I'm just going to click on this and move this here. Or rather, click on this and move this to this point here. So now this is now where we are going to call the prep room, where they are going to prepare the patient. So I'm just going to click on this cubicle. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy it here. So I'm just going to click on this, click on edit type, click on this and edit extrusion. Then I'm going to just draft out a small cubicle here, 600 millimeter. So this now is now going to be the scrub. where the doctors are just going to prepare for the surgery. So this is an emergency theater, so the scrub doesn't need to be that big. So I can click on this and I can click on copy this door here, uncheck this constraint, copy this door to this point. So we have a door flowing into the theater. So now we have this space here. So this space is basically to manage theater waste. So we're just going to click on door. Instead of this D1, we can even place this D2. It just needs a door somebody can enter to carry out this waste. Or let's put a normal D1 door. So it will just be enough to carry, you know, whatever waste may come out from there. So this space, I can click on this and extend this to even 3.3 meter. That is 3000 millimeter. Click on this and make this 1.8. So after doing this now, I can now go here, go to annotate, detail line, then draw a line here, draw another line here, and draw a line, just indicating this the whole place. Then I can just click on one of these beds, or I can click on architecture component. I can place another type of bed as, let me just use this citadel bed here and place it here. Or I can even go to this and search for surgical bed, and see whether I'll be able to get a surgical theater bed in this beam object. Okay, so apparently I think we'll just go with the normal bed. So I'm just going to go to components. I'm going to be placing this citadel bed, and I'm just going to place it here to represent the surgical bed. So now this is our emergency surgical theater. So now we have created this emergency theater. Now we are now also going to create the X-ray department. So I wanted the X-ray department to be on this side of the hospital. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on walls. Instead, I'm going to even go back to this NGL, and I'm going to click on walls. This time I'm going to put wall, this normal 225 wall. I think this 225 main wall. Okay, I don't think this is what I want. I think this 2254 is what I'm using. So I'm going to make sure this wall is location line is wall center line. I'm going to change this top constraint to first floor. Then I'm going to click and start drafting another wall up to this point. So in this point now, I'm also going to leave like an outlet here to outside the building. Then I'm also going to draft another wall here to just form a kind of doctor's office. One will be sterilization room. One is now going to be a small doctor's office here, just beside this to serve for this emergency unit. So now I'm not going to also divide these spaces here. So I'm going to be creating about 3 spaces for the X-ray. So I'm going to be creating one as, of course, the first one is going to be the waiting area. I think the waiting area can be here. Okay, yeah, I think the waiting area and a nurse's station can be here. Then this can be the examination room. Then one can now be the processing room, and one can now be the office of the personnel. So this, let's just go back to DPC and start naming these spaces. So for this, we're going to click on this, and we're just going to call this, make this dimension, let's say 2.4, because I want this to be small. This is going to be a sterilization chamber. So what I can do, I can click on this wall, click on it and copy it. So I'm just trying to make sure that at least one wall aligns with here. So I think it aligns with this wall. So I can just click on this. I can just increase the size of this sterilization chamber to 3 meters. Then I'm just going to click on door, and I'm going to be placing a, okay, let me just place a double swing, this D9 double swing door here for it to serve. Then I'm now going to copy an office space here. So I'm just going to hover around. Let's say I'm just going to create a small doctor's office with a convenience here. So I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to change this from 225 wall to 150 wall. I'm going to set the constraint, go back to NGL, set the constraint, go click on wall again, set the constraint from NGL to first floor. Then I'm just going to draft the wall here. to have this wall here. Click on this, make sure this is 1.2. Then just quickly design a small office. Click on this, 450. Click on this, 2.1. So after doing this now, I'm going to go back to this DPC now. Then I'm going to start annotating some of this space. So before I do that, I'm still going to use room separator lines. Remember, I'm going to go over here, turn on this review hidden element. Once I go to architecture, I'm going to click on room separator lines, and I'm going to be drawing some separator lines here. I'm also going to be drawing some here, demarcating this space here. And then I'm going to go over here, and I think where again do I need to draw it? I'm going to draw one here. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over here and click on this close review hidden element. Then I'm just going to go to rooms, and I'm going to be creating some spaces. So I'm going to click on this and make sure it's DPC to first floor. Then I'm going to place these rooms here. Place this here, place this one here, place this one here, place this here, place this, place this, place this, and also place this here, place this space here. So this is our emergency theater. By the way, I'm also going to place another door here, because there is going to be a direct link from this door to this point here. Also from here to here. So I'm just going to click on this door. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy it from this point, uncheck this constraint, and paste it somewhere here. So after doing this, I'm just going to drag it to around here. So this is basically just for movement, to link up the possibility of going to the diagnosis, getting an x-ray, then coming back to this emergency theater. So now I'm going to start naming these spaces. So I'm going to start from here. I'm going to call this, let me call this wet store. WET, wet store. Dry store. I'm going to call this WC. This is where the nurses can use the toilet. So I'm going to call this nurses station or triage. I'm now going to call this emergency. Let me just call this emergency ward 1. Ward I. Then I'm just going to hit double click on this, hit Ctrl C, double click on this, hit Ctrl V. Then I'm just going to call this II. Then I'm going to be calling this scrub. This is the scrub where the doctors prepare before they go into the theater. Then I'm going to be calling this preparation room. This is where they now prepare the patient. Preparation room. Then this is now going to be the emergency theater. Then this is going to be the sluice. Then this is now the sterilization room. Then this is now doctor's office. So let me just spell this correctly and put apostrophe. I'm just going to furnish this WC here. So I'm going to click on door here. Click on this, place this normal drop down, place this normal D1 here. Click space, place this here. Then click on this drop down, place this D2 door here. Click on escape, go to component, type WC, place the WC here, click on this drop down, and maybe place a sink here. Okay, so now after doing this, now we're now going to go over to this diagnosis, or part of this diagnosis. We know we created a diagnosis unit here. We created the CT scan, MRI scan, image processing zone, and then personnel office. So we're going to do something similar, but this is going to be for X-ray now. So we're going to click on this. We're going to give this a dimension. So we're going to be calling this the personnel's office. Let's just make it as, try and control the space. Let's make it 3 meter, or let's make it 4.2. because we may need to add another convenience and mirror another convenience to this point. So we're just going to select this here. We're going to click on escape, select this wall here, select everything here. Then we're going to zoom in. We're going to click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror from this point and mirror it to this other point. So this is going to be just like this part here. We're going to have a personnel office somewhere here. Then we're now going to have the image processing room here. I'm just going to impute the distance. I'm going to make it the image processing room 3.3. Then I'm just going to make this 4.2 as well. So this will be the waiting area and where the triage will be. So or sorry, nurse station. So I'm going to click on this here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to be copying this here. Then I'm going to click on it and rotate it by, let's say, 180. Then I'm just going to go click on move. I'm going to move this here. I'm going to try and adjust this by moving this here first. Then I'm just going to click on move and move it by 600. Ctrl Z, I mistakenly deleted it. So after doing this now, we're just going to carry one of this row of benches. We're going to click on copy. We're going to copy one here. Then we're going to click on escape, click on it, click on rotate, and rotate it by 180 degrees. Then we're just going to drag it and place it somewhere here. Okay, so now we're now going to place a door here. So we're going to be placing a door to this point here. So, or rather, what I'm thinking of now is I'm going to place the waiting area for this diagnosis or this X-ray somewhere around here. So, but before I do that, I'll need to start creating or start implementing the plans I have in mind for this central area. Of course, this central area can't just be lobby. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here to this point. Click on this line again and draw it from here to up to this point. Then draw another line from here to this point here, and from here to this point. So now I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters. I'm going to uncheck this copy. I'm going to offset this line by 3 meters without copying it. The same for this, the same for this, and I don't know, I think this is okay. So after doing this now, we can even still extend it further by offsetting it again by 1.5 meter. So it's going to be 4.5 meter lobby in this concourse. So I'm going to offset this here 4.5, up to 1.5 again, offset this, offset this. So we have 4.5 here, which I think is very adequate. Then I'm just going to hover around one of these lines, click on tab to select 4 of them. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm just going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to select NGL. So now this is selected. We're now going to go to this NGL where we have created this, and we're going to draft a wall here. So before drafting this wall, we're also going to put in mind that we're going to need some columns here. So we're going to be making plans for the columns with line works before we place the actual wall. So I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting the 225 millimeter inwards of the courtyard here. Because I won't lie, this is not going to be a courtyard. This is going to be like an atrium. So once I put this offset here, I'm now going to start drafting where the columns will be. So firstly, I'm going to go to annotate, detail line. if I'm placing columns in this concourse, I'll need to just consider some things. So the first thing, I'm going to draft in lines from here. So these lines are like easy fixes based on columns, because we know we have a grid, a structural line here. We also have a structural line here. So it only makes sense we just join it here at this point with a column at this structural joint. So this is where grids are meant to come in, but based on the way I design, I usually like designing first before putting grids. So because of my experience in designing, I know how to design and align. You can see how I consciously try to align elements. That's why I copy walls from one side of the building to another side. So I'm going to draw some lines here. I'm also going to draw another line here. Click on this, draw a line here. Click on this, draw a line here. So we already have an idea that 2 columns will be here. The distance between these 2 points is about 8 meters. So the columns may be wide, but I think they can still work. So that said and done, we may also put, I don't think a column needs to be at this center. I just think it needs to be here. So we are going to now start drafting some walls. So I'm just going to click on this, click on modify. Click on this trim extend single element. So I'm just going to select this line here, select this line to trim it. Do the same here. Click on this, select this line, click on this one too. Click on this one too. Click on this one too. Click on this one. It's going to ask us on join element, click on this one too. So what we're now going to do, we're going to click on offset. And we're going to be using this 225 millimeter. The only thing is we're going to uncheck this copy. Then I'm just going to offset 225 here, offset 225 here, 225 here, 225 here. The same thing for this, and the same thing for this. So after doing this, I'm just going to go to detail line again. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here up to 600 here. Another line here. Okay, I did field region, so I'm just going to click on finish. I'm just going to close it here. I mistakenly used field region instead of detail line, but it can still work, so I'm going to click on finish. So I can just select this, click on mirror, select this middle, mirror it here. Okay, I'm just going to click on move and make sure I move it so the soffit is going to soffit here. Then I can select this and just click on mirror. Select this line here, the middle of it, where the triangle highlighted. Draw a line perpendicular to it, and it's going to mirror opposite. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to, instead of using wall work, since, okay, I think it's better we just use wall work instead of. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to click on this drop down and select this normal 225 walls. So I'm going to set this top constraint. Instead of first floor, I'm going to set it to roof level. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here. I'm going to try, okay, I can click on, instead of wall center line, click on this, change it to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here. Click on this and draw another wall here. I'm going to zoom out to do the same here. I'm now going to click on this, draw a wall here. Click on this, draw a wall here. Click on this, just follow it here. Click on this, follow it here. So another thing now is this, when creating walls, is very difficult for me to see which one is walls and which one is line. And that is because we have not set the graphics of the wall well. So what we are now going to do now is we are now going to try and set these graphics of this wall. Now, so we're just going to click on VV, which means visibility graphics options. Then I'm just going to scroll down. I'm going to go under walls. I can even go to object styles here. Then under this object styles, I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to look for walls. I'm going to click on this default material, default walls. Just click on these 3 dots. Then I'm just going to put this, go over to this cut pattern, click on it and change it to solid fill. Click OK. Then I'm just going to click on apply. I'm going to click OK, click OK, click OK. So you're going to see all the walls will apply in shaded black. Okay, so I can click on this field region, delete this, click on this one to delete it, click on this, delete it, click on this, delete. So you can see all the walls that we are cutting across. So now we're now going to start drafting the dwarf wall. So the dwarf wall are basically going to fill up this remaining place. So I'm going to click on wall. This dwarf wall, they are going to just go to DPC and maybe 25 millimeter above DPC. So I'm just going to go over to this top offset and put 25. Then I'm just going to start drafting. So I'm going to draft like this. This time I can even change it from finish face exterior to wall center line. Then find the center point of this wall, draft, and just keep drafting. Okay, so now this is done. We can now go back to DPC. So in DPC, we can now see all the walls here. We can see all the column. So what we can do now is to go to visibility graphics here. I'm surprised this setting didn't apply in the DPC. Then I'm going to click on this walls override. I'm going to go over under these patterns, under this column here of cut. I'm going to make sure I'm in this place where they wrote cut. I'm going to go under patterns here. I'm going to click on this override. I'm going to make sure I'm in walls here because I want to edit the graphics of all. Click on this override, click on foreground, click on this and change this to solid fill. Click on this, make sure it's almost black, pitch black, click OK, click OK, click apply, click OK. So we're going to be seeing our walls with solid black fill. Okay, so now the graphics is clear, it's easy for us to understand. So now instead, I want to adjust this design. I don't want to place this here, this triage here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to put this weighting area around here, and I'm just going to rotate it to about 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to place these 2 seats here. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. So I'm going to think of a better strategic point to put the triage. Okay, so what I'm now going to do now is I'm just going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on copy it to somewhere here. Then click on this and drag it here. Click on this, drag it here. So I'm just going to click on space here. Sorry, not space. I'm going to go to modify, click on split, then split it here. Then I'm just going to drag this wall here. Click on this, drag this wall here. So now I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to delete this. Or I could change the location. So I'm just going to click on this wall now and make this 2.7. So there will be enough provision here. Then I can click on this wall here and I can make this 3 meter. So now I can just make this, let me just make this an exit of the building. Or instead of it being an exit, I can just make this whole place the X-ray chamber. Delete this here. So what I can now do now is I'm just going to click on this and move this here. So this is now going to be, let's say, 4.5 meter. Okay, then I'm just going to click on this and copy it again. I shouldn't have deleted that one. Then once I copy it, I can click on this, edit type, click on it, edit sketch, delete this profile, then quickly draw a small profile here. Let's say 2 points up to this place here. So I'm just going to delete this line here. Then I'm going to trim this here. Click on this, make this 600. So this is just basically going to be the seat of the attendant that is going to be making sure things are going on here. So I can click on finish now. Finish. So we're now going to place some doors here. I'm going to click on this door here. I'm going to basically click on mirror and mirror the stuff here that is going to this side. So this is basically the office of the personnel for this radiography department. This is going to be where they are going to be directing. And I'm going to go to architecture, click on door. I'm going to place a normal single swing here. Okay, so now I figured out where I can use this space for. So I can click on this, click on copy here, copy this here, place another wall here at, let's say, 7.5. Then I'm just going to call this the storage. Okay, I can still call this storage. I think it will still work. So I'm going to put the distance between this point and this point to be, let's say, 2.4. So this is where they are going to be keeping all the films, archive of films. So I'm just going to click on door here. I'm going to place a normal single swing door here. I'm going to place another normal single swing door here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change this to this our D9 and place this double swing door here. So this is the X-ray examining room. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, examination room. So this is now going to be the image processing room. So I think I'm going to put another door here, but this time I'm going to be putting a D1 door along this point here. So now I'm now going to add room tags to these spaces. So I'm going to go to rooms again. I'm going to place one DPC to first floor as usual. Place one here, place one here, place one here, and place one here. So this, I'm going to call this storage. I'm going to call this X-ray examination room. Then I'm just going to call this image processing room. Then I'm just going to call this space personnel office. Okay, so now this is done. I think so far we've done a wonderful work. I'm going to click on this review hidden elements and I'm going to click on room separator and I'm going to draft a line here. Draft a room separator line. Uncheck this review hidden element. Then I'm going to go to room again and I'm now going to place a space and call this nurses station. Okay, so far so good. We have made progress, so at least we have some of the major departments moving. So now we are going to design where, because I said our staircase, we'll need to create a staircase, central staircase where most people where majority of the occupants of this building are going to use to get to the next floor. So I think the best place for this central staircase is around here. So I'm going to design this part of this building in a way that is going to accommodate the central stairs. So the first thing to do is to click on this and we're going to delete this dwarf wall here. So after deleting this, we're just going to click on this wall here. We're going to extend it to this point. Then I'm just going to go to wall again, go back to NGL. I'm going to go to wall. Then I'm just going to set this top constraint at roof level. I'll remove this top offset, place it at 0. Then I'm just going to drag a wall from here up to this point. So I'm going to try and click on this wall and I just adjust it to somewhere here. So I think here is enough. I can click on AL on my keyboard. I can maybe select this room separator line and select this soffit. So it's going to just align this. So after doing this now, we can now click on this open here. We're going to click on this wall here, delete it. Click on this wall here, delete it. Then click on this wall here and extend it to somewhere here. So after doing this, we can delete these two lines here. Can click on this wall and extend it to here. So we just have a plain wall here. So after this is done, so in order to ventilate this space, I can still extend this wall here. Hit Ctrl Z. I can still extend this wall up to this point. Extend this wall up to this point. So what I just need to do is to just do some line works and estimate the dimension or the distance I'm going to need for an appropriate staircase here. At the same time, create a big elevator shaft that can house a stretcher. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So I'm going to draw a line from here. And I'm not going to draw another line from here, just randomly. So I'm going to click on offset. So the first offset is going to be because I want to use a U-shaped staircase. So I'm going to have the staircase going around the elevator shaft. So I'm going to offset 1.8 meter. Make sure I check this copy. Make sure the copy is checked on. So I'm going to offset it from this point here. Offset it from this point. So we have 1.8 here. So the standard size for an elevator shaft, I think I know the width for a hospital elevator, but let me just do some confirmation. Okay, so apparently we need to create a very sizable elevation. elevator. So we are looking at from the exterior soffit of the wall 3.45 meter by 3.45 meter. So I'm just going to put 3,450 meter and see offset it from here. So I think it should just enter. Then I'm also going, or instead of making it that big, I'm just going to make it 2.4. So that means if it's 2.4 on the inside soffit wall, it's going to be 2,850 out to out. So I'm just going to offset it. Then I'm then going to offset 1.8 meter again for the second wind of the staircase. So after doing this now and getting these estimations correctly, I'm just going to drag this wall back here so this place can still have ventilation. Then I'm going to drag this here, click on this, drag this here. Then I can click on this wall here. I can click on copy, click on this other soffit and paste this here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this and drag this back here. So we have a good stairway where we can have the winders and we can have the elevator shaft. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to make sure this wall is running from NGL up to roof level. Then I'm going to set this as finished face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall here, draw another wall here, draw another wall here, draw another wall. Then just to make things good, I'm going to click on AL. I'm going to zoom in here and select the soffit of this wall here, second one in the expansion joint, and just click on this soffit. So it's going to align. If I click on this, the dimension still makes sense. It still keys into the calculation I did, which is fine. Then I can click on these lines here and just delete them. So now we have created, we are going to go back to DPC. We have created a shaft for the elevator. We have created a shaft for the staircase. So I'm now going to start by creating staircase because we are now going to start going into the creating vertical transport in this hospital. So staircase is very simple to create in Revit. You just need to go to this architecture tab. You are going to go to these stairs. So once you click on stairs, we are first going to go over to this properties panel. Then we are going to select the staircase I would suggest you should do. So you are going to click on this drop down. You are going to select this monolithic staircase. Then before you do anything again, you are going to go over to this constraint, set the constraint to how you want. In this case, we have base DPC, base level DPC, which we want it to be like that. And the top level will now be first floor. So it's DPC to first floor. Then instead of using these run tools, because in staircase in Revit they give you a lot of tools to draft your staircase, but I feel the best tool is this create sketch. So this create sketch give you the opportunity to be able to create custom staircase to whatever you want, to your default taste. So we are going to start from boundary lines. I'm going to show you how to create it. So for this we'll be using this normal boundary line tool. So I'm going to draw a line from here. I'm going to draw it to this point. Click on this and draw it to this point, and maybe draw it to this point. Then I'm just the way I clicked on offset for the lines. I offsetted 1.8 meter for this staircase one. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to offset 1.8 here, 1.8 here, 1.8 here. Then I'm just going to click on this trim and extend corner. So I'm going to trim here, trim here. So now I'm now going to click on riser now. So after I've drawn this winder, you see I didn't close this winder's loop. I just left it. I just drew a line like this. Then I offsetted it. Then I still left it here open. So I'm now going to use this riser to close here. And I'm going to use this riser to close here. Then I'm now going to click on offset. So this time I'm going to be offsetting, since the normal thread height is 300 millimeter. I'm just going to click on it and offset, change this offset to 300 millimeter. So I'm just going to be offsetting these lines here. So if you are creating staircase and if you zoom out, you are going to see a small text that is blurred out. It shows how many risers you have created and it shows how many is remaining. So I've currently created 9 and it's remaining 14. Although we made a mistake in the riser calculation, we're still going to resolve it. So but let's first work with this. So these 14 risers remaining, so I still need to offset more. I'm going to offset from this side as well. So they said this one riser remaining. So as you can see, we have a lot of risers in this. So what you can do is to just click on this delete one, click on this delete this one. Then we're just going to click on this trim and extend single. click on this line, trim it, click on this, trim it, click on this, trim it. So after doing this, you know the reason why I deleted this, even while there are still 3 risers remaining, is because I still want to create risers on this side. So I'm going to click on riser, draw another riser here, then click on offset, offset it here. So currently it's showing -1 remaining. So what I can do now is just to hover around this, select all these 4 lines, click on move it to this side. Okay, Ctrl Z. Just leave it here and delete one of these. Then after we have created the risers, we are now going to click on this third part. So this third part is like a line that indicates the path that dictates the path which the staircase will go. So I'm just going to draw it from here to here. Hover around this, select the center, draw from here to here. Click on this, draw from here to here. Then I'm just going to trim 3 of them together. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on finish first. So now we're now going to go back, click out of this while we have clicked on finish. It will require us to click on finish again, but we're not going to click on it yet. We're going to resolve the issue we have. So we're going to go back to this desired number of staircase. We can see desired number of staircase, desired number 23. And the actual riser height is 176. And you can see this riser height is grayed out. We can't edit it. So we're going to change this desired number to 20. Let's change it to 27, I think. So once we've changed it to 27 and this actual riser is 150, which we want, I think is okay. Then I can now change this actual thread depth to 300 millimeter. Then I think we're good to go. So if I now click on this staircase and click edit sketch, you're going to see it's now going to show 4 risers remaining. So we're just going to click on offset and offset this remaining 4. So if I zoom out, it's showing -1 remaining. So I can just delete 1 riser from here. Maybe, okay, I think it's fine like this. Or maybe delete another one from here. Then click on offset and push it from here. So I think this is fine. I can just select all these risers here. Click on move it by 75 millimeter. I think this is fine. So you can see 27 risers created, 0 remaining. Then we're going to click finish. We're going to click finish again. Then I think our staircase is good to go. So now we're just going to click on this. There's this issue I used to have with this template. Anytime I create the staircase with the railing has issue. So I'm just going to click on this railing and I'm going to resolve the issue. I'm going to click on edit type. Because I created curves before, it's just carrying the millions of the curves. So I'm just going to click on this top rail. I'm going to click on this type here. And I'm going to change this profile from curves to square handrail 20 millimeter, and I'm going to click on apply, and it's going to just resolve it. And I'm going to click OK, apply, OK. So now we have our staircase going to this point here. So now I need an elevator that I'm going to place in this elevator shaft. So I'm just going to go to component and check whether I have I copied an elevator. So I'm just going to type elevator. So it's not the one I'm looking for. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on file, and I'm just going to open that the hotel model I did before. So I'm going to go to this DPC. I'm going to go to this and click on this and just copy this elevator shaft. Then I'm going to go back to the ground floor. Okay, sorry, I'm going to click on file, and I'm going to open back this hospital. Then I'm going to go back to this DPC. I'm going to hit Ctrl V and paste this here. So we have our elevator here. So I can click on this and click on edit type. I'm going to try and increase the size of this elevator. So I'm just going to, okay, let me just increase this to, instead of 1.3, let me increase it to 2.4. And okay, let me increase it to 2.1. And let me increase this depth to 2.2. Click on apply, click on OK. Okay, so now this is done. I think we have done a wonderful job. So now we are going to start. I'm going to show you how to create ramps. Okay, so we are going to create a ramp that is going to fly from this DPC, travel from this DPC to this first floor. So just like staircase, ramp is very similar. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go under this ramp here. You can see it's just beside staircase, and we're going to click on ramp. Well, let's save this project. We have made some progress, so I think it's fair we save. So now the ramp interface is open. Just like the staircase, you're going to make sure you select the ramp. You can even click on edit type. Then you can see some properties of this ramp. You can see the ramp text. You can see the shape. I think this shape is currently recommended, unless if you are creating entrance ramp. I think it's good you set it as thick. The thickness, you are going to set it at 150 millimeters. This, we can leave this. The materials, we can just click on it and just look for a concrete material. I'm just going to click on concrete precast, click OK. Then you are now going to see maximum inclined length. Instead of 9 meters, we're just going to make this 10,000. That is 10 meters. Then this ramp's maximum slope is 1:12. So it means for every 1 meter height is going to be need 12 meter length, which I think is the recommended standard. Okay, so I think it's fine. We're just going to click on OK. So we're now going to click on ramp. We're going to click on run. So we're going to just be drawing the boundary. Okay, instead of run, we're going to click on boundary. Sorry. So once we click on boundary, just like staircase. So currently the height of our headroom, if I go back to these are elevations, I'm just going to check the height difference. So I'm just going to click on cancel first. I'm going to click on no. I'm going to okay. I'm just going to go back to DPC and do something first. So I'm just going to click on run, and I'm just going to drag in a ramp and draw a ramp here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So after finishing this ramp now, I'm now going to just go to elevation to confirm the elevation height. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to align, and I'm just going to dimension here to this point. So I remember our elevation is 3.9. So approximately, if we are using the ratio, we are going to now need for 3 meters. Okay, for approximately 4 meters, we are going to need 24 meters. Okay, not 24. We are going to need 48 meters of ramp length. That is 24 on each side. So if we go back to this DPC now, and we check the dimension of this point, I'll just click on align, and we check dimension this to this. Okay, I think we have 47 meters. We have even too much stuff. So I'll probably reduce this length here to, let's say, 25 meters. Okay. Okay, so in order to get this thing accurately, we are going to be using line work to draft this ramp. So we're just going to delete this dimension. Remember, I told you we need about 24 meters of ramp at each side. So we're going to start drafting. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from this point here. So I'm just going to be giving an allowance of 3 meters here, or 2.4. I think 2.4 is okay. Then after giving the allowance of 2.4, I'm just going to extend the line randomly. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point here, and I'm going to draw this line up to 12 meters. So after drawing this line up to 12 meters, I'm going to stop it here. I'm just going to extend it out like what I just did. Then I'm now going to do a landing of 3 meters. Then I'm now going to draw another line of 12 meters again. Then I'm going to do another landing of 3 meters. And cross it to this point. So now I've done this now, I'm also going to draw a line here and cross this to this point. I'm now going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on move. I'm going to select this edge here, and I'm going to drag it to this point. So this is now a good size for this ramp. So we're now going to go and click back on this ramp, and we're going to click on edit sketch. Then we're just going to delete this. So we're going to click on boundary. We're going to draw a boundary line from this point here. Draw one here and draw one to this point here. So after drawing these boundary lines, we're going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 3 meters from the boundary lines. That is 3000 millimeters. We're going to make sure this copy is checked on. Then we're going to offset, offset, and offset. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this line here. Then I'm then going to click on riser line. I'm going to draw this riser line just in accordance to these distances I placed here. and I'm going to change this top level. That is very important. I forgot to change this base level to this base level is DPC, which is fine. Then this top level should be first floor. Okay, then I'm just going to change the width of this, the width to 3 meters, so it's going to align with what we want to create. Then I'm also going to click on this riser here. Then I'm going to select these 3 riser lines, click on copy, click on this point and copy it to this side. So we have a ramp going this way, a dog leg ramp. So I'm just going to click on finish, and we're going to see. So what we are now going to do now is we're going to click on section, create a section cutting through this ramp, and we're going to see how we created. So since it's going from here and going this way, we're just going to click on view. We're going to click on sections, then we're going to pick here and just extend it to this point and click on this. Then I'm just going to double click on this section head, hover around this black side, then double click. If it's not opening, we're just going to go over this project browser, click on this section and open this section 3, which I think is the latest. So you can see that it almost just reaches the first floor, which I think this is fine. This is just a minute error, it doesn't really mean much. So you can see the ramp as it goes. The ramp goes a distance of 12 meters, then it lands, then the ramp continues. So I can click on this ramp, go back to this DPC now. I can now click on this railing that is close to the wall. Click on this. I don't think I need this railing. Click on it and delete it. So we just have this railing here. So we have our functional ramp. So now we're going to go back to NGL and we're going to start drafting the walls for the services. So in the services of a hospital, we need where they can cook food for the patients, especially in the wards, and also do the laundry services. So we're going to need a big sized kitchen, and we're also going to be needing a big size laundry. So instead of the lobby just in this part, like the way this place is, for the lobby to be facing this way, I think it's best if the lobby actually faces the opposite way. That is this region of the hospital. So it's going to be facing the back of the hospital. So what we're just going to do now is we're just going to select this wall here, okay, select this wall, select this wall, select this wall. Then we can select these columns too. I think we can still maintain these columns here, or just hold Ctrl to select all these columns here and walls, or rather walls. Then click on filter. I'm going to uncheck this room separator. I'm also going to uncheck these views. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to pick on this point and copy this here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on escape for now. So now I can just go here, delete all these walls, all these doors here, then click on this wall and extend it up to this point here. So what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this wall that was this wall in this WC, and I'm just going to click on copy. So I'm going to click on this, copy it from this point and put it here. So this is now going to be the link between this corridor here and this service area. So this is going to join this wall here. They are going to join together, and this wall is just going to attach to this place. So I'm going to put a big door here where the occupants of the service staff of the hospital can just follow through here. Okay, just after some reconsideration, I feel that the lobby being on this opposite side of this building isn't the best thing to do, especially considering the fact that we're going to link these two wings up with this emergency staircase, which I feel is very paramount. So another thing we even forgot to do is we forgot this emergency. Can you imagine that? We forgot this emergency staircase in this wing. So what we are going to do to resolve this issue is we are going to do some movement. By this, we are just going to click on this and we're going to delete this bed here in this emergency. Then we are just going to turn on this review hidden element. Okay, so I don't think there's much here. So we're just going to select these spaces here, and we're just going to click on move, and we're just going to move it to the point here. So after doing this, we're just going to click on this wall here, and we're just going to click on copy this from this point here and paste this here. So after doing this, now we can now drag this wall that is from here and drag it from here as well. So we're going to click on this close reveal hidden element, and we're going to see whether we can redesign this a bit. So I'm just going to select this wall here. I'm going to select this here. I'm just going to check the dimension first. Okay, let me go to annotate, go to align and dimension this here. Then I'm going to click on this and change this to 450. I'm also going to click on this, okay, Ctrl Z, click on this, adjust it here. Then click on this and make sure the dimension from this point, let me just click on it again. From this point to this point is 1.8. Then I'm just going to move this here. So now we have this, we can click on this line and drag it. Then we can now click on this emergency door, click on it and just adjust it by, let's say, 150. Then I'm just going to click on this triage here. I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move it by 600. Okay, I think this is still tight. I'm just going to move this by 300 here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on move and I'm just going to move this by 450. Okay, so I think it's well off the door. So this space is a bit tight. It's really tight and short. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to click on edit type, click on edit this, just trim this here. I can delete these two lines. So after doing this, I'm going to click finish. I can click on this now and just make this, let's say, 900 millimeter from this place here. Then I can click on this and drag this back here. So we now have enough provision for the emergency patients to come in, get to the triage, then from there go to this emergency unit or emergency ward. Okay, so now we have resolved that. We are just going to select everything here up to this point, even select this wall here. Hold Control, just select, hold Control and select everything. Then we are just going to click on mirror. We are going to uncheck this copy. We are going to find the center line here and just mirror this on this point here. So now we have done this. Now we are now going to click on this wall and drag this here. So we have the services here. So what we can do for this wall, since we want to privatize this service, we can just go over to this wall here and we can just extend this wall to this point. Then we can click on this wall here and drag it to this point. So instead of making these walls like the way we did it before, that these walls are dwarf walls, we can select all these walls here, increase their height because we're going to make them screen walls. So people from this diagnostic unit will not be seeing what is happening in the service, because this service is going to accommodate spaces where the doctors, like the physician's quarters, and is also going to accommodate the laundry and the kitchen. So I'm just going to hold Control, select all these walls here. I'm going to click on filter to uncheck these thin lines. Then I'm just going to click on this top offset and make it 900. So after doing this, now we can now start working with walls here. So we are going to start from this side and we're going to be designing all the way to this side. So we're going to go to architecture, we're going to go to walls. We're going to make sure our wall is set from NGL to first floor. Okay, then we're going to click on this and make sure it's in wall center lines. So I'm going to draw the first wall. So this wall is going to be for the store. So the kitchen storage is very important because it's where you have the cold and dry store, where they are going to store the general kitchen stuff. Then we're now going to create another space wall here for the main kitchen. So these walls here, we're still going to try and align them to these walls here. So the grids are going to still make sense, if you know what I mean. But let's just be drafting them. So we know that this space will now be the kitchen. Then we're now going to have the laundry store here. Then we're now going to have the laundry. So I think the laundry store should be very massive because we need a very sizable laundry for this hospital to accommodate all the whole washing stuff that is going to be going on here. So that is by the way. Okay, then I'm going to go to wall again and I'm going to draw another set of walls. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy some of these unit walls here, like this wall here and this wall. Then I'm going to be using it as kind of a structural reference. So I'm going to be creating spaces for the doctor's residence. So I'm just going to click on this one. I can delete this. Then after doing this, now I'm now going to select this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just basically all these vertical walls here. I think about 3 of them, and this one should be enough. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm just going to select this point here, and I'm just going to copy it all the way here. Okay, so now I can click on this and delete this. So now we have these walls here, so I can just drag this wall here, drag this one here, drag this wall here, and drag this wall here. So we have about 3 spaces for the medical doctors. So we're now going to go back to DPC now. So it's in this DPC we are now going to start naming all these spaces. Or rather, before we do so, let's just go back to NGL and complete some wall works. So I'm going to go to architecture again, click on wall. So instead of this wall center line, I'm going to be selecting 150 wall. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here. I can click on these doors and delete this. I can go to wall here and draw another wall here, draw another wall here, draw one here, draw one here, and draw one here. Okay, so that's said and done. We're now going to make this big space here a kind of general storage for the hospital. So we're going to go to DPC. So the thing about hospitals, you can't just have enough storage. So it's basically something you will just be needing perpetually. So we're going to try and align this wall to a particular wall around here. So I think aligning it to this wall is fine. Then I'm just going to, okay, instead I can select this and align this to this wall here. So this is now going to be the whole laundry. Then I think this can be the laundry store. Then I can align this one as the kitchen storage. So we have the kitchen storage, the kitchen, the laundry storage, the laundry store, and the laundry. Okay, so I think it's fine. So now we are now going to start placing doors here, and we're going to start furnishing the spaces. So I'm going to click on door. I'm going to be selecting that our biggest door. I think that is D8. Then I'm just going to place this here. Then I'm also going to just place this, instead of D8, I'm going to place this D9 door here, because this is going to be a general storage for the hospital. Then I'm now going to click on this and change it back to normal single swing door. So I'm just going to place the click space, place this here. Then I think this can be for the senior medical doctors. So this is their residence basically. So I'm going to click on this, click on copy, copy this door here, copy this door here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on door again. So I'm going to set this D2, that is this normal single swing here. So I can just even place this here since I'm going to be placing a shower tray. But let me just confirm the size of this space. So this is basically, I'm going to set this as 450. The distance between this wall here, this duct, this one also 450. Click on this one, 450. Then click on this one, 2.4, 2.4. I think 2.4 is wonderful. So I'm going to now click on doors now. And I'm going to be placing a door in between this and click space to create a door here. Then I'm just going to click on components. I'm going to be placing our sink somewhere here. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to be placing a shower head here, a shower column here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to be placing a WC opposite it. Then I'm just going to click on this and place this here. So we have furnished this toilet now. So I'm also going to add a table and a bed here. So I'm just going to go to components, click on this drop down. I'm going to search for bed. So this time is not hospital bed I'm looking for normal beds. So I'm going to open our template file to get some of these components I'm looking for. So I'm just going to click on it and open it. Alright, so I'm just going to go back to this ground floor presentation. Then I'm just going to copy some stuff. I can just select one of these beds, select this here, select this chair as well, and I think this one should be enough. Select this and select this. Then I'm just going to click copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to the DPC here and I'm just going to hit Ctrl V. click OK, and just paste this randomly here. So after pasting this randomly, I can just select all of them and delete them. Then I'm just going to go to component architecture, go to components again. Then I'm going to search for bed. Then I'm just going to be putting this regular bed here. So I'm going to place it somewhere. I think somewhere here is fine. Now I'm going to click on components. I'm going to put a rug here too. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down. Then I'm just going to add this plasma TV. Then I'm just going to place this here. Then I can just go over to this space here and copy one of these office chairs here. Click on copy and copy this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on rotate and rotate this by 180. So this can be like a launch for the senior officers of the or senior medical professionals of the hospital. So I'm just going to select all these components here. Select even this toilet door, select this sink and this RW toilet arrangement, plumbing arrangement, then click on copy. Click on, make sure I uncheck this constraint, click on this point, copy this here, uncheck constraint again, copy this here. So we have 3 of this kind of spaces, which is wonderful. So I'm just going to click on door again, and I'm going to be placing some major doors here in this storage. So for this kitchen storage, we will need to divide the kitchen storage. So we are going to click on this, and we're going to just copy a lobby here. Click on copy and create kind of a mini lobby here. So if I click on this mini lobby, in between it can be 1.5 meter end to end. Then I'm going to click on wall again, this time 150 millimeter wall, and just select the center and divide this into cold and dry store. I'm going to click on this one and make sure I set the parameters from DPC to first floor. So after doing this now, I'm just going to go over and click on doors now. And I'm just going to be placing this D9 here. So I'm just going to place this door here. Maybe I'm going to give this laundry 2 doors. So in this laundry, another thing that came to my mind is I'll need a cloakroom. So the cloakroom is basically going to serve as where people, maybe the people in charge or the cleaners can come and dress up with a convenience there. So this cloakroom is basically going to house other staffs working in the hospital that are not necessarily professional. So it's where they can basically come dress up and do stuff. So it's basically like a mega closet. So I'm just going to click on wall here. I'm going to save this project. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this wall, set the parameters right from DPC to first floor. Then I'm just going to try and draw a line from the middle of this point. So I can go to annotate, click on detail line, draw a line from this point to this point. Then go to architecture, click on walls. Then from this center point, draw a wall from here to here. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to segment the WC. So what I can do now is to just see how I can design a WC in a way that is also going to have accommodation for, let's say, it's also going to have space for people to walk around and maybe air to enter. So what I can do is I can just check out this width and see. So I'm going to draw a wall here to form a small WC. But this space is really tight if you look at it. So if I'm just going to click on this wall, this is 901.1 left. So what I can do, since this place is also ventilated, instead of creating this, I can delete this too and drag this wall back to this point, the same to this point. Then I can click on this, make sure this is 1.5 meters. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on wall again, and I'm now going to draw a duct wall here. Then I can click on this, just click on this temporal dimension and just make sure that this is just 225. Click on this as well, drag this here. This is 225. Click on this, drag this here. Click on this. This is 450. So we have a dock for these conveniences here. So with that said and done, we're now going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line. And we're just going to basically create a wardrobe, a big wardrobe here. So what we can do is we can segment the wardrobe into 600mm lines, and we can just, okay, before we do so, we're just going to go to annotate detail line, draw a cross line here, hold Ctrl, click on escape, hold Ctrl, select these two lines and click on copy. Then we're just going to copy this in repetitions. So this is just a cubicle. One might be for male, one can be for female. So we're just going to go to architecture. We're going to click on doors, click on this drop down and select this D2 door. Then we're just going to place this here. So after placing this, we're now going to click on architecture. We're going to click on components. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to search for WC. Then we're just going to paste a WC. Let's say, I think the WC can be here. Click on this drop down, select, look for sink. Then I think we'll use this sink here. I think the sink can be somewhere here, can serve. Then we're just going to click on this drop down and look for this shower head here. Click on space or shower column and place this here. So we're also going to click on this door and we're going to be placing this regular D1 door here and just place it. So this is basically like a male cloakroom. So this is basically going to now serve this laundry. So we can now from this space click on this wall, click on copy and create a laundry store here. I think clicking on this distance 4.2 meter by 5 meter is big enough for a laundry store. Okay, so after this now we are going to click on this and we're just going to go to architecture, go to door again. Then we're just going to place this D8 or D9, sorry. We're going to click space and just place this here. For the kitchen, we're going to place a door here. I think we can place another door here on this kitchen. Then we can create an opening here. I think it's safe to create an opening. Then we can click on this review hidden element. We can go to architecture. Then we can click on room separator. We can draw a room separator line from here up till, let's say, let me just go here and draw it from this point, from this soffit of this wall up to, let's say, 2.1. Then cross it here and drag it back. Then we can click on AL, that is a line, select the soffit of this one, align this room separator line, make sure it extends here. Then click on this one and drag this here. Then we're going to go over to this close this hidden element here. So after doing this now, we're just going to select, hold Control, select 1, 2, 3, 4, hold Control, left click and hold, select all these lines. Hold Control, select this. Then we're just going to click on this mirror draw axis tool. We're going to click on this point and we're just going to draw a line. So the mistake I made is I forgot to check copy. So I'm going to click on mirror again, make sure I check this copy on, then just mirror it seamlessly. So we have like a male and female cloakroom. We have the laundry store. We have the kitchen, the store. So we're just going to go to architecture again. We're going to click on doors, click on this drop down, and we're just going to be placing these two doors here in this kitchen. So one is a cold store, one is a dry store. So I think that is basically self-explanatory. So we're now going to be adding room tags to this service place. So I'm just going to go to rooms and I'm going to set the parameters right from DPC to first floor. Make sure this limit offset is 0. Then I'm just going to place the rooms here. So this hospital, you can see how complex this project is. You can see the amount of functions we are trying to put in one single building. Okay, it's still fine. We are still working. Let's see how it goes. So I'm just going to keep placing this. Place this here. Okay. So now what we can now do now is just like the way we selected these lines here and copied it for it to be like the ramp. We're also going to do the same here. I'm still going to show you how to create entrance ramps. I'm going to click on copy, click on this point, copy this to this point. Okay, then we can just still adjust this door here. then we can still have our spaces. So let's start renaming these spaces. I'm just going to call this general utility room. So this is quite big. I think this 38 meters square, decent. We're now going to give this a name, bit/wc. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A. Then I'm going to now hit Ctrl C to copy this text. Double click on this one, Ctrl V. Double click Ctrl V to paste. Also go over here, Ctrl V to paste. Click on here, Ctrl V to paste. Then I'm just going to call this male cloakroom. So when I'm ventilating this cloakroom, I'll need to put a very long window because here is going to be very hot. Or I may even end up deleting one of these cupboards here, so I can just put a window here so people will not be choked out here. Okay, then I'm just going to hit this Ctrl C. Then go over here, Ctrl V, then just add FE to the top, female cloakroom. Then I can just go back to this space here and start name. I will now call this physician's lounge. Physician's lounge. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C to copy the text. Okay, I misspelled this physician, PHY. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C and copy this. Then I'm now going to call this laundry. Then I'm going to call this laundry store. Then I'm going to call this kitchen. So this is going to be like the mega kitchen. So I can call this lobby. Then I can call this cold store. Then I can call this dry store. Okay, so after giving these spaces now, we're going to go back to this kitchen. We're just going to click on one of these cubicle and we're just going to click on copy and we're just going to copy this to this point here. So now we're just going to basically do the kitchen, click on it, click on edit, click on this, click on edit extrusion, delete all this profile. Then I'm just going to click on line. I'm going to draw a line from this point to this point up to, let's say 3.6 or 3.3, still fine. Then I'm going to draw this line up to this point. I'm going to click on offset 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to close this loop here. Then I'm going to trim this. So I'm also going to create a kitchen island. So I'm going to click on offset again. An island is basically like a center formwork or casework in the kitchen where they can come, they can even still put some cooking machinery there or cooking hardware there. They can use it as where they can taste food and all those stuff. So I'm just going to put an offset of 1.5 meter from this point too, and from this point. Then I'm just going to trim here. Then I can click on this offset and offset another 1.5 meter here. Then trim this here. Trim this. So what I'll now do is to click on offset again, uncheck this copy, offset from this side, offset from this side, so the island will be compact. Then click on finish. Then we have our kitchen island here, a very big kitchen if you ask me, so I think it will serve. So now we have done this. Now we have created this ramp. So another thing that we are supposed to do is we are supposed to create a general nurses station. So this nurses station, and we are supposed to link this lobby on this side to this lobby. So instead of separating them entirely, we are going to create a link. So for that, we are just going to go to NGL first. Then in this NGL, we are going to click on annotate detail line. We are going to draw a line from the center of this point here. Then we are going to click on offset and make the width of it, let's say 2.250. That is making it offset 2.250 here, 2.250 here. So this total distance will now be 4.5. Then I can click on this line, delete this line, click on this line, delete. Then I'm just going to click on split here. I'm going to split this here. And before I split this, I want to create a general nurses station here. So because of this general nurses station, this lobby on this side is going to be bigger. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to hold left click and hold, then select all these walls here. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move it by 1.8 meter. Then it's going to ask me delete element. I'm going to delete whatever element I holding. Then I can click on this and drag this back. I can also click on this, drag this back. Then I can click on this, click on mirror, mirror this here. Click on this, mirror is 45 degrees from this point to this point. So after doing this, I can now click on this wall here and drag this to this point. So we now have enough lobby space here. Then we can continue with our splitting. So I'm going to click on split here too. Then click on this, drag this to this point. Click this, drag this here. Click this here, drag this here. Click this here, drag this here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on mirror. Click on this line 45 degrees again. Mirror this here. So it's going to form this L shape here. So I'm going to click on this and drag it to this point. Then I can just click on copy and copy this dwarf wall from this point to this point. I hope you followed all this. So now we are now going to, since we have enough corridor space here, we're now going to go back to this DPC and copy one of these cubicles and call it the general nurses station. So I'm just going to hover around this line, click on tab to select the 4 of them, then delete it. So now I'm going to click on this nurses station cubicle here, click on copy and copy this to this point. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, click on this, click on edit profile, select all this profile and delete it. Then I'm just going to click on this line. I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.2, then another line up to 600. Then I'm going to draw it up to, let's say, this point here, up to 600 from here. Then join this here. So I'm going to delete this. So this is going to be the general nurses station. So I can just click on offset and offset 600 from each side, so it will not be conflicting with this junction. Then I'm going to click finish. So now I'm going to click on this review hidden element. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to room separator and draw some room separator lines around this to just safeguard it as a space. Then I'm going to uncheck this. Then I'm going to click on these chairs, click on copy one to this place here. Click on this, click on rotate this by 180 degrees. Move it somewhere here. Then I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to be copying it by 1.2, 1.2, 1.2, 1.2. So this is the main nurses stations. So now I'm now going to go to rooms now, and I'm just going to place this as a room, and I'm now going to call this nurses or general nurses station. Okay, I didn't spell it. I said Asian. So let me say station. So wow, I've done a wonderful work so far. So now I think we have done justice to the ground floor. The only thing we'll now start doing is we're now going to start working on the floorings. So we're now going to, let's just quickly draft out the part for this entrance. So we have this our entrance here. We know our entrance is going to be somewhere here. So I'm going to go to annotate, go to detail line. Then I'm going to, from this point here, draft out an entrance of up to 4 meters. All the way to this point. So after this 4 meter, we're going to have a ramp here. I think the ramp should be up to 7 meters here, somewhere here. And also another ramp here. So after we've done this, we're now going to click on this and we're going to draft the drop off. So I think the drop off can extend to 7 meters. Then we're just going to add the entrance. Alright, so then we're now going to add the entrance step distance. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter without copy. So we have the drop off here, we have the main entrance here. So the next stage we are going to be moving in is the flooring in Revit. So I'm going to show you how to create floors. I'm going to show you how to create entrance steps and entrance ramps. So that's what we're going to be working on before we now move to the subsequent floors. Alright, so before creating the slabs of this DPC, we are going to be adjusting some things because we have a problem here. So we have a problem with these ramps here. So the thing about these ramps is that most of these ramps are going to be affecting the access of this place. For instance, we have something like here and we have something like here. So because of this emergency entrance that is here, this emergency staircase here, we are going to need the emergency staircase to land on an actual slab instead of a ramp. So what we are going to do is we are just going to select these ramp lines here. These ramp lines are not ramp, it's just something for me to indicate their ramps, and just move it to this side. So we are going to unjoin this element here. We can now click on annotate, detail line, and just complete it here. So instead of our slab just going like this, it's going to just have an extension here, a bulge out somewhere here. So it's going to serve this emergency staircase. So we're also going to do something like that here. So we're just going to select these lines here, and we're going to click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror this to this wing. So this emergency will also have a staircase and a ramp leading outside the building. So we're going to go over to this wing now. For this wing, we're going to create an emergency staircase here. So I'm just going to click on this wall here, go to the center of this project, then click on mirror. Okay, I don't think it will work that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this wall, click on copy this wall from here to this point, click on this wall here. So I'm going to see the internal dimension, then I'm going to change this to 2.5 meter. Okay, so we have the emergency staircase, we have the emergency stairway space here. So what we are going to do, we are going to left click, hold, select all these lines here, click on move, and move it outward here, just like we did before. Then we're just going to go to annotate again, go to detail line, and just complete this here to form this. So we can now draw a line here and just create a lobby here. Let's make it 4.2. So it's going to extend, it's going to have enough provision here after this extension. So now we are going to do something similar for this wing, because for this wing I don't think we may need to do it, but I think it may still be fine. So what we are going to do for this wing now is, remember I said we are going to create an emergency stairway somewhere in the middle here. So I'm just going to go back to this NGL. So this NGL now, I'm going to start, this is the line I intended for this emergency stairway. So obviously this one can't work, so we move the emergency stairway of this wing to here. So I'm just going to hover around this line, click on tab, select it, delete this. Then I'm just going to start adjusting this line. So firstly, I'm just going to try and drag this line to this point here, and drag this end point to around, I think 6 meter or 5 meter, or 5.1 meter is enough for an emergency stairway. Then I'm going to click on this side. I'm going to make the distance from here 3 meter. Click on this side as well. I'm going to make the distance from here 3 meter. So this is 3 meter in between. So what I can now do now is to click on offset and offset 250 from each side. Okay, not 250. I think it might actually work, because 25 plus 450 is 2950. So I'm just going to offset 25 millimeter from each side. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to architecture. We're going to click on walls. We're going to select this 225 wall. After selecting this, we're going to set this wall as finish face interior. Then we're just going to draw, okay, we're going to draw a wall from here going around. We're going to click on, hover around one of these walls, click on tab. We're going to make sure the parameter, the top constraint is set at roof level. So after doing so now, we're now going to go to annotate, go to detail line now. Then we're just going to use detail line and draft a lobby here. Then the lobby is going to extend, let's say 3 meters. So I can click on offset and offset 3 meter. So after doing this now, I can now click on this trim extended and trim this, click on this line and trim this to here. So now what we are going to do, we are going to go to detail line again, and detail line, and we can now intend that this ramp is going to go from here. Let me just make it a 7-meter ramp. So this is what I envision for this emergency staircase. So the emergency staircase is going to be here, then a corridor is going to be here, then maybe 1 or 2 columns around here. I think a column needs to be here. This is a 9-meter span, so I think there may be columns in between. So we're just going to have something like that. So what we can now do, we can now click on this wall and drag it to this point here. The same thing for this, we can click on this wall as well, then drag this to this point. So after doing this, now we are going to click on this wall here, this column wall here, select this other dwarf wall. We are now going to click on this mirror, draw line axis, and we're going to draw a line 45 degrees from this point here. Then just for it to move, we are just going to move this and move it on top of the soffit of this line. So now we have created these 2 walls. So I'm just going to hold Control and left click and select both of them. Then I'm just going to click on mirror. Oh, sorry, I clicked on split. Escape. I'm going to select this wall, hold Control, select this wall as well. Click on this mirror too. Select the center of this stairway. Click on this point and mirror it to this side. So what we now have is something like this left in this space. So efficiently, I'm just thinking that 2 columns shouldn't be here necessarily. So I can click on delete, click on this and try and centralize this. So I'm just going to click escape first, go to annotate, go to detail line, just hover around till this triangle is highlighted here to centralize, to just get the center point. Then click on this wall, click on move, then move this from this point here. Try and move this from the center point and move it to this point. Then we can just draw in this dwarf wall here. So after doing this, now we have already established a good pattern. We already know that how a lot of things is going to be. So now we are going to just select these lines here, hold Control, left click and hold Control too. So we are going to select these lines here. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views, DPC, and click OK. So we're now going to go back to this DPC and we're going to start drafting our floor. Since we have already established some parts, like this pattern is going to be a what they call it again, an extra landing here for this ramp, so leading outside the building. So what I can do now is to click on this dwarf or delete it, or Ctrl Z, click on this dwarf or click on copy first, copy it to this point, then click on escape, delete this one inside, click on this, click on mirror, mirror it perpendicular by 45 degrees, then just drag it and adjust it here. So now you can now see how this is looking good. So in the same sense, we can hold Control, select these 2 dwarf walls, we can click on mirror, select this center point here and mirror this to this side here. So after mirroring this to this side, now we can now click on move, and we're just going to click on this point and move it here. We can click on unjoin element, then I'm just going to click on this and drag this backwards to this point here. So this is now going to be like the exit point for this. So I can click on this wall, click on mirror, and select, let's say, this point here and mirror this here. Then I'll click on this and drag this wall to this point here and drag this wall, thereby closing this loop. So we have something. So I can even click on this and extend this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on join element here. So there's going to be enough landing space just to make this thing make sense. So I can just click and drag this out, click on this dwarf wall, delete it, click on move, then move this from this point to this point. Then click on this and drag it to join here. So after doing this now, we're just going to select this dwarf wall, hold Control, select this dwarf wall here, then click on mirror, then click on the center of this ramp and mirror it to this side. So now I think we've already established how this thing will look. These are the emergency ways. the emergency for this, the emergency for this wing, and the emergency for this wing. So I can click on this and just move this. So what I can do now is to click on this room tags here, move it here. Okay, I think this one should go to this space here. Make sure I uncheck this leader, then move this here. Click on this too, uncheck this leader, then move this room tag here. So I think it will now make sense now. So after doing this now, we are now going to start drafting out the floors. So the floors are very important because it's going to define where our entrance is going to be, where our exits are going to be, emergency and all. So we're just going to go to architecture. We are going to click on floors. So if you have transfer template from the template file, if you click on this drop down, you're going to see this floor main. But you can also create your own custom kind of floors by clicking edit type, click on duplicate, give it whatever name, the same way you edit the floor properties and one. Let me just edit this one, click on enter. You can change the material, change the thickness, add even insert layers if you want, like floor finishes, but I don't think we need that for now. I've already assigned a good material which I named floor slab from the template. So if I just click on it, I can confirm it here, click OK. Okay, so now that's said and done, I'm just going to start drafting out the floor. So I'm going to start from here, draft to this point here. Click on this, draft all the way down to this point here. Okay, this is a really massive project. Draft here, draft here, draft here, draft here too. Draft here, here as well, here, 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 here too, here, can click on escape, click on this line, drag it to this point, click on this line to continue drafting. So another thing to take, very important to take note of, if you have drafting walls in real life, like for example, I've drafted this one, the floor lines inside the walls, but in real life it's actually meant to be like this. Okay, that is how floor slabs are casted. But the reason why I'm doing it end to end is because of rendering purpose and modeling purpose. So basically visualization purpose. If I'm doing the working drawing, I'll still make sure that is on the soffit of the external wall. Okay, so this is just a quick way for me to just run things. So it's not like this how it's meant to be done. So take note that floors are usually in real life casted at the external soffit of the walls, but just for modeling clarity, I just used to do it at the internal soffit. Then I'll now use detail line to indicate the whole thing. So using Revit as a BIM software, this is not the best advice because it's going to derive the information of this into placement of floors. So that is something you should put in mind. But me, I usually like doing it just because of modeling and visualization purpose. Okay, so we're just going to, so once you are drafting floors on ground floor, all these duct spaces you are going to be drafting around them because you don't want your slabs to be blocking the duct. So we are going to reach this point and come outside to form the slab where people are going to walk, the main entrance slab. So we are going to continue to this point here, continue at this point right here, continue going here and just drafting the floors over this consultant's office. The reason why I'm taking time to just do like this is because I don't want to be this the shape of this hospital is a bit complex, so I don't want to be using this peak line too because it's going to cause a lot of trimming and errors. So I'm just following it step by step and just drafting it and flowing. Okay, so we're going to reach this point too. Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z again. Click on this point. We can reach this line here. Continue here. We can continue here too. Since this is the ground floor, continue here as well. So on reaching here, we're going to click on this, extend this to here, and we're going to be doing something similar, but this time we're just going to connect these two wings via this emergency. Okay, so we have made progress. So what I can just do now is to click on this box tool here, click on this point here, and draw a box to this point. Then I'm going to do the same for this. Click on this point, click on this point, click on this point here, click on this point. Okay, so now so far this is looking wonderful because we have the ramps to this building placed very well. We have this emergency ramp, we have the entrance provisions for this entrance ramp. So now we have created these floors completely. We're just going to click on finish. So if it shows any overlapping lines, we're going to click on show. So we're going to see where the issue is. We're going to click on continue, click on this line here, delete one. So because we have two lines overlapping over each other. Then after doing this, I'm just going to click finish. I'm going to show the issue again because it's showing there is an error here. So I'm just going to click on this and create another line to close this loop, because once you are creating floor slabs, the profiles must be looped, meaning that one end must touch the other end. So we're just going to click finish. So it's going to ask us, would you like this floor, the walls to go up to the floors or topo solid level attached to his bottom? I'm going to click do not attach. So what this does is that if you it means that if I click on yes, it should attach. Let me click on 3D. All the floors that are around it or in contact with the floor or with this slab is going to go to the bottom of the slab. So it's just a quick fix to all these issues you encounter when you start doing the subsequent floor of the slabs coming out and hitting the surface of the floor. So it's just a quick way to solve it, but I don't think we need it. So now in this 3D view, we can even edit some graphical settings, so you'll be seeing the things clearly. You can click on this and change it to fine. We can also click on this and change it to shaded. So we're going to be seeing the color. So you can see all the cubicles we have created, the tables, the chairs, the furnitures and stuff in all these spaces. So you can see it's looking very nice. The hospital beds, the WC, the emergency ward, very wonderful stuff. So now this is done. We're going to now go back to this DPC and we're going to start creating the entrance ramps and entrance staircase steps. Then we'll now go create these emergency steps. Okay, so for this now, let's just click on this wall here. We can click on this wall and we can extend this here. Okay, or we can even click Ctrl Z, click on this dwarf wall here, click on mirror, select this point here and mirror it to this side. Then click on this dwarf wall, make sure it is off this place here, drag it and join this here. Then click on this, drag this and join this here. All right, so now this is done. We can click on this, delete this dwarf wall here. So here will be open for emergency patients to come in. So now this is done. We're now going to start creating ramp. So the same way we created ramp here, we're going to do the same for this, but it's going to be quite different from this one, since this one is meant to fly across staircase. So I can just click on these section lines because they were just created momentarily for purposes, so I can delete them. I can select this two here and delete it. So after deleting this, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to ramps. Then I'm just going to click on duplicate and I'm going to just call this, click on duplicate here. Then I'm going to call this entrance ramps. Then I'm going to click on OK. So this ratio is going to remain the same. I think one max loop 1:12 is fine because this is a hospital, so we mustn't take this standard. We must take this standard seriously. So we are just going to change this shape from thick to solid, and I think the rest is fine. So I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on this boundary. I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point, another line from here up to this point. So automatically you remember that the ratio is 1:12. So these are DPCs not even up to 1 meter, is about 0.6 meter. So I feel that 7 meters should be enough for a ramp of that distance. So I'm going to click on riser, and close this here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So what I'm just going to do, you can see the ramp direction. This is where the UP, that is up, is. So it means the ramp is going this way, which goes along with what I intended here. So if you go to 3D now and we rotate this here, you are just going to see how the ramp perfectly created. Okay, we made a big mistake. So this ramp, we created it at the DPC level. We are meant to create it from the NGL to DPC and set the top constraint to DPC. So you can see it perfectly created. It doesn't have any problem. It's looking very nice with the handrail on top. So if you go back to this DPC now, we are still going to see how it is. So this is a wide ramp and it's functional. So I can click on this line, delete it, then select this ramp here, click on mirror and mirror it to this other wing here. Simple. Click on these two ramps, click on mirror, hover around the center of this courtyard and just let me make sure I'm at the center and just mirror it to this other wing. Then once I've mirrored it, I'm just going to click on move and move this to this point here. Okay, then I can click on this particular ramp here. I can click on move and move this upwards to this point. Then I can just click on copy, click on this point here and copy it to this point here and copy the second one to this point. So we have created the ramps we needed for this project. Okay, so I can just select these lines here, this line here, and drag it to this point. Select this line here, drag this to this point, so it will just match. Select this dwarf wall here, click on copy, and copy this from this point here to this point. Make sure it's not clashing with any walls, and just join it properly. Okay, this is looking very wonderful. Okay, so now we have the entrance. Okay, so another thing I forgot that is very important is the entrance ramp. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to select this ramp here, click on delete to delete some of these lines that are obstructing. Click on this, click on copy, click on this point here and copy this to this point. Then after doing this, so I'm going to click on this ramp, click on edit sketch. Then I'm just going to increase the width to this point here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to select the center point here and mirror this up to this side. So it's going to have two ramps, one coming from here, one coming from here. So this is looking nice. So I can delete this line here, delete this line, delete this line here, delete this line. Then I'll just go to annotate, go to detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from this edge here, this corner here to this center point, and this corner here to this center point, graphically indicating this is a ramp. So after doing this, I'm going to hold Control, select these two lines. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it to this other wing, which I think is wonderful. Okay, so now this is done now. I think we have done a great work so far. I'm now going to show you how to create entrance steps. So entrance steps, we will need to go back to NGL again. Just the same way we duplicated the ramp to create this entrance step, we are going to duplicate the staircase. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to stairs. Under these stairs, I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this entrance steps. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm just going to go over to this monolithic run type, click on it. Then once I've clicked on it, I'm just going to click on duplicate and call this steps again, 00 steps. So after doing so, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to change this from smooth to stepped, and I'm going to change the structural depth to 450 millimeter. Then I think the material can remain the same, floor slab. I'm going to click OK, apply, OK. Then I'm just going to click on sketch. Then I'm just going to start drawing the boundary. So I'm going to start from here, this point here. Click on this and draw a boundary of 900 millimeter or 600. 600 should be enough. Or let me just say 900. Then go over here, draw another boundary, 900. I'm guessing 600 should be enough. Then I'm going to click on riser here, and I'm going to draw a long riser to this point and another riser here. Then I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter, standard size of threads. I'm going to uncheck. Okay, I'm going to check this copy this and copy this. So I think this 900 is sufficient enough. Then I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 6 meters from each side. So I'm going to use it to place some green areas. So this is 6,600. I'm going to make this 6,000. Uncheck this copy. Then I'm just going to offset this. Okay, Ctrl Z. I'm going to highlight here till I see this dotted line at this side. I'm just going to, once the dotted line, I hover around it and the dotted line is highlighted the side I want, I'm just going to click on it and it's going to offset. The same for this. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to click on finish. So if you see, we can see this direction is going this way, meaning the stairs is starting from here and going this way. I don't want it that way, so I'm going to click on it and click on flip. So it's going to come and enter this way, which I think is nice. So I'm going to click on finish. So if you look at our 3D now, we're going to see all these ramps and we can see that they are created properly. Okay, so you can now see these entrance steps. So what we can now do now is to create some flower pots here. So these flower pots, we're going to use some dwarf walls and we're just going to create it. And it's going to be kind of to cover up this place, at the same time edify the entrance by making it, by adding some greenness to it. So I'm going to go back to this NGL. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. I think I should have a flower pot wall. If I don't have, I'm just going to create a new one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this wall 150, set it at up to DPC and check this top offset to 75 millimeter. Then I'm just going to now click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00 flower pot wall. Flower pot wall. Then I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to just click on this material and change it. I'm going to click on this stone wall, duplicate it and call it 00 flower pot. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. You can change this from stone wall. You don't need to select that stone wall. Once you change any material and duplicate it, I'm just going to go under this appearance library. I'm going to go to stone. Then I'm just going to select a nice stone. Let me just select this river stone and click apply, click OK, click OK, click OK. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm going to set this as finish face interior. Then click on this point. Okay, if it's like that, I'm going to change it to finish face exterior. Click on this point, click on this center point here, click here too, click on this point and click on this point. So after doing this now, I'm just going to hover around this, click tab, select all of these four walls, click on mirror and mirror this to this other wing. Then I can just manually try and adjust it here by clicking on AL, that is align, select this and select this here. So I think this is fine. I can also do the same, click on this, select this and select. Okay, click on escape, select this wall here and select this here. So I'm going to click on escape. For some reason, the ramp we created on one side is deleted. So I'm just going to go to 3D and just to confirm. And yes, the ramp deleted. So what we're going to do, we're going to see the ramp here is actually within this. So I'm just going to click on this. I mistakenly moved it for some reason. Go back to NGL, click on move. And I'm just going to move it from this point here to this point. So, okay, this line is somewhat confusing me. So I'm just going to hover around it, click on tab here and delete this line because I kind of left it as provision for this. So now we're going to go back to this DPC now and we're going to look at this. So we have already created the walls. If you go to 3D, you're going to see these flower walls here. So what we are now going to do is to place green areas inside. So a lot of people use topo solids to model their greenery, but me, I usually use floors. So I use floors to do a lot of things. Some people might argue that this is not the proper way to do Revit, but this is just the way I feel is best and it works for me quite well. So what I'll just do is I'll just go to architecture. I'm going to go to, I've done a video on using topo solids, by the way. If you want to learn that, you can still check that out. But for this full course and preferably how I like using it, I usually like using floors to create green areas. So I'm just going to click on floors. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00 green area. So after doing this, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type, click on these materials, right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this green. Then I'm just going to click on this icon, go to appearance, go to site work, then go to this material library of site work, select this dark ryegrass, and click apply, click OK. Then before we select it, I'm just going to click on this material again. I'm going to click on graphics. So we're going to apply some graphic settings to it before we use it. So I'm just going to click on this pattern, this foreground pattern, click on this, and I'm going to change, just click on this and change this to this solid fill and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this color here, this color fill here. I'm going to select this normal green. Then I'm going to edit this green color. I'm going to drag it down to reduce this saturation. Then I'm going to go over this hue and just drag it up so it's going to be light. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on this background pattern and I'm going to be selecting this. I'm going to search for sand. Then I'm going to click on this sand dense. I'm going to click on this duplicate fill and I'm going to change this value to 0.5. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to click on this color. Of course, I'm going to click green first, but I'm going to make this dark green. So by doing this, I think this is fine. Then I'm going to reduce the saturation a bit. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click apply. OK. OK. Apply. OK. So now I'm just going to click on this box drafting tool and I'm just going to pick this point. I'm going to also pick this point here. Pick this point. So I'm going to pick this point here of this courtyard. Pick this point here. I'm also going to pick this point here. Pick this point. Then I'm just going to click on finish. I'm going to click on don't attach. Okay. So if you go to 3D view, we're going to see how this is looking, and it's looking nice actually. Okay, so now we are done with this. We are going to go and we are going to start creating the emergency staircase. So I'm going to go back to this DPC, and the emergency staircase, just like this general staircase, is pretty straightforward. So let's place the doors for the emergency. So emergency doors, we are going to click on door. We are going to click on this drop down. We are going to be using this D9 since it's a big door, and we're just going to centralize it and open it. So it's going to be a big door across the emergency. I'm also going to do the same here. Place it here. I'm also going to go here too. Place it here. So these are emergency exits. So this can be during the normal hours. This can be serving as a service staircase, which is fine. This is another emergency staircase. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go and create a normal stairs. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to stair. So I'm going to set this staircase. I'm going to change this from entrance steps to this normal monolithic staircase. Then I'm going to change this from DPC to, instead of lintel, to first floor. I'm going to set the desired number of risers. This is currently 24, which I think is lackluster. It's not enough. I'm going to change it to 27. So once this actual riser height is 150, it means it's good. I'm going to change this thread depth to 300 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on create sketch. So now I've clicked on this, I'm just going to draw and draft the staircase up to 4.2, or let me just use, I think 4.2 should do the trick. Okay, by 4.2 is going to be affecting this door swing here, so I might reconsider that, but let's just see. Alright, so I'm just going to continue with these boundary lines to this point as well as this point. Then I'm going to be clicking on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2. So I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. Then I'm going to offset here, offset here, offset here. So I'm just going to trim this all around. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on riser. I'm going to start from this side. Then I'm going to click on offset again. And this time I'll be offsetting 300 millimeters. So I'm going to start 1, 2. So if I zoom out, it's going to show me 3 risers created, 24 remaining. So I'm just going to continue offsetting. After doing this, I'm just going to select all of this and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror from this point to this point here. So it's still showing me 5 risers remaining. So this is what I guess to be problematic, but we'll still find a way to solve this now. Okay, so since this is an emergency staircase, we can start by doing some compromises. Okay, so the first thing to do is we are going to delete all of these risers first. Or we're going to delete up to this point. So instead of using this 300 millimeter offset, which is standard depth for thread, we can use 275. which is close but not quite there yet, but we'll manage it. So I'm just going to be offsetting the 275. So after we're done, we can still use this and leave this provision here, so there will be enough space for, okay, I feel there should be enough allowance here in this emergency point. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm just going to select all of this here, and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this wing. Then I'm just going to click on riser again. I'm going to hover around this point here. You're going to see a temporal dimension is going to come out here if you hover around this. Or we can start from this center point. Draw another riser to this point here. Or draw one here. Then I'm just going to click on any random point around this side of this line. And any random point here. Then I'm just going to click on offset and be offsetting 25 millimeter. That is like this. Then I'm going to highlight everything here. I'm going to click on mirror and mirror this here. So these are not any riser line. These are just temporary lines. You're going to see exactly why. So I'm going to click on this riser, click on this point here and create a riser. Click on tab, create a riser here. Click on escape. Click on this one too. Click on tab, create another riser here. So after doing this, I'm just going to select these 4 lines here and I'm going to delete them. So if I zoom out now, I'm going to try and see it's showing me 2 risers remaining. So what I might do now is I'm just going to, let me just trim this first. So I'm going to think of where I can add this extra riser here. Okay, what I might do might be a bit risky and crazy, but we'll just have to try. So I'm going to delete all these risers in this wing first, and I'm going to delete all these ones up to this first one. Then instead of using the 275 offset, I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to try 265. So this is not really the best option, but I've really put into a tight corner now, so I'm just going to do it. So I'm going to click on offset and be offsetting this. So I think once it reaches this point, I can now trim this here. I think this should do the trick. Then once I select all of this riser, I can click on mirror, pick this line here and just draw it here. So I can now click on trim here and just trim this off here and trim this off. Okay, so looking at this now, this is showing 0 risers remaining. So this is still very tight in of itself, but I think I've kind of put into a corner here, so I will just have to manage it like this. Then I'm going to put on this stair part and I'm going to pick this stair part here, pick here too, and pick here too. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So you're going to see the movement of this stairway. So what I can now do now is I'm just going to click on finish. So now we have created this stairway. Now it's going to ask us to save the project, and we're going to do that. So I'm going to click on this emergencies door. Instead of it going this way, I can just put it this way since it's at the corners here, and I can do the same for this one here. Click on this, do the same. So this one that is here now, I can click on it and extend it to let's say 5.4 meters, or let me even make it 6 meters, so it will be enough. So after doing this, now we're now going to go to this staircase. Yes, we are going to click on this railing, click on delete. So I'm just going to click on this one, do the same thing here. This one, okay, this one is going to be sharing the same. So we're just going to click on this emergency stairway, click on copy. We're going to click on this corner here and copy this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on this one here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to select the center of this and mirror this to this point here. So I'm going to click on this one again. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to click on copy and just copy it randomly here. Then I'm going to click on rotate and I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move, click on this corner and move it to this point here. So I think here we have enough provision for landing. So now this is done. Now we are going to do something. I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to click on split element. Then I'm going to split here too. And I'm going to also split here too. Okay, go over to split wall and split here too. Then the same thing for this, split this wall here, split this wall here. Then I'm going to go here, I think here. So what I'm now going to do is these walls around this emergency stairwell, I'm going to click on it, hold Control, select them. I'm going to click on filter, uncheck this door. It's only walls I want to select. So I'm going to do the same here. Select these walls here. Then I'm going to do this one here. Control. So if you have selected the door, there is no problem. You can just go to filter, uncheck this door here. Then we're going to set this top constraint of this wall to reach roof level. So it's going to indicate that this wall is going across each floor. So now we have set it to reach roof level. We can now select these doors here. Select this door, hold Control, select this door. Select this door. Then we'll just click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. We're going to set first, hold Control, hold second, since it's going through all those floors. So we're going to click on this staircase. We're going to hold Control, click on this staircase too. We're going to hold Control, click on this one, and hold Control, click on this one. Then we're going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels. So we're going to set this at first. And okay, I think first floor because second floor is the last floor. So we don't need a staircase going to roof. So I'm just going to click on OK. So now one important space we forgot to create that is very important is the single unit room. You know, if you are creating these air conditions will need this single unit air condition like HVAC system. It's going to need a single room where you're going to put the single unit. Then all the vents and pipes will go through all the spaces. Okay, so it's usually better if all the vents, all the wings have one particular room, but since we are restricted with all these functions, we can just make this the single unit room, this general utility. We are just going to click on it and divide it into two. Click on this wall and copy this wall here. Then we're going to click on this. We're going to set the dimension between this one and this one to be 3 meters. I think 3 meters should be able to. Okay, let me just use 3.6. Okay, so it have reduced this our general utility room size, which is fine. Then I can click on this door here. I can click on copy and copy this here. So this will now be a single unit room. So I'm just going to click on split. I'm going to split here, split here, split here, split here. Then I'm just going to hit, I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here too, split here, split here as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this one, hold Control, select this one, select this one, select this one, and even select this one. Then I'm going to make sure, hold Control, select this one in between, hold Control, this one too. Then I'm going to set this top constraint at roof level. Then I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on this door here, click on copy, paste, align to selected levels. Click on first, hold Control, click second, and I'm going to click on OK. So we have this room going through all these floors. So now I'm now going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on rooms. So under these rooms now, I'm now going to place room tags on this emergency stairway. So I'm going to click on escape first. I'm going to click on rooms. I'm going to change the top constraint from NGL to first floor. Then click on this limit offset and change it to 0. Then after doing so, I'm just going to place this here. I'm going to go here too and place this here. I'm going to go here too. I'm going to place this here. I'm going to go here too. Now I'm going to place this here. So I'm going to now call this single unit room. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to call this, I'm just going to go to this one here. I'm going to just click on tab, select this tag, double click, Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to paste this room tag, paste the tag name, double click on this, Ctrl V and paste this here. Tag, tab, double click, Ctrl V, paste this here. Tab, double click, Ctrl V and paste this here. All right, so now what we are going to do now is we're now going to go to the first floor now. So on this first floor, there are two major spaces or three major parts is going to contain. So the part is going to contain is number one is going to contain the surgical theaters. So we're going to have an array of surgical theaters, especially in this region of this hospital. So I'm aiming to get up to 4 big surgical theaters for this floor, and we're also going to have an IC, intensive care unit ward, and a recovery ward here. So we're also going to have some specialists, like I'm going to create space for 2 specialists. One may be ophthalmologist and the other may now be pediatric. Then I'm going to also put the pediatric ward on this first floor. So we're going to take this one after the other in this first floor design. So if you go back to this NGL and we look at these spaces we aim for, a lot of them we have already worked our way and created it. We're now entering all these parts like the surgical theaters, the sterilization room, the specialist unit and pediatric unit. All these surgical theaters, we're now going to also make provision for the waste, and before we now go to the final floors where we'll just have the male and female wards. So let's go to the first floor. So if you go back to this DPC, you'll see that we already have a design for a specialist here. So this is an outpatient department. So this outpatient department can also serve as a design template for specialist part, like let's say let's say ophthalmology. So if we're having a specialist on this wing on the first floor, we can still use this template to serve for this first floor. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on highlight here up to this point. After I highlight everything up to this point, I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to make sure I uncheck these floors and click OK. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. I'm going to select first floor and click OK. So now let's go to first floor. So now on this first floor, we're basically seeing something like this. We have copied all this. So what we're just going to do is we're going to just go over to this underlay here. So this underlay is kind of a tool in Revit used for if you're in first floor and you want to see things on the ground floor without being meddling with them. You're just going to edit this. So we're going to change this from none to DPC. So it's going to now look down at the DPC and we're going to see the features of the DPC. So I'm going to click on wall now. I'm going to click on this drop down, change it to normal 2254. Change this finish face to wall center line. Change this first floor to second floor, not lintel 2. Then we're going to change the top offset to 0. So I'm just going to click on this wall and I'm just going to draw this wall to this point. Click on this wall and just follow this expansion joint here. So now after doing this, I think we did a very nice work. I'm just going to go and I'm going to start drawing some room separator lines. Okay, so I'm going to click on escape here. Then I'm just going to go and click on architecture. I'm going to click on room separator. Then I'm just going to draw one here. I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on room separator again. And I'm going to draw another one here. Click on escape. I'm going to draw another one from this point here to this point to this point, and I'm going to click OK. Then I don't know why this room is still redundant, but I'm guessing it's for a reason. So I'm also going to go to room separator here too, and I'm going to draw another room separator line here. So after doing this now, on this first floor now, we're now going to go over here and we're going to click on this and turn off this underlay and change it back to none. So we can now see what is happening on this floor again. I think we can see it clearly now. So what we're now going to do is that instead of creating, if you look at this DPC, we have this extra bulge out in this lobby here because of we want people to be able to come down from this emergency staircase and escape through here. So if you go to this first floor, there's no need for that because it's only on the ground floor they should be able to escape through. So we're now going to be drawing some dwarf walls to fill up these column spaces, the spaces between these columns. So these dwarf walls are basically beams. They're also going to serve as provision for for beams. And in this kind of spans, it's always good to drop deep beams. So I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to change the parameters of this wall. I'm going to change this base offset to minus 450, meaning it's going to also go 450 below. I'm going to click on this top constraint and change it from second floor to lintel 2 level. Then I'm going to put a top offset of minus 2.1. Then after doing so, I'm just going to draw a wall from this point here. Draw a wall to this point. Draw a wall here. Draw from here to this point. Do the same thing here. Do the same thing here. And do the same thing here. Then another thing we're going to do, due to the fact that we copied this from DPC, we're just going to check some things. I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to check the parameters. So you can see that it's showing something like base offset minus 600 because we copied it from DPC. And unfortunately, the wall came from NGL. So that extra length is still going to be showing. So I'm going to go click on this and change it to 0. So I'm just going to try and click Control and select everything here. Then I'm going to go to filter. Okay, I'm going to click on cancel first. Then I'm just going to select everything from here. Then I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm going to click on walls, click OK. Then I'm just going to change this top constraint. Okay, not this top constraint. I'm going to change this top base offset to 0. So after changing this base offset to 0, I think it resolved the issue. So I think we're good to go. So there's a reason why this waiting area is redundant, and I'm still trying to figure it out. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to be looking where I have a lapse in this space here. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to mirror this here. Okay, Ctrl Z. So there's actually a room separator. If I click on this and click HH, there's actually a room separator line here. There's actually another one here. So I'm just going to click on this redundant room and delete it. Then I'm just going to go and click on architecture room separator. And I'm just going to click on this and draw another line separating this. Then I can just click on architecture again and click on rooms and place another room. Set this from first floor to second floor. Change this limit offset to 0. Then place another room here. Okay, so this is good and all. And I think we pretty much did a good job here. So what we are going to be doing now is, since we have something like this, we already have a unit, a template for an outdoor patient that can serve as a specialist. We are just going to make some changes here and there, because for instance now, if you want this to be ophthalmology unit, we'll have to delete some of this consultant office. So we're just going to, or we're going to increase it. So we'll have an examination room, because once it comes to the eye clinic, they usually deal with a room where they can examine patients well based on their field of vision and distance of vision and all this stuff. So it's not exactly the same layout with the general outpatient department. Like this one is going to serve for the pediatric, which I think this is still very fine. So I'm just going to hover around, just select everything here again. After selecting everything here up to this point, I'm going to hold shift to deselect like these walls here. Then I'm going to hold Control and select all of these 12 walls here. Then what I'm just going to do now is I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to click on this point here. Since these columns are aligned, it's going to be easier for me, and I'm just going to paste this here. Then I'm just going to click on escape. So now I can click on this line, the dimension here, and I can delete it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to extend this to here. I'm going to now extend this to here. So I'm just going to click on wall here, and I'm just going to click on this and change it to reset the constraint to 0. Reset this to 0. Change this from lintel 2 to second floor level, and I'm just going to draw this wall from here to this point. Okay, so now we have the pediatric unit here. We have the ophthalmology here. So I can still click on these 3 walls here, hold Control, select these 3 walls here. Then I can just click on copy. I can pick this point here and copy it all the way to this point. Then I'm just going to click on this and drag this here. So what this basically means is that, okay, we're just going to try and tweak some things here, and we're now going to make this the ophthalmology unit. So firstly, we're going to be taking out 2 of these consultants office. So I'm going to click on this, delete. I'm going to click delete here, delete rooms. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to click Ctrl Z first, and I'm going to set back this wall. So instead of deleting this wall, since this duct it might play another role in future, especially when I'm designing the walls, I'm just going to click on this door, delete these doors first. Then after deleting these doors, I'm just going to go over here, click on modify. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here, delete rooms, trim this, delete rooms, trim this too, delete rooms, trim this too, delete rooms. Then I'm going to click on escape, delete this room here, delete all these components here. Okay, so I think 3 offices can serve. So I'm just going to click on this and delete this door. So I'm now thinking of if I place this here, which I think is good, I'm thinking in myself it might be of a nuisance to this examination room in this ophthalmology unit, but I'm just going to keep that in mind for now. So the dispensary storage of this ophthalmology I feel is too big. So what I was thinking of is, instead of creating a dispensary, this can serve as the dispensary and the storage. So I was now thinking of creating a surgical theater for this ophthalmology clinic. So he's going to have his own theater here. So I think that can also serve as well. So I'm just going to delete this door for now, because I'm just going to change this to ophthalmology theater. All right, so now we have an idea of how this is going to be. Now we're going to see how we can work on it. So firstly, let's just start by using drafting lines. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. So I'm just going to draw a line from here, and I'm going to try and design a surgical theater. So I'm going to start from here to draw a space up to this point. Now I can reduce it, so I can draw one up to here. All right, so what we're now going to do is I'm just going to go to annotate detail line. So I'm going to draft a line here, some small lines. So I'm going to try and make this surgical theater as compact as possible. So this is probably going to be the entrance. This is going to be the scrub. This is going to be the preparation room. And the theater can be here. Then the sleeves can just be somewhere here, just beside this. Then this can now be the recovery room. So this is a very tight theater, but I think it might just work. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls. Then I'm going to be using this 150mm walls. Then I'm just going to draft this here, draft this here, draft this here, go here and basically draft this. So I'm going to just draft this here. So now I'm just going to highlight everything here. I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm just going to check only these 10 lines and delete it. So now I'm going to start modifying this dimension. I'm going to click on this and make this 1.5 meter or 1.65. Then I'm going to click on this and make this 1.5. Now 2.5, 1.5. Then this theater here, I'm going to try and make this theater small as possible. So I'm just going to make this 3.3 meter in width. Click on this sleeves, make this sleeves 1.2 meters. So I think this is now sufficient. This 3.2 is okay for a ward. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split this wall here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here and trim this here. So now this is trimmed. I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on door. I'm going to be putting this normal D9 door here. I'm placing it somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on this and also place this here, because this is going to be the preparation room. So after doing this, now I can click on this door. I can click on move and just make sure I move it here. Then this one too, even though it's tight here, I don't know if this 1.65 is supposed to be able to accommodate it, but it's fine. Then I'm just going to click on door again. Then I'm going to be selecting this normal D1 door. Then I'm just going to place it, this one here. Okay, and this one here. So another thing to do is I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go over here, click on this detail level and change it to fine. Then I'm just going to click on this, click on move and move this here. Click on this and move this here. So if you remember, if you go to DPC, remember how we set this graphics parameter. So I can just go over to view. I can go to view template. I can go to create template and just call this 00 temp plan. This temp plan means temporary, because I'm still going to create a graphics template later on for it. So let me just call this temp plan and click OK. Then once I've created this template, if I go to first floor, click on view templates, click on apply and click on this temp plan, you are going to see the same graphics template is going to apply. So I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line and I'm just going to indicate that there is 600 millimeter prep distance from here. So this is basically going to be where the scrub is going to be. This is now going to be the prep room where they are going to carry the patient inside this ophthalmology space. So I'm just going to click on this just to confirm this dimension, this 2.425. I don't think this is necessary, so I'm going to click on AL. I'm going to just select the surface of this wall here. Then okay, this is too far, so I think this is fine. I'm going to click on escape. So I can click on this. I think this is good the way it is. Okay, I can instead click on this, make this 2.1. I can also click on this and adjust this here. Click on this line, delete it. Click on this, Ctrl Z. Click on this wall here. Click on tab, select this wall here and drag it to this point here. So I can click on this and also move this here as well. So I'm not going to click on this line and make this 600 millimeter. So it's not going to obstruct too much. So we have our prep room here, scrub and the theater here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on door architecture. I'm going to click on door. So I'm now going to place a door here. I can place this. Okay, I need to place this D1 door here. Click on space, place this at this side. I can even click on this and reduce the distance of this theater. I can reduce this to 3 meters. So the sleeves will have enough provisions here. So I'm also going to click on door again. I'm going to place another door here. Then I can just click on this door here and click on move and move this door here. Click on this, click on move, move this door here. So we have a sleeves here. So now I'm now going to also go to architecture. I'm going to go to door. Then I'm going to put another D9 door here. There is this 1.5 meter door somewhere here. So the purpose of this door is basically for after the patients are done with the surgery, they can carry them to this room here for recovery. So I can just I'm just looking for how I'll create a more efficient space. So by doing this, I can just move this here. So I can now put the beds of this recovery, maybe 2 recovery beds here. So I can go to components. I can click on this. I can just search for bed. And I can set this citadel bed here. Let's say I place one here. And I place another one here. So this can now be in the recovery room. Then I can click on this door here. Click on copy. Copy this here. Then after doing this, these beds are just too big, so I'm still going to find a smaller bed because this bed is, I think, almost 3 meters. So I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to go to walls again, and because I will need to create a small WC for this recovery room. So I'm just going to go to this 150 wall and I'm just going to draft out one small convener, or I can even make this a single bed recovery room for this ophthalmology theater. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to edit this dimension to 1.8. I'm going to click on doors and I'm going to place this normal. Okay, now let me just try and place this back here. I mistakenly moved this properties panel out of place. I can close this here. I can go to view template. I can go to user interface and I can just click this properties panel here. So I'm just going to try and place it and see. So now I've placed it back, I can just go here and just drag it back to control it. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click to architecture, click on door, click on this drop down, select this D1 door, or sorry, D2. Okay, I forgot this I'm going to put disable consideration and put this disable standard toilet. Click on this one, make sure this is 1.5 meter. Then I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to component, click on this, search for DIS, that is the beginning spelling for disabled, and click on this disabled arrangement. So I'm just going to place this here. Okay, so we have our toilet for this recovery room here. So I forgot something important. I'm going to click on this door and click on this drop down and change it to D9. Click on this to change this location. Then I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to move this here. Okay, so we have the recovery room just beside the surgery theater, which I think is nice. So I'm just going to move this. So this is 20 meters square, which I don't think is bad. So I'm going to go to architecture rooms again. So we already have 2 surgical theaters. So it means by the end of this project, we'll probably have 6 theaters in this hospital. So I'm just going to place another room here, place one here, place one here, place one here, place one. Then I'm going to name them accordingly. I can name this one, click on escape, click on tab. I can name this WC. I can go over here, name this recovery room. I can click on this, name this sluice. This is the scrub. Then this is the prep room. So now we're already in the mood of designing theaters. We are going to be designing the set of theaters we are going to be having on this wing. So the first thing we are going to do now is we are going to click on HR because I believe something is hidden. Then I can click on this cubicle here, click on copy this from this point here and paste this here. Or before we create this theater, let's just try and settle off with this one here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on door architecture, click on door here. Then I'm just going to, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to put a double this D9 door here. Somewhere here is okay. So I'm also going to just go here and select this cubicle here, select this wall here and just drag this here. I think this is fine. Okay, so I can hit Ctrl Z. Okay, I can select this. I meant to select this wall itself. I'm going to drag this and drag this to this point. So I can click on this one. I even forgot something important, that I'm going to select this, select this here, sorry, select this, click on normal copy tool, uncheck this constraint, copy here and paste this here. I forgot that this WC is for this nurses station. So I'm going to delete this, click on tab, delete this room here, delete this. So we have this as the examination room. So I'm also going to drag this wall up to this point. So I'm going to try and place another cubicle here. So the person, there's going to be somebody here that is going to be directing the patient on how to do the whole examination. So I'm just going to click on this cubicle here, click on copy this to this point here. I'm just going to adjust this up to here. Click on edit type, click on this, click on edit extrusion, drag this here, then trim this. Then I'm going to delete these two lines and I'm going to click on finish. So now we have the examination room. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on rooms and I'm going to call this an examination room for the ophthalmology. All right, so after doing this now, we are now going to start designing the surgical theaters for this hospital. All right, so in this project, we have already designed surgical theaters before, but when designing where the main surgical theaters will be, we are going to add a bit more to what we have been doing so far. So if you go click on this underline and change it to DPC, you're already going to see we have a surgical theater somewhere here. Okay, I think it's an emergency surgical theater. So it has its own scrub, it has its prep room and all those basic stuff, which is fine. So, but this one is going to be a bit advanced, a bit bigger, and it's going to have sterilization rooms to support the whole distance. So the first thing, now this underlay is turned on, we're just going to click on wall first. We're going to click on this drop down and we're going to click on 2254. So we're going to be drafting the main walls here. So I'm just going to click on wall here. I'm going to draft it to this point. I'm going to also click on this and draft this to this point here. So I'm going to click on this as well. Draft this to here. Draft this to here. Draft this to here. So now I'm not going to be drafting dwarf walls that is just going to fill up these places here. So I'm going to set the offset, the normal constraint minus 450. So I'm just going to set this base offset to minus 450, set this top constraint to lintel 2, then put a top offset of minus 2.1 meter. Then I'm just going to draft a wall from this point here, these dwarf walls here too as well. Click on this here. So we're going to follow this here, click on this and just join this here. We're going to draw another dwarf wall here. Click on this, join this here, click on this and join this here. Okay, so I think we are going to be doing something similar here. We are going to drag this and join this here. Click on this one, drag this, join this properly here. So for this, we can click on this, join this here. Go to wall. Okay, I think so far we have done a nice work. So what we are going to now do now is we are now going to go and click escape. So we're going to click on this underlay and change it to none. So in as much as these underlays are nice, we can't continue working like this. So we'll need to now start using grids. So people do this earlier in project, which is fine, but I usually used to do it because of my prowess and experience in design. I can align walls design wise without grids for some time, but I think at this point in this project, even I am going to need grid lines, because this grid lines is going to help me structurally while designing all these surgical theaters and their recovery rooms, recovery wards and so let's just do some things before we do the grid, but shortly after we are going to start the grids. I'm going to click on wall. Since the same dwarf wall parameter is still set, I'm going to do it to create the dwarf walls for this courtyard or this inner courtyard. Then I'm just going to, so what I can do now, I can click on escape. I can go and turn on this underlay once more, click on it, DPC. So let me just follow how it went here. So I'm going to click on walls. Okay, before doing this now, I was just thinking, instead of spanning this like this and having a cantilever sort of thing here, if I check the distance between here and here is about 6.9. I was thinking of going back to this DPC, clicking on these columns here, or even rather clicking on this wall here and extending this to this point, clicking on move, extend this here, click on this wall too, click on move, extend it here. So I'm now going to click on this floor, click on edit type and just extend this here and extend it here. So circulation is just going to be freely flowing in this hospital. Don't attach. So I'm going to go back to this first floor and I'm just going to click on walls here, and I'm going to be drafting this wall from this point here. I'm going to click on wall again, draft this here, or rather I'm just going to click on this, click the DPC, click on this dwarf wall here, unjoin it here and unjoin this here. Then I'm going to click on AL on my keyboard, which is align, select the soffit here and align this soffit. Then I can click on this and click on move and move this to this point, then trim this here. Click on this wall, delete this. Click on this wall, delete this. Click on this, click on escape, click on this, join this here. So I can click on this, click on edit type and just align this here. Okay, so I can hit Ctrl Z. I can click on finish first, click on don't attach because it's as if this floor displaced. So I'm going to click on move, click on this point and move it back here. Then I'm going to click on edit type and I'm just going to align this here. Click on finish, don't attach. So the same thing, I'm going to try and resolve this. Click on this, unjoin it here, unjoin this here, delete this extra small wall here, click on align, select this soffit, select this wall here, then click on this and join this here, click on this, join this here. So I can click on this, reduce this, click on escape, click on tab, click on tab, tab to select this one, tab, select this one, drag it down, then click on these two walls here and click on move and move this here. Then I'll just click on this and proceed to join it back. So I'm just going to click on this, click on edit profile, drag this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to click don't attach. Now I'm going to go back to the first floor. Then from this template I've worked on in this one, I'm just going to click on architecture, wall, and I'm going to place this dwarf wall here. So instead of doing this whole thing, I'm just going to hold Control, select this four of this, click on mirror, select the center point of this ramp space and just mirror it to this other side. So I think it works well. So I'm going to click on this too. I'm going to pin it here. Then I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to move this to this point. Rather move this here. Click on this and drag this. Okay, so I think now we are now going to proceed to start creating grid lines, going back to DPC to create some grid lines. So we are going to start designing the first floor properly. Alright, before I start creating grids, let me just quickly explain what grids are. So grids are imaginary lines usually placed on plans of architectural drawings, structural drawings, even electrical drawings. So what this grid does is that it gives you information pertaining to that structure that is on the plan. Okay, so for instance in grid, you can use grids to denote locations on the floor plan, to know where particular walls are and to reference them back on different levels. So by this you can have more control and structural stability in your work. So we are going to start creating grids. To do that, I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to go over to this grid line icon here. Then I'm just going to make sure I change this head to 8 mm bubble. Click on edit type. If you have transfer template, it's going to come with this type of grid from the template file. So we're just going to draw a grid from this point here. So these grids, we are going to be placing them in structural, structurally integral parts of this project. So mainly external walls and walls on the external of building parts, and also key walls where structural columns are. So I'm going to draw one, click, and I'm going to click again to place one grid. So once we name this grid as 1 now, it means that if I create another grid, it's going to follow this numerical order. That is 1, 2, 3. If I change it to A and create another grid, it's going to follow alphabetical order A, B, C. So let's just start from numerical order and create this second one here. This is grid 2. We're now going to go create another grid here. I think this is another key wall. This is grid 3, and we're going to create another one somewhere, I think at the center of this wall here. This is grid 4, or rather, instead of creating this, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to select this here. This should be grid 3, since this is a major column. I'm going to select this here. This should be grid 4. The fact that they are not on the same line here, this 3 is here and this 4 here, don't mind, we are still going to adjust everything and unify it. This grid, we are going to create this one here. You can see it matches with this column. We are going to create another one here, grid 6. So another grid we forgot to do, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z, and this is very important, is don't miss external walls like this. So this should be grid 5. I'm going to click on this. This should be grid 6. This should be grid 7. This should be grid 8. This should be grid 9. So another thing to put in mind is that expansion joints will have their own grids, 2 grids. So this should be grid 10. This should be grid 11. This should be grid 12 here. This should be grid 13. This should be grid 14. This should be grid 15 here. Okay, then we're going to start creating another set of grids from this point here. I think if I click on this grid, let me see how it relates to other elements. Okay, I think this is safe to be grid 16. This is also safe to be grid 17. Okay, so I think okay, so this grid 17 is all right. So I'm going to click on this one here and create grid 18. So you can see most of these walls are actually aligning because I had it in mind at the initiation of the design up till this stage. So I'm just going to create this grid 19. This is grid 20. And I think this should be grid 21 at this point here. Okay, then this is grid 22. Then this is grid 23 here. Okay, I think this should be grid 23. This point here. Then I think this should be grid 24. This should be grid 25. This should be grid 26. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. Let me make this grid 26. Since these two are very, very close, this should be now grid 27. Okay, so after we have done this, we are now going to start aligning this grid. So I'm going to click on one of them and I'm going to drag it out. So one thing about grids, once you click on this and let's say we click on these grids that are on this level here, we now click on this circular icon here, then just click, hold and drag. If we align it with these ones now, once we click on these ones now, it's going to drag together. So it's like a group dragging in groups. So we're going to drag it and adjust this to this point here. Then we're also going to click on this grids 23 and 24 and do the same thing here. So I'm going to click on this grid, drag it to this point, click on this one too and drag it here. Drag it to this grid here and drag this here. So I'm going to click on this grid 12 and 13 and drag this to this point. Click on this and drag this here. Then click on this and drag this and align this here. So we're going to click on this one and drag this to this point here. So now I'm going to click on this grid here and I'm going to drag it up to this point. So I'm now going to click on this and drag all of them now. So now I'm going to these two grids that are clashing in terms of graphics, like they are too congested together. I can click on this. I can click on this zigzag icon here to displace them. I can also click on this zigzag icon here, drag this point and displace this. So I'm also going to click on this and do the same. Click on this zigzag icon here. Click on this one, click on this zigzag, drag it to this opposite direction. So after doing this, now we have put grids on the ground floor. So if we go to every level, even the NGL, you are going to see these grids appear there. So this is like why grids are important. So we can see some of these grid lines here. They are not still aligned with this one. So we're just going to start from this 24, click on this and drag it to this point, then zoom out, click on this and drag this to this point here to align with these other ones. So just to confirm that all the grids we created are actually in unison, we are just going to count them. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Click on this zigzag. 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24. Grid 25 is not here, so it means grid 25 is missing. So we'll still need to drag this grid 25 and drag this here. So now we are going to go back to DPC where we were working, and we're now going to start creating the horizontal grid. So I'm just going to click on grid again and I'm going to draw another grid from here, just in the same fashion. So now this grid, I'm just going to make this A and call it A instead of, because it continued in that numerical value. So I'm going to call this grid A. So now if I click on grid again, I'm now going to click on this wall here. This is another major. This will now become grid B up to this point. So if I click on grid again, this is now going to become grid C. If I click on grid again, I don't think I need to put a grid here. I think I'll need to put one here. If I click on this grid here, this will become grid D. If I click on this grid here, this will now become grid E. Click on this one here, this one will now become grid F. Then if I click on this one here, this one will now become grid G. Then I'm going to click on this one here, this wall here, the center point of this wall, this will become grid H. I'm going to click on this part here. This is now going to become grid I. I'm going to click on this one again. Okay, I need to click on this and create a grid here. And this is now going to be grid J. I'm also going to create a horizontal grid here. I'm going to create another grid here. This is now going to be grid K. I'm going to create another one here. I hope the alphabets are enough for these grids. And this is going to be grid L. I'm going to create one here. This is M. I'm going to create one here. This is grid N. I'm going to create one here. Okay, I've already created N. I'm going to create another grid here. This is grid O. Then this one here. This is now going to be grid P. So I'm going to create another grid because I want a beam and a slab to go over this portion here. So for instance, now the distance, if I go to annotate and I click on annotate and annotate from this point to this line here, the distance is currently 6.7. I will have wanted it to be 7 meters. So I'm just going to click on modify. So there will be enough provision. Rather, I want it to be 8 meters. I'm going to click on this line and make this 8 meters. So after doing this now, we have enough provision for a very comfortable drop-off at the entrance of this hospital. Then we're just going to click on modify. We're going to click on offset and we're going to be offsetting 112.5. The reason why I chose this value in specific is because 112.5 is 225 divided by 2. So that is just basically the thickness of a wall or beam. So I'm just going to offset it 2 times on each side so I can easily get the center point of the assumed wall that is going to be on top of this. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floors. Then I'm now going to okay, sorry, let me close this. I made a mistake. I'm going to click on grids and I'm just going to create the final grid line here. I think this is grid Q. So the same thing we did for this vertical grid, we are going to do them for this horizontal grid. So I'm just going to click on this and drag this to this point. Click on this grid here and drag this here. Then click on this grid, drag this here, click on this one, drag this, click on this and drag this here. So I'm also going to click on all these grids here that they are on the same line. I'm going to zoom out, while still holding my left click key. I'm now going to scroll the scroll button on my mouse and just drag this to this point. So after doing this now, we are going to still look for some other grids here that are placed here and click on this to drag it to this point. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this grid here and I'm going to drag this grid O to this point now. So let's count, or let's say we have A, B, C. Okay, well, we are not seeing grid D, so we are going to look for grid D and drag it. So after clicking this A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. So Q. So I think our grids, our horizontal grids, we have arranged them well. So now what we are going to do, we are going to need one extra grid just because of this staircase shaft, which I feel is very important. So I'm just going to click, instead of starting to rename everything again, I'm just going to click on this and click on copy. I'm also going to copy it again, click on copy again and copy this to this point here. So after we have now we have placed all these grid lines, we are going to go back to the first floor, and these grid lines are going to help us while designing the surgical theater. So we can go over to this underlay and click on none to turn it off, so this won't be too convoluted for us. So now we are going to see if we can get up to 4 surgical theaters as well as a recovery ward here and intensive care unit. Okay. So let's start from wards. So for each of these wards, we are going to need the wards to be have full facilities, as well as the wards can now share a single, let's say a sterilization room servicing the 2 wards, and maybe a control room. So we are just going to start from a single ward and we're going to just start using line work to sketch. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. So if we have a ward here, we can have a sluice here. We can have the main ward around somewhere here. I don't want to sketch on top of these grid lines, so I'm just being careful. Then we can have the usual design for the prep, scrub and prep room. Then the entrance of the theater somewhere here. So between this now, we are now going to see a way whether we can plan for a control room. So instead of doing this now, and we are just going to click on escape. I'm going to delete this line first. So you know, in modern surgical theaters, they usually have a control room, whether they are using AI or robotics. The control room can house all those that. So let's say we have a control room first. Then we now have the sluice here, and the sluice can just stop here. So the link between the control room and the theater will be somewhere here to oversee the surgery and all. Then we now have the main theater here with the scrub and prep room. Okay, so after doing this, now we have this full theater. So we can now also repeat the same thing here. Another control room here, a sluice, and the main theater, as well as a prep room and a scrub. Okay, so now we have done this. Now I think this can actually work, so we can have this in repetitions here. So after having this here, we're now going to have another one. Let's say we are going to have a third one here. I think we can have 3 theaters here. Then after these 3 theaters, we can now have in a space, just a space here. Let's say we have a sterilization room servicing these 3 theaters. So this lobby is going to be somewhat blocked off by temporary, or let me just use the word temporary walls. Then we're now going to have one more theater here. Okay, I think we can start with, okay, we can have one more theater here. Then we can now have the recovery room and maybe the ICU at the last corners of this. Okay, so let's start drafting some walls. So now I'm just going to highlight everything here, just up to this last point here. I think up to this last point, click on filter, check none, and click on these thin lines here, click OK. Then we're going to delete this. Okay, so let's start. So I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to be using this normal 225 walls. I'm going to reset all these offsets to 0. Then I'm going to change it from first floor up to second floor. So the normal stuff. So instead of following, I purposely drafted this these spaces off this grid line. So I may still break out from the grid lines at occasions when I really have to, but I don't mind. Okay, so I'm going to draw this. This is going to be the monitor room. I'm also going to click on this and change this to 150 millimeter wall, and I'm going to make something like this, the sluice. Then I'm going to go to 225 wall again, and I'm now going to make, I think I can make this the theater. I don't think a theater needs to be that big. This already, from this point to this point, is already about 5 meters. So I'm just going to draft another wall here. So after drafting this wall here, I'm now going to create, okay, let me make it bigger. So I'm going to draft a wall here for a big surgical theater. Then I'm going to draft another wall here forming, okay, do I need to? I'm going to click on this and change this to 150 wall. I'll draft another wall here forming the prep room. Then I'm just going to draft it up to this point. This is 4.6. I think it should be enough. Then I'm just going to draft a wall here to separate this crop. Then I'm going to draft this wall to this point. So now I've done this now, I've already drafted that thing I wanted to draft. I'm just going to highlight everything here, go to filter, check none, click on these lines, click on OK. Then I'm going to delete these lines. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to start editing this distance. So for this sluice, I don't think the sluice needs to be too big. I think 2.4 in is okay. I even think 2.1 should be okay, considering, let me try 2.1 and see how it fits in. Then the width, for the width, I think 1.5 should be enough. Okay, then I'm just going to click on doors. It's asking us to save project. We're going to save the project. I'm going to click on this drop down, be using this normal 900 millimeter door. Click on space and place this door here, as well as click on space again, place this door here. So we're going to click on this door, we're going to click on move, and we're just going to move this door to this point here. Click on this, click on this, move this door to this point here. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go click on escape. So we have this sluice here, which I think is functional. So this, we have a theater here, the theater space here. We now have this space here, which includes the scrub. So I'm going to click on split to split this wall at this point. Click on this to drag this open. Click on this to drag this open. So this is now basically where we have the entrance of this surgical theater. Then I'm going to go to architecture, click on this normal door, and I'm going to put a single swing door here. I think putting it here is better. So going to put the door here and another door here. Then I'm going to click on these two doors and I'm going to click on move, click on this point here and move it to this point. So it's going to align well. So we have the scrub here where the doctors will prepare before the surgical procedure. Then I'm now going to click on door and I'm going to place a door of, let me use the normal D9, that is 1.5 meter door. So I'm going to place it here and I'm also going to hover around here and place this here. So I'm just going to confirm the distance between these two spaces. I'm going to make this one 2.1. Then I'm just going to leave this. So I think this is enough for a prep room. This is enough for a sluice. This is enough for so I'm going to, another thing I forgot to do that is important is I need to put a service door for this theater directly. Although this service door will not usually be open, but I think it's essential for in case of maintenance, so they will not need to pass through all these spaces. So I'm also going to be placing this door here directly. So I'm also going to adjust this change in most of the other surgical units on the ground floor. So I'm going to click on this and move this to this point. So let me just go to ground floor and quickly adjust it too. So in this ground floor, we have the emergency. Okay, I'm going to make some changes here, especially in this scrub. Okay, I think this scrub is fine, but yeah, okay, I'm just going to click on this, move this to this point. Click on these two doors here. Click on move and move this downwards here. Then I'm going to click on this, change this swing. Click on this to change this swing, click on this to change this swing. So we have a scrub here. So I'm also going to click on this door here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this door to this point here. So this is now going to be the door for the service door to the theater. So I'm going to go back to first floor now, and with these changes made in mind, I can continue. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this wall, click on this wall as well, click on this door, this wall, hold control, click on this, hold control, click this too, select this, select this, select this. So after I've selected all of this, I'm also going to select this. I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy from this point here, and I'm going to paste this here. Okay, so now we're not going to be making adjustments based on these changes now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this and I'm going to select this as well. Select this. So some spaces may need to get bigger, and while some spaces might need to maintain the same. So once I select all of this here, I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to be moving this wall, sluice wall here to match with this column. Okay, I'm going to hit Control Z. I'm going to hold Control. Let me just do it again. Hold Control, select this as well. Select these two doors here, select these two. Select this walls, select this too. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to be moving this wall here to this point. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to increase this spacing here to 100 millimeters. I'm also going to click on this and increase this spacing here to 100. Okay, let me click on this, drag this dimension here, this temporal dimension back to the surface of this wall, and increase this to 100 millimeter. So we have adjusted this surgical theater to match these grid lines. We can now click on this one and drag this one back a bit, so it's still going to make sense. So for this, I think we can still maintain this. We don't need to adjust this because there's not going to be any column and bulging into these spaces, so I think it's still fine. So I can click on this one and change this from 150 to 2254. So we have a 2254 separated. So we have one surgical theater, we have the second one here, we have a third. We are now going to be creating a third one. So I'm going to click on this wall again, and I'm just going to change it to 2254. So far we're making progress. I'm going to click on modify, I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split this wall here. Then I'm going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim these two and trim these two here. Then I'm just going to do the same thing to create the third surgical theater. So I'm just going to be selecting this initial wall here. Basically, I'm just going to highlight everything here. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to uncheck these grids and click OK. I'm going to hold Control, select this wall. Then I'm going to click copy from here, and I'm going to create the third theater here. So on creating this third theater, I'm also thinking of whether a fourth theater can enter here, because it will just make sense via saving of space. So I'm just going to, okay, this, I think this can be fine here since the columns will be here. So I don't think it will cause an obstruction. This can be fine as far as these grids are not passing through any doors or windows. So I think this can be fine. These two as well. This isn't bad. So we have another monitor room now. So in this monitor room, I'm also going to click on this and add a door here. So now we are going to click on this door. We are going to click on copy, and we're going to be copying this door here. Okay, so now we have 3 theaters. So I'm still contemplating whether I can create a 4th theater here. So, but to create a 4th theater, I'm going to try and see how I can reduce and conserve these spaces that we have currently. So, looking at this, I'm just looking at the distance, because we have a lot of spaces here, especially some redundant ones like this one. So what I'm actually thinking of is, instead of making this monitor room bigger, which I think is not necessary, I can just highlight everything here, or left click from this point, hold and highlight it from the left to right. Then after I'm done highlighting it, I'm just going to simply click on move, and I'm just going to move this to a point that this grid is not intercepting with any column. So I'm just going to move it by 2.1 meter. Okay, so by doing so, this has automatically resolved a lot of things. It's just that this monitor room, which I don't think necessarily needs to be big in all the spaces, will now be bigger. So what we can now do is now to manually adjust this. Click on this and drag this to this grid line, so it will make sense. I think these ones can be fine, but what we can still do now is to still try and adjust these ones here. So I'm just going to highlight everything here. I'm going to highlight this, click on this wall here, just to make sure of this distance, change this to 1.5. Then click on these 2 doors and move it. Click on this door, move it here. Then I'm just going to click on this and move this to this point here. Click on this, click on move, and move this here. Then I'm just going to select this wall here and drag it to this expansion joint. Okay, so I can click on this wall, click on copy, and copy this wall again. The only thing, I'm going to delete these doors here. Delete this door here. Then I can click on split this line here. Click on AL. Select this wall here and just align it to this split. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. So I can click on this line here and drag this to this polar. Click on this, drag this here. Then click on this as well and drag this here. Okay, so we still have our expansion joint, but we have one surgical theater here. So we can move this one here, and we can now move this door, this prep door to this side, and just move this here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 surgical theaters on this floor, which I think is very sufficient. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to change this distance to 2.4 meters. So after changing it to 2.4, I can now see that many of these walls are still aligned and structurally doesn't have any issue. So what I'm now going to do is so the only thing I'm going to do is, when I'm placing windows, I'm going to make sure that no window falls within these grid lines, because there will probably be a pillar in some of these grids, like this one now, or maybe this one. So it's just provisions, consideration structurally. So I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split this wall here. Then I'm just going to join this with this and drag this to join this with this. So we have 3 surgical theaters now. So what I can now do now is simple. I'm just going to select, left click from this point. Okay, let me just click on this to align this here. then left click from here, from left to right, select everything here. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this from here and paste this here. So this said and done, we're just going to look at what we have left. So currently this last theater is looking very tight. So what you can do is just to modify again. So we're going to click on this wall here. We're going to drag in this temporal dimension to align with this wall. So we're going to see this. So we're just going to make this 2.7, this monitor room. The monitor room doesn't need to be too big. So I'm just going to drag this here and change this to 100. Okay, click on this and delete. So I'm going to click on this wall here, change it to 100. Okay, so after doing this, I'm just going to click on this wall here, 1.5. Then I'm going to drag this here and move this. I'm also going to drag this here and move this here. So this is now going to be 100 millimeter. I'm going to click on this. This is now, okay, instead of 100 millimeter, I can click on this, move this, and make sure it aligns with this wall here. Click on this, move, make sure it aligns with this wall here. All right, so after doing this now, we can now click on this service door and drag it to this side. Then we can delete this expansion joint walls here. We don't need it. Then we're just going to click on this wall here, and we're going to reduce this distance to, let's use 5 meters. So the result of all this adjustment is that all the surgical units are not the same size, which is fine. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to increase this to 5.6. Or let me increase it to 5.7. Okay, then I'm just going to click on this scrub and I'm going to make it 2.1. Then after doing so, I can click on this wall here and I can click on copy. Can copy this wall to this point. Wait, one mistake. Okay, this is 2.1, so I think it's good. So I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to drag this to this end. Then I can delete this. So now, and after doing this, I'm just going to click on split, and I'm going to split this wall here. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to select this wall here, select this wall here, or just rather delete this wall since it's not aligning well. Then I'm going to click on this door here, click on copy, and I'm going to copy this door leading to the prep room. Then I'm just going to drag it here. Okay, so I think so far this is good. I think we have very functional surgical theaters, and these surgical theaters they can serve very well at full function. They have all the facilities needed for a modern surgical theater. So now, after we have done this, we're now going to start considering the design of the preparation room, of the recovery room, and the ICU. So after people do surgery, they are usually carried to a ward called the recovery ward. So in this recovery ward, we are going to need a space and we're going to need convenience. We're also going to need maybe a doctor's office or somewhere here, or we're going to need, even in this surgical theater, we're going to need a nurses station. So I'm planning on mounting that nurses station somewhere here. A nurses station that is going to help service, that can potentially service these 4 theaters if they are running all at the same time. So it will have to be, I'll have to make it big. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. I'm just going to change this to 2254. The constraints are set as the usual, first floor to second floor. Then I'm going to draft a wall from here, and I'm going to click on split, and I'm just going to open this here and delete this. Then I can click on this and drag this here. So now what I can now do is I can select, let's say, one of these convenience here. Hold Control. After selecting them, selecting the door as well, I can now click OK. I'm going to unselect this one, Kill Shift Cell, and select this one. I'm going to click copy. I'm going to click escape first. I'm going to hold shift, deselect this door too. I'm now going to click on this copy. Then I'm going to copy from this point, uncheck this constraint, and copy this to this point here. So after doing this, I'm now going to select this here, and I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to uncheck this copy, mirror this here. Then I can even click on mirror again, and mirror this like this. Okay, so we're going to click on architecture. We're going to click on walls again. We're going to select this normal 150 walls. Then we're just going to close this convenience here. We're going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to doors, and I'm going to set this as D1. Okay, this D2 door, and place this here. So I'm just going to click on components. I'm going to look for sink. Then I'm just going to place this sink head here, and I'm going to place this at this point here. Okay, so now we're also going to provide a waiting area in this surgical theater. So this nurses station, okay, this nurses station should be separate from the waiting area, okay, because this is an operational site, so people shouldn't be waiting here. So this should be mainly for nurses station. So I just created a big space where the nurses can be active during surgery and when there's no surgery. So after this is done, I can even go further, click on this cubicle, click on copy, and copy this cubicle to this region here. Then I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, then select this cubicle and just click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to draw a big cubicle from here to this point here, up to 3.9. Then I'm going to click offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to close this loop here and close this loop here. Then I'm just going to trim this and click on finish. So after doing such, now we are now going to start creating the recovery wards. So I'm going to click on this wall, I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this to this point here. So like I said, the wards, the main thing about wards is I think I'm going to be creating a male and female recovery ward. So this I'm going to use this space here as where the wards will be. I'm going to use this grid here as where the convenience will be. Then I'm also going to just use another use up to this space as where the last ward will be. So it's two surgical recovery wards. So I'm going to click on architecture, I'm going to click on wall, I'm going to change this from 150 to 225. Then I'm just going to draft this wall here. Then I'm going to draft another wall here. So now the main issue I think with this thing is just designing the convenience very well. So we need to design a very nice functional convenience. So I'm going to select the center here, draw a wall here. Then I'm going to select the center here of this wall I've drew and draw another wall here. Then I can delete this first wall. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this wall up to this point. So now I've done this, I'm now going to go to wall again. Then I'm just going to change this from 225 wall to 150. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here and see whether it will be possible to get up to two convenience here, which I think it might just be, but I'm looking for something about 1.3 meters of this place. Okay, on the second thought, before I create this now, another thing we forgot to do that is very important is to, we forgot to create a sterilization room. And I think this sterilization room should be close to this nurses station. So I'm just going to change this to 2254 and I'm just going to create this here because this whole surgical theater cannot work without a sterilization room. So with this sterilization room created, our wall design has already been compromised to a bit. So what we are going to do, we are just going to delete these walls first. Then we are going to change this whole place to the recovery ward here. Then after we have changed this to the recovery ward, I think we're now going to, from this space, do a single recovery ward that is now going to house both all the recovery patients. The only thing is that I'm going to also create a male and a female convenience here. So I'm just going to go to wall here. Then I'm going to change this from 225 wall to 150 wall. Then I'm just going to draw it here. And I'm just going to click on escape and I'm going to draw another wall here. So I'm going to click on modify, I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split this place open and drag this to this point. Then I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm just going to do a line here showing a cubicle for a closet. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to drag this and drag this to this point here. So I'm going to click on this and make sure the distance, okay, this distance is okay. So I think this is fine. I can even reduce this to 2.4. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, and I'm going to search for this disabled toilet arrangement. Then I'm just going to, okay, let me search for it again, DIS. Then I'm just going to select it. Then I'm just going to place this here. Then after I do that, I'm going to also do the same here. Okay, so what I'm going to do for this disabled, I'm going to click on this and click on edit family. Then I'm just going to go to this reference plans and I'm just going to delete these lines here. We don't need these lines here. It's creating a distracting element. So I'm just going to click on load into project, no. Then I'm going to click on override value of existing version. So after doing this, we have our WC, we have our sink here. I'm also going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to components now. Then I'm now going to add in some shower. So I'm just going to put a shower head here and put another shower head here. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on door here and I'm going to be putting this D7, which is disabled to convenience door. So I'm going to click on this and move this here. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to click on this and copy this to this point here. So we have our disabled toilet for this recovery ward. So I'm going to go to doors here. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select this D9 door. So I'm just going to place this here. I'm also going to select this bigger door, this D8, and I'm going to be placing it one here in this emergency ward. So this will be the access to the ward. So in this ward now, I'm also going to put a nurses station here. I'm going to just put a cubicle just for close monitoring. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, select this, click on edit extrusion. Then I'm just going to draft out. I'm going to just draw a line from here up to 1.5. I think 1.5 should be enough. Up to 900 here, up to 600 here. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to click on this, make this 1.8 or even 2.1. So it's going to be enough. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I can just click on let's say I can click on this chair here. I can click on copy. Let me just copy it to this nurses station here. Click on this, rotate it by 90 degrees. Then click on copy. Copy this here. Copy here. Copy here. Then I'm also going to copy this to this point here. Then I'm going to click escape, click on this, rotate it by 180 degrees. Then I'm going to click on this and copy this to this point here. So now this is done. We're now going to go and start copying some furnitures to the first floor. So I'm going to go back to DPC. Then I'm going to copy this this theater bed. I'm also going to copy this set of bed and will I call this these curtains, these hospital curtains. Then I'm going to click copy to clipboard. I'm going to go back to first floor and I'm going to click paste, align to current view. Then I'm going to paste it. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select this curtain here. Then click on move and just move this with this bed setup here. And I'm going to move it to this point here. So after doing this, I can now select both of this and just move this here. So I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to be copying this by 3 meters or 2.7. Okay. So I think this is fine. So we have a very nice ward here. We have the recovery ward here from patients from the surgery. I don't think they need to be this much, but it's still fine regardless. So after this, we are now going to design an intensive care unit. So this intensive care unit is going to is more like a place where it's not really like a theater, but it's like a place where critical conditions, people in critical conditions are brought to, where they're in a very controlled environment. So I'm going to click on wall and I'm going to add a 12254. Then This wall here is now going to be the monitor room, and these are going to be 2 intensive care. So I can click on this door here, and I think this is the biggest door, so I can just I can click on this one, click on copy, so select this point as reference, copy this here and copy this here. So these are the ICUs. So in this ICU, we are just going to place one bed. I don't have the components for the main apparatus used in ICU, but I can just represent it with a single hospital bed in the middle. Okay, so ICU usually occupies 1 patient, but I've seen some that can occupy 2. But for this, we're just going to leave it as 1. So I'm going to click on door, click on this drop down, and I'm going to set this door at D1. And place this door, one single door here in this monitor room. So you can see with this surgical theater, you can see how many spaces are required just to create it, to make a functional surgical department. So this contains 4 surgical theater, and I think this can serve very well. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on architecture component. I copied the components to this first floor, a surgical bed. So let me click on escape. I don't know where the thing pasted in, but it's supposed to paste somewhere around here. But if it doesn't, it's fine. I'm going to go to DPC. I'm going to select it. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to go to first floor and hit Ctrl V to just paste it. Then I'm just going to paste it at the middle of this theater here. Then I'm going to copy it across the theaters. Click on this and click on this point here to copy. Copy this here. Copy this here. And copy this. So now we have 4 theaters. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to use separate room separator line to demarcate some things. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Okay, sorry. I'm going to go to room separator line. Then I'm just going to draft in a room separator from here to this point here. I'm also going to draft it up to this point. Then if you remember, I copied the template. I created a template from the DPC and pasted it on this view. So that template doesn't allow for room separator lines to be showing on the view. So we need to put that in mind. So we can click on this reveal hidden element to see the room separator lines, which are here. If I click on TL, you are going to see the thickness. So we are just going to draw another room separator line here. And I'm going to look for any other place I will need to draw it. So I'm also going to draw another room separator line here to this point here. I'm going to draw one from here to this point here. So I'm just going to be able to demarcate this surgical department. And I can draw one from here to this line here. Click on this. Okay, so now this is done. Now I'm going to click on this icon to turn off this reveal hidden element. So now I'm going to start creating rooms. So I'm just going to click on rooms. Then I'm going to place some rooms. I'm going to place this one first. Place this one. Okay, before I even place them, let me hit Ctrl Z. So we will need to set the parameters of this room tags well. So I'm going to click on this and change it to first floor. Then change this limit offset to 0. So we're going to start placing. We're going to start from here. Place this here. We're going to place this here. Place, 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 place. Okay, so now after placing all these room tags, we're going to start renaming them. So we're going to start from this side and we're just going to click on tab. Now we're going to name this stairway. So after naming this, we're just going to, let me just change it to emergency stairway, EMER. Okay, so we're just going to name this now. So we're going to name this monitoring room. Okay, then we're going to name this sluice. Then we're going to name this theater 1. Then we're going to name this prep room. Then we're going to name this crop. So after doing this now, I'm just going to double click on this. Once I've highlighted this text here, I'm going to hit Ctrl C and I'm just going to paste it. Double click Ctrl V to paste it in these correspondence rooms. So this is the monitor room again. This is another monitor room. Okay, I think we're done with the monitor room. So we're just going to do the same for the sleeves. Ctrl C. So after we have done this, we're now going to go and do this, copy the prep room. Ctrl C. So we're now going to copy this crop name. Ctrl C. So after we have done this, we're just going to copy this theater. The only thing for this theater, after we paste it, we are going to change the number, the numerical value. So I'm going to change this to theater 2. I'm going to hit Ctrl V, change this to theater 3. I'm going to double click, hit Ctrl V, change it to theater 4. Then I'm just going to remember that I said that on each floor, if I go back to DPC, I said this space here in particular is going to be single unit room. So this single unit is basically where the AC unit will be. So it's basically a service facility. So I'm going to hit Ctrl C. I'm going to go to first floor and Ctrl V and paste this here. Okay, then I'm going to call this nurses station. Then I'm going to call this WC. I'm going to call this sterilization room. Then I'm now going to call this recovery ward. Then this is now going to be intensive care unit. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl C and I'm just going to paste this name here and call this intensive care unit 2. Then this is now going to be monitoring room. Okay, so I believe these spaces can house modern demands in medical technology. So I'm now going to go to this space and I'm going to call this bit/WC. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A and hit Ctrl C. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl V. Okay, so now I've done this, I've already named in all the spaces. So I'm not going to go to the final part of this first floor, which is now the pediatric ward. So I told you that this is going to be a specialist, a pediatric unit here. So in this pediatric unit is basically where they are going to house doctors that specialize in pediatric medicine. So what we're now going to do is remember the thing I said about this service door. So I'm just going to click on this door. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror this door. So this, okay, let me mirror it again. Make sure I check this copy and mirror it to this side. So this is basically like the service door to this ophthalmology for maintenance and all. So you see the ophthalmology surgical theater has all the facilities attached to it. So this is now the main surgical theater. So now let's start designing the wards for the pediatric unit. So in this pediatric unit, what I'm going to do now is we're going to, okay, so I'm just going to click on wall. I'm going to now draft in some wall from first floor. Make sure the constraint is from first floor to second floor. Then I'm going to start drawing some walls center to center to this point here. So the words are pretty direct to create. So it's just basically spaces with maybe a single doctor's office or call-up room. Then we're now going to have spaces and conveniences for patients, okay, for inpatients. So we're just going to find the best way to design this in such a way that is going to be structurally friendly to this particular design. So let's first click on all these dwarf walls here and mirror it. So I'm going to hold Control, select all these dwarf walls. Then I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to select this point and mirror it to this wing here. So I think this is wonderful. So after we have created all this, we can just go to 3D again and we can see what we've done so far. So you can see, in as much as we have spent a lot of time working on this, there's still quite much to do in terms of the design itself. We have just been working on the plan and functional layout of the hospital. So we'll still do some stuff based on design, but we are getting there step by step. So now we have seen how far we have gone on this 3D. We are now going to go back to first floor and we're going to start drafting. Okay, so we're going to make sure that this underlay is turned on to DPC. So we are seeing the DPC now. So what we are going to do now is pretty much direct. So we are just going to be working and in order to create three wards, okay, 3 pediatric wards. So we're going to start off with creating a small office. We are going to call this the call-up room. So this call-up room is where the resident doctor is going to stay and maybe call up some patients that are able to be called up. Basically an office is going to stay in proximity to the ward. So I'm just going to click on wall and I'm going to change this from 150 wall to 225 wall. Then I'm going to make sure the constraints are set well at first floor to second floor. Then I'm just going to draft a wall here. So after doing this, now we're also going to give this a call-up room a WC. So I'm going to change this wall to 150 wall and I'm just going to draft this from here to this place here, as well as align this dock to it here. So we're now going to have a comfortable convenience like this for this call-up room. So after doing this, now we're now going to be drafting 3 major wards. So we're going to be dividing these wards into 3 spaces. So I'm going to click on architectural wall. I'm going to change this to 2254 and I'm going to draw one wall on this grid here. I'm going to draw another wall here on this grid. So the aim of this design is actually to be able, if it's possible, to be able to create 3 major wards. Okay. So what we are now going to do is, from these 3 major wards, we are now going to draft out some conveniences here for each of these wards. So they are going to be functional. So what we are now going to do is, we are now going to go over here. I'm going to go to architecture. All right. So instead of putting this second wall here, we are going to click on escape. We are going to click on this wall and drag it to this point here. Okay. Then after dragging this wall to this point, we can click on this wall here, click on copy and copy this wall up to this point here. So once we are done with this, now we are now going to start drafting out the conveniences. So the conveniences, we are going to share the conveniences from this space here up to this space. So we are going to click on walls. And once we click on walls, we are going to click on this drop down and we are going to be selecting the 150mm thick walls. Then I'm just going to start drafting from this point up to this point here. And I'm just going to close this here. So I'm just going to be following this duct here. So it's just for, so if I'm ducting the whole thing, it's just going to, one duct is going to serve for most of these conveniences since it's at the front of the build. Then I'm going to continue by drafting a wall here, drafting another wall here. So basically we have this here. So this is forming 2 WCs. Then instead of this wall here, I'm just going to click on wall again. I'm going to select this 225 wall. Then I'm just going to select this point here and draw a wall dividing this. So this is now going to be the main demarcating wall here. So I'm going to drag this wall down. So this 2 conveniences is going to serve for this space, while this 2 is going to serve for this space. So I'm going to click on this wall and drag it down as well. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to drag this wall back to this point. I'm also going to click on this wall too and drag this wall back to this place. Then after doing so, I'm now going to go to wall again. I'm going to select this 150 wall. And my system is for some reason very slow. I just want to make sure it's charged. So let me check. Okay, my system isn't charging, so that's why it's slow. All right, so now we are back at full speed again. For some weird reasons, my sister wasn't charging, just my negligence. So I'm going to draft another wall up to this point here. So the reason why I'm drafting this wall like this is because I'm trying to find a way that I'm going to balance out and maximize these two spaces. For instance, if I make these two, if I increase this too much, the space is going to be imbalanced to this side. And at the same time, if I also continue this wall up to this point, the size of the convenience is going to be too biased towards one of this side. So I'm just thinking of a way to balance it out. So I'm going to drag this for now. I'll still see if I can figure out a way. Okay, so now this is done. I can click on this wall, I can click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror this here. So I'm going to click on this wall now. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy it to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this and make sure this is at I'm going to drag this temporal dimension to this point here. Okay, since I can't drag it, I'm just going to go to annotate, detail line, and I'm going to draw a line up to 600 millimeter here. So once I've drawn this, I'm going to drag this back. Then I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on mirror and mirror this wall to this other side. So we'll now have a I'll now have a closet for this convenience for this ward. So after doing this now, we're now going to have a VIP ward here. So we're going to give it its own convenience. So I'm just going to select, I'm going to be selecting these walls here. And I'm just going to click on copy. And I'm going to copy this to this point here. So by extension, what this means is that these two walls here are going to go from this first floor down to the natural ground level. So you are going to see it's going to affect this space as it is, but it's still fine. So I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy it from this point here and join it here. Then I'm just going to click on this and drag this to this point. Then I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to mirror it from this point here to this side. Then I'm just going to drag this and align this here. So we have a normal toilet for this VIP ward. So this VIP ward, maybe, okay, I think one individual here or two individuals here is fine. So after doing this now, I think we're on the right path. I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to change it to 225 wall. So on this, at this level now, we are going to start placing some doors. So as usual, I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on doors. I'm going to change this to this since this is where the doctors will be, I'm just going to put a normal small single swing door here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to put a D1 here. That is normal single swing for this call-up room. Then I'm also going to take time to design this ward very well. So in each of these ward, since especially considering the fact that it's a pediatric ward, there will have to be an attendant in the ward. So I'm going to create a cubicle for 2 attendants in each ward. Then the general nurses station is going to be here. So I'm just going to go to this DPC. I'm going to select this and hold control to select these 3 chairs. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected level, first floor, and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to go to this first floor now. So this is our nurses station here. So I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on door. I'm going to be selecting this D9, that is this 1.5 meter door, and I'm just going to place this here at one side. So after placing this here, I can click on this, click on copy, click on this point here, and copy this door to this point here. Okay, so for this to make sense, just for convenience, I can click on this door and change it to this 1.8 meter door since this is a ward. So I can also click on this door and change it to 1.8 meter door, that is this D8. So this is a very big door. So now we have done this. We are just going to be copying some of these beds from this recovery ward. So I'm going to go over to this underlay and click on this and click on none to turn off this underlay. So we're not going to be saying anything. So now let's try and conclude on what we are going to do with this convenience now. So if you move this convenience out of this grid, it's not going to really make sense. So if I click on this and I try to adjust this, I can't adjust this wall here. So what I can do now is to select this here. I can go to architecture again. I can go to walls. Then I can just pick another 150 wall here. I can do the same here. So by doing this, I can now do this here. So I can now click on this and I can now give this a width of 1.5 meters. as well as this one too, a width of 1.5 meters. Okay, I feel this width is not even enough, but I feel it's fine. Then after doing this now, I can click on this. I can even give this 1650 millimeters in width. Click on this too. Okay, give this 1650 millimeters. So we're going to have a bit of wasted space, but I think it's fine. So I'm just going to drag this down here. So after doing this, okay, so after we have reduced this space now, I'm going to click on door again, and I'm going to be selecting this D7, which is the door I use for disabled conveniences. Then I'm just going to place one here. Click on space, place this here. Then I'm also going to place another one here. Okay, then I'm going to click on space, place this here. I'm also going to click on space and place this here. So we have two conveniences. So now I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm also going to draw a line indicating this closet here. So in this closet, I can section it into distances of 1.2. So this is going to indicate, like, let's say, or instead of 1.2, let me just leave it at 1.2. Click on detail line. Then I can hold Control and just copy this here. Okay, then the same for this. Let me just hold Control and copy this to this other point. So after doing this now, I think this is fine. I'm now going to go and click on this door. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy it to this side. Okay, so this word, I can click on this door and I can reduce the size to D9, that is 1.5. Then I can click on this wall, click on copy, and copy this here. Then I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here up to 600. Click enter and draft it here. Then I'm going to click on this and drag this to this point. Okay, so I'm going to go to detail line here, and I'm going to draw another line here just to indicate this is a wardrobe or closet, whatever. So I'm just going to click on this door swing now, and I'm just going to, okay, I can click on this one, and I'm going to copy this, click on this and copy it to this point. So after doing this now, we're now going to place some convenience fixtures. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to search for disabled, DIS. Then I'm just going to select this disabled toilet arrangement, and I'm going to be placing this one here. I'm also going to place this here as well. Okay, so I'm reconsidering adjusting this, but I feel this is fine. Let's see. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to uncheck this copy, and I'm just going to mirror this to this wing here. Then I'm going to adjust it to this point. So what I want to do now is I want to create a defining space for a shower. So I'm just thinking of this being opposite here, which I feel is still nice. So I can hit Ctrl Z to move this back. So what I can now do is I can click on this, then I can just adjust this by, let's say, 150. Then I'm also going to click on this and adjust it by 150. So I'm going to click, select this here, select this, and I'm going to move this by 150 as well. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to components. I'm going to look for shower. Then I'm going to place this shower column. I'm just going to click on space and place this here. Then I'm going to do the same thing here. So after doing this now, I can now select these furnitures here, and I can now click on mirror and just mirror. Ctrl Z, sorry. I'm going to select all these plumbing fixtures here. Click on mirror. Make sure I check this copy on, and I'm just going to mirror this to this wing here. So what I'm now going to do, I'm just going to select this convenience here, this disabled setup. I'm going to click on TL so I can see the thin lines. So I'm going to click on this, click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this and paste this here. Then I'm now going to click on this and copy this shower too. This shower head, click on copy. Click on this point here and copy this shower up to this point. So this is a little bit jam-packed. So what I can do is to increase this size. I can click on this, select this too, select this and just move it by 150 millimeter or move it by 300. So let me move it by 150 extra. Then I'm just going to adjust this to suit. So I'm going to drag this line here. I'm going to adjust this line to this point. Okay, so this is all said and good. I think we have designed a nice convenience for this wall. So now we're going to use room separator lines to separate the closet from the main wall. Okay, so I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to room separators and I'm just going to pick room separators here. Even though they are not visible, we can always go over to this reveal hidden element and click on it to turn it on. Then I'm just going to click on it and place these room separator lines. So after placing these room separator lines now, we are now going to start placing the beds of the hospital. Okay, so I can just click on this reveal hidden element to turn it off. Then I'm just going to go over to this ward here where we have these curtains and these beds with this table, and I'm just going to select this. I'm also going to select this as well, this cubicle here. So I'm going to this attendant cubicle and I'm just going to click on copy and copy this to this point here. Okay, so now for this attendant cubicle, I'm just going to select these 4 components, or these 3 components rather. I'm going to now rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on move and I'm just going to move this to this point here. Then I'm just going to select, hold Control and select, click on this one first and select these 4 components, then click on rotate and rotate it by 180 degrees. So after rotating it, I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to move this point to this point here. So now I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line and I'm going to draw a line from here up to 2.7 meters and bring it down. So I'm going to use it as a reference. So I'm just going to left click, hold, select everything here. Then I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move this to this point here. So I now know this is the standard of how I'll be repeating it. So I'm going to delete these lines. All right, so now this is set. We're just going to select this bed here and we're just going to copy it. We're going to click on this and we're going to copy it by 2.7 meters. Again by 2.7 meters, by another 2.7 meters. So we have 4 beds here, which is what I was looking for. Then I'm just going to select everything here. Select this too. Hold Control, select this, hold Control, select this, hold Control, select this, and select this as well. I'm going to click on Shift to deselect this door here. We don't need to select this door. Then I'm going to click on Mirror. Make sure this copy is checked on. Then we're just going to mirror this to this wing. So now we have designed this. Okay, so another thing, you can see that this is not the same size with this. So what we can now do now is to just click on move and we're going to adjust this by 1.8 or 1.9. Then we can just delete this cubicle separating here too. So now this attendant post, we're going to just select this for, and we're just going to move this up to this end here, so the person can oversee the whole ward. So we're also going to do the same here. So we're going to click on this door and we're going to adjust this door to this point here. I think this door is best here, just like the way it is here. I'm going to make this distance 100 millimeter. Then I'm just going to select this and I'm going to move this. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to select this bed here. Select this curtain too. Okay, do I need to select this curtain? I think so. I think it's fine. Then I'm just going to copy this to this other word here. So in this word now, I'm now going to click on adjust and I'm just going to adjust this here. Then I'm just going to click on copy and I'm just going to copy this by, let's say, 3.3. Then I can delete these curtains here. I think moving this back by 300 millimeter is fine. So after doing this now, we're also going to select We don't need 2 attendants for this 2 persons ward. Okay, let me just copy the 2 attendant standard, and I'm just going to click on copy and copy this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to click on move. Okay, then I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to click on this, click on move, and I'm just going to move it somewhere here. Okay, so now this is done. I think we have designed this ward very well. So we're just going to furnish this convenience for the doctors, the call-up room. So I'm just going to I'm going to click on this door, and I'm going to change it to this D7, which is the standard size for, okay, click on it, change it to D7, which is the disabled. I think is a 1.1 meter door, so it's enough for a wheelchair to pass through without obstructions. Then I'm going to also click on this, okay, click on this bed, and I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy it here. So this is now going to be an examination bed. Then I'm going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to place this here. Okay, then I'm now going to go and I'm going to go down back to this consultant office. I'm going to select these 3 furnitures, and I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy it from here to this space here. So after this, now I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to component, and I'm going to be placing some basic WC and basic sink. So I'm going to place the sink here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to look for WC. Then I'm just going to place this WC here. So now we have done this. Now this is very important. This is a very important layout, because this is basically what we are going to be using on the subsequent floors. We're also going to mirror it to this wing, and it's basically what we're just going to try and repeat on this wing. So this is very important. So we have the nurses station serving this pediatric ward. So now we are now going to start assigning room tags to them. So but before we do that, let's just do small graphics work. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Instead of thin lines, I'm going to click on this and change it to overhead line. Then I'm just going to be placing some overhead lines here. I'm placing some here. So after doing this, now I'm going to do this for this space as well. Okay, so we have done all the work on room separator, so there's no problem. So another thing I forgot to do is to copy this elevator in the elevator shaft here. So I'll go to DPC. I'm just going to select this, click on copy, then paste, align to selected levels, first and second floor. Okay, first and hold control second, click OK. Then let's go back to this first floor. You can see it's already here, which is fine and good. So now I'm going to go back to DPC again. I noticed something. So this particular wall here, I feel is supposed to go up. If I go to modify, if I go to split and split this here, I'm just going to select these 2 walls here, and I'm going to set the top constraint at roof level. So I'm just going to click OK. So now I've set it at roof level. If I go to first floor, I'm going to see that this issue I had before is no more there, which I think is fine and good. So now I'm not going to go back to what I wanted to do. I'm going to place some room tags. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on rooms. Then I'm just going to make sure the constraint is set from first to second floor. Then I'm going to place a room here. I'm going to place another one here as well, here too. I mistakenly copied some furniture here, so I'm going to delete this. Sometimes you need to be looking at your project well before you see some errors that you didn't know. So I'm going to place this here, place here, place here, place room here, place room here, place room here, place room here. So after doing this, I'm also going to place a room here. So I'm going to start annotating the room. So I'm just going to click on tab till I select this room tag here. Then I'm going to name this emergency stairway. Then I'm just going to call this WC. I'm going to call this call-up room. Then I'm just going to call this pediatric ward. One. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, hit Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to double click on this and click Ctrl V, pediatric ward. Then change this 1 to 2. I'm going to go here, click on Ctrl V, Pediatric Word 3. Then I'm going to just click Closet and change this to Closet. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C to copy this text. I'm going to go here, Ctrl V. I'm going to go here, Ctrl V. So I'm going to go over to this room, this one now, this bedroom. I'm going to click on tab, call this bit/WC. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, then Ctrl C to copy this text. Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V. I mistakenly copy that room text. I'm just going to double click Ctrl C again. Going to double click Ctrl V. So after doing this now, I think we have done a wonderful work now. So we are now going to place floors, a floor slab on this first floor. Then I think the floor slab, we are just going to copy it to the second floor. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor, and I'm going to click on this and change this to this floor main. Then I'm just going to start drafting. So the only difference between this and the ground floor is that spaces like this ramp now, we are not going to encompass it. We are going to start from here where the landing is and just follow it like that. So just follow me as I go. We are going to stop this at the landing of this staircase. We are going to make sure we don't enclose the duct. Ctrl Z, we made a mistake. Then we are going to continue. So we have arrived at this point here. Then we're going to continue this here. We're going to stop at this staircase here, at this landing of this staircase. We're going to maneuver around this elevator shaft. We're going to stop here, continue from here. We're going to reach here, continue from here. So remember, we are still mindful of this duct. Okay, these two ducts, I'm still skeptical about these two ducts. So depending on how the subsequent floors goes, I may decide to keep them or remove them. So we'll just still make provisions for them just in case. Okay, so now we have closed this loop. Now we're now going to use this box tool now to create openings in places like this courtyard. Okay, then we're now going to click on finish. So it's going to ask us the same thing. I'm going to click not don't attach. So if you go to this 3D view, we're going to see that we have done justice to this. So now what we're just going to do is we're going to go back to this first floor now, and we're going to just select all these dwarf walls here. Then we're just going to copy it to clipboard and copy it to the next floor. So we'll not need to waste much more time, because this first floor now is just going to be almost this same thing here, this second floor, because it's what we are going to be creating throughout. So once I've selected all of this here, so after selecting all these dwarf walls, I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm just going to select second floor. So we're now going to go to the second floor. So the second floor is basically what we are going to be designing. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select everything here. I'm just going to left click, sorry, and just select up from this point here to this point here. So after selecting everything here, I'm now going to click on filter. I'm going to deselect the grids. I think all the lines and walls is okay. This specialist component is okay. I'm just going to click on OK now. Then I'm just going to hold shift to deselect some. Hold shift, deselect this as well. Hold shift, deselect this. Okay, I can hold control and select this, but hold shift, deselect this duct here. So after doing this now, I'm going to now click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views, and I'm going to click on second floor plan, and I'm going to click OK. Let's see what happens. So it's going to add me multiple rooms. I'm just going to click OK. I'm not going to click delete room for now until I see what is the issue. So if I go to second floor now, I'm now going to see what we have there. So you can see that most of these things copied. The only thing is that we have not yet copied this ramp here, and some things are basically missing. The only thing we have here are this emergency staircase. So let's go and just rectify it. So I'm going to go to DPC now. I'm now going to click on this, and I'm going to hold control and click on this staircase. So I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, first floor, and I'm going to click OK. So if I go to first floor now, we are now going to see this here. So we are going to be seeing this dog leg ramp and this one here. If I go to second floor, we are going to see what we have, which is fine. So we have this floor slab, we have this all this work we have done on the first floor. So if you go to 3D view, we're just going to see what it's looking like. So what we can do now is we can rotate this to this view here in front. Then after doing this, due to the fact we copied this, we can delete this wall here. What we can now do is just to hold control, select all these walls. Since they are of uneven height, we're just going to left click, hold and select everything here. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. Then I'm going to select walls only. Click OK. Then I'm going to set this top constraint as roof level. I'm going to change this top offset to 0. So it's going to unify everything. So if I go back to this second floor, I think everything is unified. So now I can click on this. So since you can see that due to the fact that this duct, we didn't run this duct walls here, some spaces are clashed. So we are going to go back to this first floor. We are going to select these ducts that went from ground floor to the second floor. This one here too. Then we are going to run it up to the roof level. So I'm just going to click OK. So if you go to second floor now, we are going to see them. I think some of them are here. So if you click on this wall, this one ran from first floor. I think this is fine. Okay, so now we are just going to basically mirror what we have here to go on this wing. The only thing is we're not going to be extending it by much while looking at what we have on this ground floor. So let's go back to this first floor now, and we're just going to select these dwarf walls again. Hold Control, select these ones here we have not yet selected. Then we're going to click on copy, then we're going to click on paste, align to selected levels, then select second floor and click OK. So we're just going to click on this 3D view and we're going to see what we've done so far. So this is nice, we're making progress, but there's still work to do. As you can see, we have not yet designed the second floor. So let's design this second floor and jump into the facade. Alright, so let's go back to the second floor and get to work. So we're going to save this project. Of course, after some time, Revit is recommended in Revit to save. So what we're going to be doing now is we're just going to mirror everything on this wing to this other wing. So of course, we have this wall here that cuts across to this point. So I think the wall is ideal for this particular function. So just for pinpoint accuracy, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go on detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from this grid here to this grid. So after doing this, we are just going to hold Control, select everything here up to this wall too. After selecting everything here, we are just going to click on filter. We are going to uncheck these floors. We are going to uncheck these grids here. I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to also hit shift to uncheck this wall here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to select the center point here and mirror this to this other wing here. So let's see what will happen. So I'm just going to click OK. I'm not going to click on delete any room. I'm still going to resolve all of that. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go over to this underlay here, and I'm going to turn this underlay to I can turn this underlay to the first floor. I think it works. So I'm just going to turn this underlay to the DPC first. So we are going to see what we have there. So currently, if you can see throughout these scribbles of walls, you can see that we just need to align. We are just going to try and make sure these walls are on these grids. So by making sure these walls are on these grids, I think we will do a lot here. So what we're then going to do now is we are just going to see, okay, let me just click on this, and I'm going to change this back to none. So what I'm going to do now is a bit interesting. So I'm going to go back to this DPC here. I'm going to now look at this duct and just see which one might match this one. So this is grid 18, and I think we have a duct here. Okay, so let's go to this second floor, and we're going to look at where these toilet ducts are. So we have a duct close to grid 18 and another duct close to grid 20. Okay, so if you go back to this DPC now, we are going to see there is a duct at this grid 18 and there is a duct at this grid 20. So what our job is going to do is we are going to try and match those ducts on the second floor to this particular duct. So let's go even on this first floor. I think I maintain the same sequence of this duct here. So you can see, because we copied this now, you can see it's going to this NGL. So what I can do now is to click on this and delete this, click on this, delete this, click and delete this, click and delete. Then this grids 18 and 20, I'm just going to click on modify, click on split. I'm going to split here, split here. Then I'm going to go over to this grid 22, split here and split here. So you see the functions of grid. Then I'm going to hold Control, select these 4 walls here. Going to go to this grid 18, hold Control, select these 4 walls here. Then I'm just going to change this top constraint to roof level. So after changing it, I'm going to go to this second floor. So you are going to see that it's visible on this second floor. So looking at this now, we're also going to look at this grid 16, whether there is any grid, any duct close to this grid 16 here. So we are going to go back to DPC. By extension, the DPC is very similar to, very similar to the first floor. So we have a duct here, so we can click on this and delete this duct here since this doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to click OK for now. So we're also going to do the same thing here. There is a duct at this grid 16, so we're going to go to this first floor. We're going to go to this grid 16, click on split, split here, split here. Then I'm just going to select this, select this, select this, and change this top constraint to roof level. So after doing this, we're going to go to the second floor here, and we're going to see this adjustment we have made. So this automatically changes this design we're doing to a very large extent, especially on this side. So we can't even really mirror anything much here. So what I'm just going to do is, because of this, I don't think this whole design can work. So adjusting this thing will just be problematic. So I'm just going to click and highlight everything here. After highlighting everything, I'm just going to uncheck this main wall here. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to uncheck these grids. Then I'm just going to click on delete and delete all this space. So I'm going to select all these tables here. Select this, then I'm going to delete. So now we have a blank space here. I think it's best we start redesigning for this wing. So but for this wing, by the way, we can just mirror this to this side. There's no problem there. So I'm just going to select everything here. Including this wall too. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to uncheck grids, floors. Click OK. So after doing this now, I'm going to hold shift to deselect this door and make sure it's not selected. Then click on mirror. Select this ramp here, the center of this ramp. Then mirror this to this other wing. Then click OK. So doing this alone, we're now going to click on this wall and we're just going to extend it here. So we have a word here. But what we can now do now is we are still going to do some adjustments to this wing. So we are going to start designing for this other wing here. So for now, we can just draw the main walls. I'm going to click on architecture, click on wall, change this to 2254, change this top offset to roof level. Then I'm just going to draw from this point here down to this point, here. Click on this wall too and draw it to this point here. Draw this wall to this point here. Then I'm going to click on walls again and I'm going to do the same here. Okay, so now we have this. Now we have this duct here. We have another duct here. We have another duct here. I think we can also go to this first floor here and see if we have another duct. We have a duct at this grid 20. And we might actually have another duct attached to this grid 22 and maybe grid. Okay, let's go back to this second floor now. So now we have another duct here. We might also copy another duct to this grid here. So it's going to balance things out. But first, we are going to just determine what is the amount of space that is going to be needed to get a word and a convenience. So I'm going to click on tab, select this 3 ducts. Then I'm just going to click on copy. Or rather, I'm just going to select this 3 ducts and I'm going to change the top offset back to second floor. I'm going to select this one too and change the top offset back to second floor. So currently the only duct we have running up to this floor is grid 16. So we're going to go back to this first floor. Then we're going to go this grid 16 and this grid 17. We're going to run the duct up to this roof level. So I'm going to split here. I'm going to click on this and click on this. Okay, let me click on split and split here too. I'm going to select this, then change this top constraint to roof level. So now after we have done these two here, we're now going to skip this one. We're also going to skip this one as well. We're going to skip this one and we're just going to select this one too. Then we're just going to select this walls here and run it up to roof level. So after we have done this, we're going to go back to this second floor. So you are going to see the exact reason why I did this. So I did this because of this space here. So I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on wall and I'm going to draft a wall here. So this is going to be one word. I'm going to change this to 225 or 150 wall, sorry. and draft a wall from this point. So this is now going to be another, okay, this is now going to be the demarcation to another word. Then I'm going to change this back to 2254. So now this here is now going to be another word. So we have two words here and sharing where their convenience will be. We now have another two words here and possibly another set of conveniences here. So looking at this now, let me go back to first floor. So I'm just going to check this out and see, okay, this one here. So if I go back to this second floor here, what I can now do now is I'm going to do something. I'm just going to copy this to this point here. So I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to click on this and copy this to this point. So the reason I did this is once I've joined this point with this point now, we can now have click on wall here, demarcate this point here, and demarcate this point. So now this can now be the convenience that will be serving this one word here. Okay, instead of this, I can even draw a wall here. So I may not actually need to create this duct. Let's say this is a this is a word, this is the convenience, this is another word, this is another word as well, this is the convenience of that word. So because of this doctor's color room, I'm just going to create a smaller word at this point. I can delete this word here. So by creating this word now, I'm just reconsidering the necessity for this one being here. So I can select this duct here and click on move and move it to this point. Then I can delete, I can click on this and just drag this wall up here. So we have our ducting system. So now we have this ducting system. Let's start designing our conveniences. So a lot of my issue with designing these words now are just these conveniences, because I need the conveniences are very important. So once we have a word, we'll need a convenience to service it. And this convenience includes 2 bedroom and toilet. Okay, so as regards to the issue I just mentioned, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this and delete these walls first. So after deleting these walls, I'm just going to left click, select all these walls here. Then I'm going to change their constraint, their top level constraint back to second floor. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to restructure this word layout again. I'm going to go to architecture, going to click on walls. Then I'm going to select this 2254. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here and here. Then I'm also going to click around here and draw another wall here. Okay, then I'm just going to give 1, 2. So this is another okay, so this 1, 2, 3 can now be another word. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here, and I'm going to draw another wall. Okay, Ctrl Z. I'm going to draw a wall from this point here, and I'm going to now draw another wall here. So this is now going to serve, maybe say this can serve for, I think, 2 beds or 3 beds. Then this can now be a convenience. So we have 1, 2, 3 words. So my aim is to see whether I can accommodate as much people in this ward. So hopefully I'll be able to accommodate 6 beds and also another 6 beds here. Although I highly doubt that. I think this, if I'm using the ratio I was using, so I think I was using 2.5 meter, or let's say I'm using 2.4 meter for each bed. So 2.4 meter times 5 times 4 is 10 meters. So I think this at most can accommodate 5 beds. So I may reconsider restructuring again to a way that I'm going to accommodate 4, then 4 again, then another 4 here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z again, Ctrl Z, and I'm just going to try and, let's say, restructure for the last time. So what I'm now going to do is, if I can use this convenience here, I can start this word here with this convenience here. Then I can go and draft out another word here. I think this can accommodate a 4-man word here. I think this okay, I don't think this will accommodate a 4-man word, but let me hit Ctrl C. All right, so what we're now going to do, we're now going to draft out another wall here. So this is the convenience serving these two walls here. We're now going to draft another wall here. Then finally, we're going to draft this wall somewhere here. So this one, I think we can go off grid for this wall. So by going off grid, we now have 3 walls here. And I think each of these walls should be able to accommodate up to, even if I push this wall here and I extend this wall here, I think each of these walls should be able to accommodate about 4 beds each. So by doing this now, we are now going to go back. We are going to mark out this duct we are going to bring up associated with these convenience areas we have set out. So another one too, we are going to mark out, this is 24. Okay, let's start with this one. So we are going to go grid 17 and grid 18, the ducts associated with them. Then we are now going to go grid 21. So we have 17, 18, and 21. So we are going to go to first floor. We are going to go to 17, hit control, select these walls as of the duct. Go to 18, select these two. Go to 21, select these two. Then we are going to change this top constraint to roof level. So after changing it to roof level, I'm just going to click OK. I'm going to go back to second floor now, and I think we have what we're looking for. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this and change this to 150 wall. So it will match this. I'm going to drag this back, click on AL, select this soffit here, and select this soffit, then click escape. Then I'm going to drag this wall to this point. Okay, so after doing this now, we now have this space settled. We can now click on this space. We can, I think leaving the wall at this is okay. So I'm just going to change this distance of this to 3 meters. Or let me make this 3.450. Then I'm just going to drag this, click on this wall here and drag this down here, so I can delete this dimension. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select this duct here, and okay, or rather I'm going to select these 2 ducts here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy it to this wall here. After doing this, if I go back to first floor, I'm going to look at how it appears, and this grid 22, I don't think we are going to need this duct, so I can click on this, delete this, click on this, delete this, click on this, delete this. I don't think we need it. So for this one now, I can just click on this wall here, click on copy, select this and copy this here. Then after copying this here, I can select this now, change this constraint back to second floor, top constraint to this second floor. Then I'm going to select these 3 of them and change this base offset to DPC, or rather NGL. Then if you go back to this DPC now, we're now going to see that we have another duct here, and we can see that all these ducts are functional for a purpose. Okay, so we are just going to go back to this second one here where we have this now. We know that we have already set out, so we are going to start copying doors and placing them in this word. So I'm going to select this door here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this from this point, and I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to just mirror, select the center point of this and mirror this to this wing here. Then the same thing, I'm just going to click on this door here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy it from this point here to this point. Then I'm also going to do the same. So now I'm going to click on this wall now. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this wall up to, let's say, this point. After copying to this point, I'm just going to reduce the wall to 150 wall. Then once I click on this, and this is about 1.8, I can now click on this door, click on copy, and copy this door from this point here to this point. Then click on this door and change it back to this D9, that is 1.5 meter double action door. So I'm going to click on this and click on move, and move this here. Okay, so now we are now going to click on this floor here. We are going to click on edit boundary, and now we are now going to delete some of these protrusions that are useless on this floor, like these ones here. So we're only now going to leave the ones that are useful, like for instance this one now. So after doing this now, we're just going to start trimming. I can select this one, delete this, select this, okay, click on escape, select delete, select this to delete, delete this, delete this, then click on split here, split here. Then I'm just going to trim this. So after doing this now, I'm also going to trim this here. I'm going to click on this and trim this here. Okay, so this is looking nice. I'm just going to click on finish. So I'm going to click don't attach. So now this is done now, but I'm now going to start designing this conveniences proper. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. I'm going to change this from 225 to 150 wall. Then I'm just going to find the center point here and draw a wall from here to here. Then I'm just going to draw another wall here. I'm going to try and make sure it aligns with this wall here. So I'm going to click on AL, select the soffit of this wall here, then select the soffit of this one here. Then I'm going to click on wall again, and I'm just going to continue from here and do this here. Then I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here up to 600. I'm going to change this line from overhead to 10 lines. Then once it's at 600, I'm going to draw another line here. I'm going to continue it to this point. Then I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this wall here, split this wall here. Click on escape. Then I'm going to click on trim, and I'm just going to trim these two walls together. So I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to drag it back to this point here. Click on this, drag it back here. Delete this dimension here. So after doing this now, I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on doors. Then I'm going to be placing this 750 door somewhere, I think here. Okay, without even doing this, sorry, I'm not done. I'm going to click on walls here. Can't be creating, this is not a master's bedroom. Then I'm going to draw a wall from this point to this point here. I'm also going to do the same here. Then I'm just going to draw another wall joining this here, and another wall joining this here. So we're going to have a bit of wasted space here, but I think it's fine. So I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on doors. This same D7, I'm going to make sure I set this as fine. Then after I set this fine, I'm just going to go to view, click on view template, click on apply template, and click on this temporal presentation. Then I'm going to go to architecture, click on door, put this D7 here and here. Then I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this move and adjust this position here. I'm going to do the same for this. Then I'm just going to select these two doors, click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror this here to this wing. So after doing this now, I'm just going to do the same, a similar wall work for this. I'm going to click on architecture, wall. Then I'm just going to draft a wall from here up to this point, then draft this here. Then I'm just going to click on this one and drag it back here. After doing so, I'm going to click on this line here, click on copy, then copy this to this point. Then I'm going to drag this to this point here. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this wall here. I'm going to click on trim and trim these two walls here. Click on escape, click on this and drag this to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on this wall, click on copy. I'm going to copy this wall from here to this point. Click on this and drag this back here. Then I'm going to click on this line, click on copy, select this and copy this here. So I'm going to click on split here, drag this back and drag this here. Then I'm going to drag this wall here. Okay, so now after doing this, we're now going to go over to these previous ones we have done. We're going to select these closet lines and we can just copy it. I'm going to click on copy, copy it from here, copy it to this point, copy it to this point, copy it to this point. Go to annotate, detail line, and just complete it. So after this, I'm going to click on architecture wall again. Then I'm just going to draw another wall here. I'm going to select these two. Click on copy, copy this from this point, to this point. Then I'm going to drag this here. Click on this line, attach this here, click on this, drag it up. So now this is done. I'm just going to select these two doors here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this from here to this point. I'm also going to select this here. I'm going to make sure this is 100 millimeter from here. Click on this to 100 millimeter. Then I'm going to select this door here. Click on copy. Copy from this point here and paste here. So after doing this now, we're now going to copy some of this furniture or some of these plumbing components. So I'm going to select, okay, some of these plumbing components didn't copy for some reason. So I'm going to go back to this first floor where we initially created some words. I'm going to select this too, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level, second floor, click OK. Then I'm going to go back to this second floor here. I'm going to select this and then click on this, just adjust this a bit. Click on this too, adjust this a bit. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm now going to go over to this point, copy this plumbing fixture. So I can click on this and click on this and just click on copy. I'm just going to copy it from this point here to this point. Then I'm going to drag this shower tray somewhere here, this shower head column. Click on this too, select both of them, click on copy. Copy this from this point, uncheck this constraint and copy this here. Then I can push this back a bit. Okay, I think this is a bit too tight, so I can click on this, select this too, select this as well, and click on move by, let's say, 150. By doing so, I can push this back just a bit. So I think the shower can work somewhere here. I can drag this door here back to 100 millimeter. So I can do the same for this, select this, move this by 150. So after this is done, we're just going to select all these components here. We're going to click on mirror, make sure this copy is checked on, and mirror it to this wing here. So after doing this, we're now going to hover, just use this walls here. We're going to select this, select this, select this, select this. We're going to click on copy, uncheck this constraint, click on this point here, and copy it to this point here. So now some of these are off position, so we can click on this, click on move, move this here, click on this, move this here. Click on this as well, click on move, move this here. So after doing this now, I think for this last one, I think it's not going to be a problem. So let's just do it. Select this, click on copy. Okay, hold Control, select this, click on copy. Copy here, uncheck this constraint. Copy this to this point. Okay, so we have a problem. Let me just start again. Click on copy. Remove this constraint. Copy this from here to this point here. Then I can just select this wall here. Click on copy here. Copy this wall out here. Click on this. Rotate this by 90 degrees. Reduce this distance. Click on move. Move this point to this point here. Then join it. Then I'm just going to click on this and move this back. So I can now select the shower head. Click on copy. Select this point here and copy this here. Okay, so I think this was really stressful, I won't lie, but I think it's worth it. So now we're now going to go over back to first floor, and we're just going to do something. So I'm going to click on this review hidden elements. I'm going to just click on tab, select this room separator, click on tab, select this room, hold Control, select this room separator. The same thing, click on tab here till I get the room separator, click on tab till I get the room separator, then hold Control to select it. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to check this at second floor, and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm going to go back to this second floor now, and you're going to see most of those spaces that were having issues have been resolved because we have created room separators. So I'm going to click on this reveal hidden elements 2 on this floor, and I'm going to be adding some room separators. So I'm going to add them here, 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 and here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to turn off this review hidden element. Then I'm now going to select some components, some of these beds. After selecting the beds, I'm also going to select the curtain. Select this as well. Then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to pick this point here and copy this point to this place here. So after doing this, I can now, okay, the fact that this stuff doesn't copy is usually mind-boggling. So I'm going to click on this component casework again. Click on it, click on copy this from this point here to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to try and repeat the whole thing. I'm going to select this, select all these components here. Then I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this other side. So now I've mirrored it, I can still move this a bit. I can just click on this and move this to this point. Then I can click on copy, click on this corner here and copy this to this point here. So I'm going to click on this casework. For some reason it just copies off. I'm just going to click on this and move this to somewhere here. So we have the attendant here, we have the ward bed. So in this, only in this floor now, we have been able to achieve about 12 wards. So let's just try and see if we can make it 14 by copying 2 of these cubicles to this point here. So I don't think we need, so I'm just going to select this and hold Control, select these 2. Then I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to select this point here and copy this to this point. Okay, I think this can only get 1 bed. So for this, we can call this VIP ward. So I can go to architecture, go to components, and I can add a plasma TV to it. Then I can just place this here. Place this. So speaking of plasma TV, I was just thinking, won't it be good if there are plasma TVs in each of this ward? So I can just put a plasma TV here. I think it won't be bad. Click on tab, click another plasma TV here. Put another plasma TV here. Put another one here. And put another one here. So we can just select these plasma TVs on these 2 wards, click on copy to clipboard, paste it, align to selected levels, set it at first floor and align it to those wards at the first floor. So we have really done a lot here, and I'm really glad we have been able to achieve all this system of wards here without tampering too much on these lower floors. So what we can now do now is we are just going to try and replicate and copy all this ward system to this wing here. So we have for this wing here, and let's just see how it goes. Alright, so we're going to try and copy what we have here to this side, then mirror it to this other side. I don't know how it's going to work based on the layout on the lower floors of this side is quite different from this side, but I think it might just work. So what we're going to do first is we're going to take note of grid 17, 18, and 21. Okay, 17, 18, and 21, yeah. So we're going to go back to this first floor here, and we're going to go over here. I think this grid 17 here. So I think we were spot on with this one. So I'm going to hold Control. Let me delete this first. I'm going to hold Control and change the top constraint up to roof level. Then I'm also going to click on this grid 18 and do the same thing for this. Okay, I'm just going to click on split here too. Then I'm going to hold Control. Okay, let me hit Control Z. I'm going to hold Control and select 3 of them. Then I'm going to change this top constraint to roof level. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to this grid 21 as well. I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here. Then I'm going to select these 3 walls here and I'm going to be changing the top constraint to roof level. So after doing this now, I think we have done this for these 3 spaces. So I'm going to go back to this second floor. So in this second floor now, I need to copy a new grid to this 24. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to select this one here, click on copy this to grid 24. I think 24 is this one here. So I'm just going to copy this here. So after copying this here, I can select this 3 and I can set this base constraint to NGL.